I'm not like an influencer. I'm a content creator. If my content, I'm gonna drop in Soren.
Да, взрывается бомба, это второй раунд для команды Young Cr4zy. Снова на Б ребята залетели. Опять же, не было там девайсов, поэтому без проблем взяли раунд. Ну что, 2-2. 2-2, точнее, становится счет в матче. Снова закуп, видим, от команды Purple Haze, видим, от Сандарила.
my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Be faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4 clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're you and me. You're you and me. You could be around. You could be with anyone. I could be with could be with anyone, and I could be with anyone. You're healing me. You're healing me. You could be with anyone, and I could be with anyone. You're healing me. You're healing me.
A pair of jeans, a shirt or two. We didn't pack as if we weren't going back. It doesn't matter if it's true. I've got a feeling love will give us what we lack. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. Yeah. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights. Tomorrow feels a year away, like the seconds, the beginning and the end. But if in time it's yesterday, your picture's gonna bring it home to me again. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights. melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, 'cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more.
É isso aí, galera. Salve, salve. Bom dia a todos. Sejam bem-vindos ao canal da Beyond the Summit. Hellraisers versus Espada MD3, válida pelo WePlay Clutch Island, o segundo qualificatório da região do CIS para o Major. Bom dia, meu amigo Bives. Fomos pegos de calça curta, hein?
Bom dia, Danzinho. Bom dia a todo mundo aí que tá nos acompanhando nessa madrugada aqui de segunda para terça-feira. E realmente, a gente não entendeu nada, né? A gente tava fazendo uma resenha aqui e de repente pulou pro pistol. E agora a Hellraisers aí já abre 1-0, Dan. Lembrando aí que esse é o pique aí da equipe da Hellraisers.
Cara, é engraçado que os caras já cortaram pra bomba plantada, tá ligado? Não foi nem tipo bom dia. Bomba plantada. Foda-se.
É tipo um freeze time, né? Tipo, não, vai começar o jogo, não. E tá bom a plantar esse vira no afterplant.
É isso. Lembrando que os jogadores que a gente tem que ficar de olho hoje são do lado CT da espada o Dexter e do lado TR o Fleric, que são jogadores que estão com rate mais alto nos últimos 3 meses. MD3 teremos Trem, Dust 2 e o Decider é o mapa que eu já esqueci. Bibon. Boa.
A equipe da espada forçou. O Dima e
Uma-
o Dexter de scout. Vivão, expectativa.
Cara, uma coisa interessante desse jogo é que a gente até tava conversando que se às cegas alguém falasse pra gente onde apostar, né? A gente apostaria na Hellraisers pelo nome, né? Pelo histórico que tem dentro do jogo, mas a Espada hoje é um time top 41 do mundo. E a Hellraisers é time, tipo, top 1.250.000. Mas
O que
a Hellraiser...
aconteceu com a nossa Hellraisers? Ô, Bivão?
Exatamente. O que aconteceu? Eles têm muito adesivo cara ali de 2014.
Sim.
E apesar de eles virem numa caída muito grande, né? Eles tiveram uma boa série com a Norte, que é um time forte.
Sim.
E ganharam, inclusive ganharam agora a trem, mas agora já foram amassados no round forçado da equipe aí da espada.
É isso aí, mano. Foram 2 kills para o Sotfic. E a equipe da espada dá o troco. E a Hellraiser vai forçar de volta. Rolou o drop de AK para o JR. Provavelmente do Jamie ou do Claric. E 1 a 1. Será que dá certo isso daí, Bivon? AK herói?
E eu acredito nisso em plug, né? Eu acho que é muito difícil quando você joga no mundo profissional você... Quer dizer, pode ter, não duvido, mas... O cara, para fazer diferença, ele tem que levar 2, 3 ali, né?
Concordo contigo, cara. Concordo contigo. Ele foi abrir ali na B e deu um pouquinho de dano no Finnegan, mas ainda a situação é favorável para a espada. Tem muito mais utilitários. A equipe da Hellraisers, apesar de ter colete, não
Só pra
tem
alinhar,
como entrar. Que foi, irmão?
Quanto você tá de tempo aí, só pra gente alinhar
1
aqui?
e 7, 1 e 6.
Nossa, parece que tá 10.
Tô 10 reais.
Não, calma aí. Você tá quanto agora?
1, 59, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 2x3, parece que estávamos errados. A equipe da Hellraiser garante mais kills. Vamos ver se o Dima consegue trazer de volta. Ele derruba C4. Faltando 40 segundos. Flashzinho em cima do bombe. O Finnegan vai capturar a HE. Não foi capturado pela HE. 2x1. Finnegan, na minha opinião, leva vantagem devido ao HP.
Caralho, se
JR
bater palma deu puxa.
vai ser papamentado. E o Finnegan vai rotacionar pra A de novo, cara. Tivesse ficado na B, talvez. Ou eles vão descer bombeiro? Pode descer bombeiro ainda. Vão descer bombeiro. O Finnegan estava no primeiro. Deixa os jogadores com 6 de HP. Faltando 6 segundos, ele pode tentar tirar C4. Não consegue de ar. Planta bomba. 1x2 para o Finnegan. O jogador TR tem que dar sorte de pegar ele de lado. Comeu ligação, já deu clear na linha. Sem defuse kit. Ele cai para o problema. E a K do JR não fez nada, o Bivão. Mas o problema de Eagle é brabo, hein? Leva 3 kills, ó.
Esses times aí, a gente já viu que essa galera do CIS aí vai jogar bem de Eagle. A Raiders passa na frente do placar e eu achei que era um round muito improvável. Um tava com 2, o outro tava com 4 ali. Deram sorte que o jogador da espada deu a volta na liga e eles conseguiram plantar a C4 e um ir pra liga CT e outro ir pra liga TR. Eles não estavam nem se spotar pra isso, né?
Verdade. JR já garante uma scout, foi pro pique no mid, trocaram um tiro ali, ele e o Dexter. O JR varou o Dexter, só que o Dexter acertou. O JR em cheio, tira 70 de HP. Sotfic forçou a equipe da espada toda forçada. A gente tava comentando dos jogadores, né, pra ficar de olho nesse campeonato, né, o Pipão. Da Gambit Youngster.
Mas que é bom. A
A
Game é uma equipe de base boa.
Sim. Eu lembro que quando os meninos voltaram da gringa, o Guerreiro falou assim, é impossível jogar contra a Gambit Youngster, os caras são muito bons.
É aquilo, né? São jogadores que eles rapidamente saem de uma organização, assim, tipo, eles rapidamente vão pra um time maior, né? Já pra quando se destaca na equipe de base. É o caso aí do Hunter e do. Foi, quando
Nexa.
foi o. E o Nexa. São o caso aí desses dois jogadores, né?
O Dima tentando levar o jogador, não consegue. Kalinka garantiu as kills, tudo nas mãos do Finnegan. Ele traz de volta uma, 1x2 de novo, a vantagem do HP de novo com CTs. Só que o JR captura ele 3-1 para Hellraisers. Quem são os senhores que estão fazendo a minha madrugada boa transmitindo a minha Hellraisers? Muito prazer, eu sou o Dan, trabalho para. A gente trabalha para as duas maiores. Meu nome é Dan, eu trabalho para a Fúria nas horas vagas. E o Bivão, meu querido amigo Bives, trabalha para Detona, arroba o que no Twitter, Bivão? Só Bives? Não, né?
Só Bives. Só Bives.
Mentira, o cara tá enjoado.
Pô. Agora que o jogo começa a pegar, né? Porque é a primeira vez que a gente vai encontrar as duas equipes full armadas, né? Teve aquele força de lá, força daqui. Espada devolveu no segundo, sucumbiu já no terceiro. E agora full buy para ambas equipes. E pela primeira vez uma WP aparece no jogo aí nas mãos do JR. Então agora sim o jogo pra gente grande começa, Dan.
Verdade. Agora sim, o primeiro full buy do jogo somente no sexto round por parte das duas equipes. O Dexter já dominou o bombeiro, vai tomar HM no pé. Só M4 sem bico na equipe CT e também só o Dexter de colete 2. Claro que ele vai gastar molotov, facinho pra cima. O Dexter vai tomar muito dano, vai cair o Dexter, impossível sobreviver. Vai tomar outra molotov, veio a smoke do coleguinha. Ah, a smoke do coleguinha salvou ele, Bivão.
Não tinha muito. E ainda consegue levar um, hein?
Ainda
Achei
consegue
que ele
levar o Flare. Toma a trade, JR de AWP, ele que é o jogador mais conhecido dessa equipe da Hellraisers, o jogador que tá mais tempo de casa também. Enquanto isso entraram no bombsite da B, o Finnegan spotou o Problem. Provavelmente vão tentar trazer C4 pra cá ou o flank do jogador que tá na B. É o problema, avançando em direção à ligação. Enquanto isso o Pats leva 2 na A. 3x2 agora, a situação favorece os CTs. Cai o Finnegan. E agora é 2x2, o bombsite da B livre. JR vai plantar bomba, Bivão 2x2.
A situação ficou favorável pra equipe da Hellraisers, né? Mas já tem um jogador ali chegando de patinete, hein? O Dexter tá pegando.
Fez muito barulho, Bivão, será? O JR cravado nele, o Dexter passa agachadinho, tentando procurar o Problem, só que o Problem tava defendendo seu companheiro, garante a outra kill. 5-1 no placar, Bives.
Fizeram o trabalho de casa aí de TR a Hellraisers, jogando muito bem, mostrando um jogo sólido, né? Apesar aí de eles virem de muitas derrotas, eles estão começando bem, tô gostando do jogo deles, onde eles estão espalhadinhos, fazendo a execução bonitinha, estão jogando bem. JR ali de AWP também consegue a eliminação dele, JR aqui no Brasil mais conhecido como Juninho. Né?
Eu não esperava, essa tu me quebrou, eu não esperava não.
Aqui no Brasil mais conhecido como Juninho. E, cara, bom, eu acho que uma equipe que ganha um mapa da trem da North pode ser considerada uma equipe forte, né, Oda? Não uma equipe forte, mas uma equipe chata de se jogar. Eu tenho uma opinião, queria saber se você compactua com ela. A North não é um time que ganha nada, mas é sempre o time que joga agora no Chopp dos Grandes.
Isso é verdade,
Eles não
cara.
ganham nada, mas eles são a pedra no sapato de qualquer time Tier 1.
E a equipe da Esport tá com a pressão que foi quem picou. Rolou uma gaizinha ali na base, parecia o Cacerato esses dias ali na trem, deu dano ali no JR, no Flark, no Jaylin, no Problem. Dano em 4 jogadores. Jaylin provavelmente já escutou, o Kalinka tá garantindo 3 kills. E acabou assim, dessa maneira, em 20 segundos, acabou o round 6-1 HR.
Juninho neles, né, mãe?
O Juninho forte demais, né? O Bivão.
Muito forte. Juninho que veio aí da Liga Amadora da Gamers Club. Se destacou hoje, tá lá na Hellraisers, um exemplo de superação. Então a gente segue o baile aqui com 6-1 da Hellraisers. E agora, Dan, a situação se complica cada vez mais pra equipe da espada, porque a cada um que eles tomam, o outro vem de brinde ali pra Hellraisers, né? Você tem numa situação econômica dessa, vai tomar um, outro vai ser... Agora a gente entra no modo Black Friday, né? 2 rounds por preço de 1.
É verdade, meu irmão. Verdade demais. Dexter de AWP, vamos ver se ele é forte. De ar vem pro pique com certeza. Errou o tiro, o Molotov já saiu do Finnegan. 5x5 a situação, 1 minuto e 20. Vamos ver se a espada consegue. Cara, isso que é o problema. Mesmo que encaixar o CT agora, né, o Bivão vai fazer 9 rounds no máximo, cara. Não é o suficiente, né? É perigoso,
Não.
né?
Vai fazer 9 no round e se fizer daqui pra frente tudo perfeito, né?
Sim. Sem cometer erros, né?
Tipo,
Fariam 9 rounds.
sem cometer. A situação aí já não tá nada agradável pra eles, porque caso eles façam 9 rounds aí, façam uma segunda metade perfeita, imagina que a Hellraisers ganhou o pistol do lado favorável do mapa. Já era, já tá empatado praticamente.
Verdade. Galera, gostaria de lembrar todo mundo que todos os campeonatos desse segundo evento de campeonatos que dão pontos pro Major serão aqui na Beyond the Summit, não é mesmo, Bivon? Então a gente vai fazer a WePlay Clutch, que vai ser o torneio do CIS. Faremos também a CS Summit, que será o torneio europeu e norte-americano, né, meu amigo?
Exatamente, Vão aguentar a gente muito por aqui ainda, né, Danzinho? Eu, você e um time aí de narradores e comentários mais patetas possíveis. Que a gente se esforça pra isso.
Do cenário. É isso aí, sorte fique dando bastante dano no problem. O Dexter ficou sozinho no bomb site da A Hellraisers executa a B, só que entra A. Lida como um livro a equipe da espada, tem que guardar com 4 jogadores. Aquele negócio, né, Bivon? Tomando 5 rounds de diferença, apostaram num bomba errado, tomaram.
Ah, não, mas eu não gosto de apostar assim, de ter essa aposta em round armado, saca? Eu vou deixar ali pelo menos apostar com 3 no máximo, saca? Tipo, pô, eu acho que vai ser B, eu vou jogar com 3 lá. Deixa 2 jogadores pelo menos, porque se eles segurarem 2 ainda tem retake. Agora você vai jogar os 4 pra lá, vai acontecer isso que vai acontecer. Eles vão, talvez ainda a equipe... É que a equipe da Hellraiser não fez isso, mas se eles fossem um pouquinho mais ousados, eles iam buscar a frag e ainda iam prejudicar a equipe da espada. Mesmo assim, já são 7 rounds, 7 a 1 de cada dia.
1 de cada dia, é verdade. A equipe da Hellraiser sobrevive com 5, espada com 4, só um jogador morreu nesse round. O Dexter conseguiu guardar a WP da sua equipe, já rolou ali o drop de M4 para o Dima. E é isso, a gente tá indo pro 9º round com uma vantagem absurda da Hellraiser de TR nessa trem.
Prendendo, né? Até pelo papo que a gente tava tendo outgame aqui, né, Dan? Que a espada tava vindo bem, que a Hellraiser não era mais a mesma. Mas aparentemente eles estavam bem aqui pela espada.
Verdade, good demais. Pats agora garante a first kill finalmente para a equipe da espada. 5x4 já o de ar traz de volta, levando o Dima também no bomb site da A.
Olha
Finnegan novamente
aí.
solando.
Olha que bonito é isso. O Juninho levando o Dimas. Não é muito
Que
brasileiro
momento,
isso.
Isso é.
Que
Isso
momento. É muito BR.
Beijão pra galera que tá no chat, é Rock Lee, Rato, Félix Cruz.
Tamo
Cara,
junto,
bom
família.
dia pra todo mundo.
E todo mundo tá chegando também aqui, né? Já tá chegando uma galera aqui pra acompanhar esse Qualify da WePlay com a gente. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
É isso, o JR consegue capturar mais um com a sua Alp, vai fazer o plant, 2 kills pra ele no round. A equipe da espada já tá com um cara que vai guardar na base TR. Kalinka ainda dando muito trabalho no fundo, fez barulho, soltou granada, impediu a rotação de 2 jogadores. E agora é o 8º ponto da Hellraisers no placar, com toda certeza.
Soltou, tacou utilitário, soltou rojão, foguetinho, fedozinho. Soltou tudo que tinha direito lá. E, cara, situação complicada, porque mais uma vez a equipe da espada vai ser obrigado. O Ralph já é da equipe da Hellraisers, né? O máximo que a espada agora pode fazer é 7. E a espada, pelo menos, agora entra numa situação, ô Dan, que se eles perderem o próximo round, eles pelo menos não vão pro eco, né? Porém, agora o estrago já tá feito. A equipe da Hellraiser aí já tá encaixando round após round. E como você disse, a espada aí lida como um livro. Nossa Hellraisers aí mostrando porque teve muitos adesivos nessa vida.
Verdade, isso é verdade, meu amigo.
Tá vendo? O Félix já falou, Dimas, primeiro vida louca da história.
Ele mesmo, ao vivo.
É tipo assim, aqueles jogadores brasileiros que saíram daqui com 16 anos e foram jogar na Rússia, sabe?
Só pode
É
ser.
o caso do Juninho e do Dimas.
O mais, capaz de ser gato ainda o Dima.
Tipo aqueles caras africanos que jogam na categoria de 14 anos, tá claro, o cara tem 35. Já viu aqueles caras? Tipo,
Sim,
o cara tá com 14 anos jogando na base da Lazio. O cara tem cara, tipo, 38. O cara já parece, sei lá, o Negueba. Ou a Hellraiser tá fazendo speedrun, né? Pra cima do...
Dominando o bomb site da A o mais rápido possível, essa equipe da Hellraisers, cara. E a WP de novo nas mãos do Dexter e de novo a WP nas mãos do JR. Vivão, será que a espada vai fazer mais um roundzinho de CT ou não? Acabou.
Ah, não, tem que fazer. Mesmo assim, a situação já é complicada, mas tem que fazer, viu? Ô, Dan, mas
o JR não quer, já abre o bomb.
De Juninho tá impossível.
É possível mesmo, vamos bater em 2 na ligação. O Sot consegue levar um, segura o spray, não garantiu aqui pra cima do Kalinka. 2x3 agora, a rotação da equipe da Hellraiser será um pouco mais lenta, mesmo com as entry kills. Smoke dentro do bomb, na verdade fecha o fundo a smoke ali dos jogadores TRs. E eles vão bater no fundo os 3 juntos. O Finnegan tá rotacionando pra lá. HE e Flash em mãos.
Mas você vê que doideira.
Russo.
A Hellraiser jogando muito direitinho, né? Ou trocando as kills instantaneamente, cara. Nossa!
Alinhou, varou, 3 HS seguidos pro Finnegan. Que leitura de jogo, que leitura de mapa do russo da espada.
Ah, já fez a dele ali pro jogo, né, moleque? Se perder, ele fala, já fiz meus 3k no fundo ali. 6 que se virem, eu quero aumento.
Não dá pra ficar matando 3 todo round.
É, exatamente. Tá achando que eu sou quem? Cacerato?
Não, aí não. Será?
Será? Mas o que importa é que já são 8-2 e golpe de sorte aí da equipe da espada, hein? Porque a Hellraiser trocou as kills ali muito bem e eles estavam na vantagem.
É verdade, cara. É verdade. Resolveram bater no fundo agora com o Dima e com o Dexter. Eu sinto que tomar tanto ponto assim de terra deixa os caras com medo, sabe, Vivão? Não jogando do jeito que eles costumariam jogar.
Você vai se prender mais, né? Você vai jogar mais recuado. Você não vai ter aquela vantagem de dar uma agressividade ali de terra de certezas que você pode ter. Realmente isso segura o jogo, mas o Juninho ali já tomou 67 de dano.
É verdade, irmão. 8-2 no placar. JR garante mais uma kill pra cima do Pats. Tá jogando demais de WP. Todo round tá pegando uma kill no mínimo com essa W. Mais uma pra ele. É o Dexter que foi estreifado. Tomou um wide pick absurdo do JR e voltou na scope.
Mas NA...
em cima do verde vai fazer um flash e vai tirar a cara, Bivão.
Mas NA spec também, hein? Não tô vendo uma kill. Não vi uma kill do Juninho até agora, Job.
Posso criticar aqui os... Não sei se você lembra os gloriosos observadores da Star Ladder ano passado.
São eles.
Foram até criticados, sim. Eu imaginei que fosse mesmo.
Assinaram aí contrato com muitas empresas aí após seu mais maravilhoso desempenho no Major.
É verdade, vamos ver o Dima de olho ali no vermelho. Sim, vai entrar o Jaylin elevado. 3x3 agora. O Dima dá muito dano. O Finnegan vai fazer HE na geladeira. O Finnegan pode pegar 2, ele não viu. Ele não explotou o bumbum do JR. 2x1 agora, assim que o Problem derruba o Dima. E o Sot, todo mundo já imagina que ele está no bomb site da B. O que é esse 169 aí de RD? Será que é round 10? O dano que ele deu esse round? É, isso mesmo. 198 agora. Sot 1x1 contra o problema. Defuse kit, tem 2 flash também. Pegou agora uma molotov, vai soltar a molotov ali atrás do verde. O próprio VP deletado, escorregado, manipulado e tudo mais. 9-2, Bivão.
Hellraisers voltou aí, espada até era promissora no começo desse round. Pelo menos eles têm dinheiro agora, né? Guardaram tanto armamento, Dan, que agora aí eles têm grana pra fazer um armado, mas cara, eu vou arriscar pra você que esse mapa já foi de base, viu?
Também tô achando.
Na minha humilde opinião aí...
Diz meu amigo Félix, mera formalidade.
Mera formalidade, cara. Detalhe que é pique da espada, né?
Sim, pressão toda neles, né? Vamos ver o que eles trazem pro ATR. Vamos ver se talvez a pressão de jogar o segundo evento vai no ponto pro meio, se ele pode errar. Finnegan garante a kill sem tomar dano pra cima do Problem. Ótimo começo de round da espada. Agora é tentar minar essas entry kills do JR com a sua WP. Sorte garante mais uma kill. Pode abrir no fundo de lado, o Dima já estava avançadíssimo. Vem pela ligação jogadores, sorte que vai conseguir uma posição um pouco melhor. JR ainda com a WP saindo da liga agora. Enquanto o Kalinka vai avançando em direção ao vazio. Pode spotar o Pat, só que ele é levado de lado, tiro na orelha. Cai o Kalinka, 5x2. Será, o Bivon, que agora vem um round convincente da espada?
Se vier um round ali perfeito, dá pra animar de fazer 6, né?
É isso aí, Dima finaliza ele, ainda vai garantir outra AWP. Sim, 2 AWPs para a equipe da espada. Terceiro ponto deles no placar.
9-3, jogo tranquilo pra Hellraisers ainda. Tem um banco ali tranquilo, se não tem mais, creio eu ali que não tem mais eco pra eles, né? Até pelo loss bônus. Então, acho que eles vão fazer pelo menos 11 aí, viu, Dan? Acho que é pelo menos 11 pra Hellraisers. E esses rounds, pelo menos esse um round aí que a equipe da espada ganha é bom pro financeiro deles. Ajuda bastante, mas a Hellraiser ainda bem superior no jogo, já vai ter pique, hein?
Os jogadores avançando, completamente cego, só te garante uma kill. O observador tá triste, meu Bibão. Perdeu as duas, cara. A treta toda ali no meio, conseguiu perder, velho. Pats agora leva o Kalinka. Jogando em volta do bomb site, ele vai pro meio de novo. Enquanto isso vem avançando nas costas do Dexter, presta atenção no radar número 5, já vindo nas costas dos jogadores terroristas. Tinha subido um bomb, não levou ninguém, o Finnegan pegou os caras de lado. Não pode, é jogador profissional, derruba a C4 o Dexter. Vai pro pique, leva o Fleric, tudo nas mãos do JR. 1x2 sem a C4, falta um minuto de round. Glock em mãos, ele pode glockar o Dexter, só que vai pegar o Dima de... Meu Deus. Pode isso, Bivão, no nível desses caras?
Meu amigo Juninho aí jogando demais e colocando os dois. Que aconteceu, Dan?
Porque
eu achava ali que ia levar
abriu nele de pistola, Bivão.
Mas você viu qual que foi a ideia deles? Vamos nós dois comer ele de pistola. A ideia foi uma merda. Falhou, mas pelo menos eles abriram junto, cara. O que eu não entendi ainda foi como o segundo jogador da Hellraisers, depois que morreu o primeiro pro cara da ligação, ainda tava na Disney ali no marrom, no meio da escada, tipo, viajando, saca?
Dormindo, tirando a sonequinha.
Depois desse round aí, a gente já pode pular pro próximo mapa, né?
Acho que já vamos pra Dust 2 daqui a pouco.
Então na virada de round a gente já volta na Dust 2. Bom, do jeito que os caras pulou pro pistol, não duvido nada, né?
Sim. Calma aí, deixa eu dar uma olhada. Agora tá parecendo que foi pique da Hellraisers.
Eu acabei de olhar isso aqui também.
Pique da Hellraisers, beleza. Primeiro mapa,
pique da Hellraisers. Eu acabei de olhar isso aqui também.
Com o seed mais alto, garantiu o segundo pique, né? Teve a escolha do terceiro mapa, né? Partida pausada.
Nossa, que arrebento. Olha que bonita essa imagem.
Os caras estão com umas transições bonitas de câmera mesmo, é verdade.
Né?
Admite,
Tá. Os caras... Não, e a gente tava até comentando, né, o Dan, fora aqui da transmissão, como a produção dos caras tá legal, né? Tá uma coisa bonita ali, tá uma parada tropical, tá bem da hora o cenário dos caras. Você percebe que foi algo que foi feito ali com muito carinho, né?
O cenário dos caras tá chique, né?
Tá brabo demais e agora já deu aquela pausezinha lá. Você sabe que apesar de você ser fúria de coração e de alma, eu dei umas brincadas com a fúria ali durante o split do CBCS, né?
Aham.
Porque eu falava que a fúria era o time do pause. É incrível como
Deu
cada
muito
jogo da Fúria
problema
durava 8
técnico,
horas.
né? Caralho, tu lembra o primeiro, velho? Fury
E Reapers.
Pelo amor de Deus, aquele jogo não acabou ainda não, pô.
Não, aquele jogo tá rolando até agora num universo paralelo. Eu achei que ia ser maior do que aquele jogo da Fúria que foi 30 e nada, 30 e todos, não sei se você lembra. Que foi o Overpass, se eu não me engano. Mano,
O Vini e o Cacerato mataram 50, né? Não lembro quem foi dos dois.
mano, eu juro pra você, era jogo da Fúria, eu virava assim pro marcado e eu falava, nossa, segura que lá vem pause, velho. E
Partida
dito e
pausada
feito.
já há um tempo, deve ser com certeza um problema técnico. A gente espera acertar. Vamos dar uma olhada nos frags. JR tá liderando o servidor, belíssima partida dele. 14-5 fora, além das interkills. Ele
Fora
tá
o show,
garantindo
né?
todo o round com a sua WP. Conseguiu agora um clutch 1x2,
De Glock.
que garante 10 pontos para sua equipe no half, cara. É muita coisa, velho.
Não, de TR na trem é embaçado mesmo, viu? Ô Dan, você tomar 10 ali, beleza que é pique dos caras, mas Você tomar 10 rounds de TRL é muito complicado. Hellraisers claramente estudou bastante a equipe da espada. Como a gente estava falando também, são muitos jogadores ali que podem vir a despontar no cenário CIS nesse campeonato,
Sim.
né? São jogadores ali que podem ter um nome, que podem se destacar no cenário internacional. Caso aí do Next e do Hunter, né? Que, sinceramente, quem era eles antes da Cr4zy no
É
Major?
verdade. Verdade, irmão. Verdade.
Não menosprezando os caras, porque hoje eles são top 1 do mundo, mas você concorda comigo que quem era eles antes do Major?
Sim. Com
Então, às
certeza.
vezes,
A
pode vir,
visibilidade era zero, né?
pode vir um JR aí, dando um exemplo só, se classificar pro Major, ser a nova estrela aí do cenário CIS, né, cara? É isso que é o interessante aí desses campeonatos menores.
Tem muito moleque surgindo, né? Nessa região, né? Sempre
Aqui no
tem,
Brasil
até
também,
a própria Navi contratou aquele Perfecto. Ninguém conhecia o cara. O cara tá jogando agora na Navi. Do lado do melhor jogador do mundo.
Ele era da Simon, não era? Ou
Eu
da
acho que era.
Cr4zy. Eu acho que era da Simon, o perfil.
Cara da Simon. 10-3 Hellraisers.
Eles podiam
São
dividir o
7
Bumble em dois,
pontos
né?
diferente. Coitadinho
Não.
do Bumblinho.
Não, o Bumble ali você faz um time Academy.
Faz. Fiz ele bem feitinho assim no...
Nossa,
Oh.
nos moldes certos, você faz 5 jogadores de 13, 14 anos ali.
Na pururuca, dá pra alimentar umas 10 pessoas ali. Bora pro jogo. 14º round, penúltimo do Ralph. Dexter vai avançar, já deu clear. Disputar a execução pra A. O Patsy, a equipe da espada, não consegue clicar. O jogador veio, ele enfiou a arma na costela do jogador, não levou ninguém, cara. 3x4 agora, o Dexter consegue rotacionar, garante uma kill. O Sotfic vai derrubar o JR, finalmente cai o JR. Sexta kill só dele no Ralph. Sotfic sambando ali em torno da Molotov. Tudo nas mãos do Jaylin, 1x3. Eu acho que agora é ponto da espada, não é possível, cara.
Ah, mas tem que ser no mínimo 5 ali pra não passar vergonha, né, Dan?
E o Sotfic garante a última kill pra cima do Jaylin. Foram 2 pra ele no round. E 4º ponto da espada no placar.
Cara, ou às vezes a gente tá falando muita groselha também, né, Dan? E a equipe, eles para ter um TR, tipo, mano, pesadíssimo e a gente não sabe. Mesmo porque no campeonato desse a gente acaba não tendo muita informação. Mas eu acho difícil.
Será que o meta da trem do CIS é TR?
Até ia ser louco, hein? Mas eu acho difícil, cara. Hellraiser tá jogando muito bem. Nossa!
Meu Deus, JR vai pro pique, derruba o Finnegan, acha que o bomb site da B está livre, não deram o clear no Dexter, o Dexter acerta o flick pra cima do Problem, vai pro repique no bomb site de cima, garante mais uma kill, JR tentando trazer de volta, é só o Dexter não estender agora, cara, ele joga de maneira inteligente, garante o 4x3 pra sua equipe, já recua, larga uma smoke e volta, enquanto isso o Kalinka vai abrindo espaço no fundo. Último round do Ralph, galera, teremos o 10-5 ou o 11-4, Bivão?
Vai garantir muito do JR. E olha a posição de bot Ulisses do Sotfic.
Oh, meu Deus. Não leva
Pareceu,
ninguém.
Parecia o bot Bert ali em cima, mano.
E a Hellraisers traz a vantagem para suas mãos de novo pela segunda vez no round. Agora vai comer o bombeiro. Meu Deus, o Dexter não conseguiu clicar. Só sobrou o Pats, um x3. Defuse kit em mãos e uma molotov. Ele vai pra cima, só que o Kalinka já tá cravado no bomb site antigo. O JR também vem pro pique. Garante aqui o 11-4. Lindo round do JR pra chegar a 17 kills em Ralph.
E eu li, hein? Falei que eles iam fazer 11.
Jogou.
Yeah.
Mandou bem demais, Bivão. Mandou bem demais.
E aí, e 11-4 aí foi realmente um passeio. Cara, você viu como o JR abriu ali? Foi bonito de ver, hein?
Abriu bonito,
Ele
mesmo,
abriu
cara, ali em cima do
sim.
bombe. Em cima do bombe não, em cima do vagão, né? Abrindo um bomb set antigo.
Sim. Jogando demais aí.
Vamos
Fazendo...
direto pro pistol. Direto pro pistol, Bivão. Sem
poucas.
pause. É isso.
pouca.
Virou e boa. O Hellraiser garante só uma granada, que é uma smoke nas mãos do Kalinka e um defuse kit nas mãos do mesmo jogador.
Olha o
essa equipe
Spectre
da
a Disney.
espada garantiu sets de granadas no Sotfic e no Finnegan. 2 smokes e 2 flashes.
Spec tá na Disney ainda. Ezek na B.
Ezek na B, rolando as smokes pra dentro do bombe. Os flashes também. Começa a entrada da equipe da espada. Tem que garantir esse pistol, que necessita muito desse round. Só que o problema não quer deixar eles garantirem mais nenhum ponto nesse jogo. Só tive que deu um pouco de dano, vai comendo o vagão do óleo, vai pegar de costas do Dima, garante uma kill. Só tive que traz de volta, 2x3, vai tentar cortar a rotação Finnegan, falta o jogador. É o JR que tá por ali, não deu dano.
Nossa.
O JR deleta ele, 12-4, meu amigo.
Ah, GG, acabou esse jogo aqui, aquele abraço. Acho que a espada não tem muita opção, já a não ser vir forçado, né, Dan? Vir pro tudo ou nada aí, já que eles perderam o piso, podia ser a chance deles de se recuperar no jogo. E acho que agora eles vêm forçado ali com duas AK-47 pra tentar trazer de volta ou aceitar que a derrota nesse jogo veio e já partir ali pra Dust 2, né? Agora uma coisa interessante pra você, Dan. Você que
Oi.
é das antigas aí, você sabia que se você subir no céu ali da trem, tem um mouse 3.0, um teclado
Sabia.
Logitech Elite. Poucas pessoas
Sabia,
sabiam
irmão.
dela. E muitas pessoas não entendem a referência.
Esse easter egg eu já tava ligado.
Maravilhoso, né? Nostálgico
Os
demais.
detalhes. Nostálgico demais, é verdade, cara. O CS tá... Os desenvolvedores do CS estão nostálgicos, né? Aquela caixinha lá do CS20 também. Ficou bonitinha, né? Várias homenagens ao jogo antigo.
Sim.
Trouxeram MP5 de volta, né?
É que MP5, né? A MP5 não tinha silenciador, né? Nas antigas.
Não, não tinha, irmão.
Ela era aquela arma que você saía pulando e atirando. Ela era tipo a Mac 10 das antigas.
O problema do 1.6 era esse, né? Pouca variedade de armas, né? Que eram realmente utilizáveis.
Nossa!
Meu amigo capturado a cabeça do Jaylen. Jaylen, agora que eu me liguei. Será que é um I? Não é um L aqui.
CL underline voleio na bala 1, mano.
O Flare que tá cravado no fundo, vem pro piquezinho pequeno. O Dima garante a segunda aqui no round. O meta da espada e da Hellraisers é TR na frente. O Dima garante mais uma kill. 4K pro Dima no round. Escorregando todo mundo de Galil, Bivão. De Galil.
Eu ia ser aquele cara que já tá gritando no server: ninguém planta C4! Não planta, não estraga o meu ace! Eu já tá correndo pelo mapa que nem um idiota. É,
Exatamente.
eu ia tá
12
correndo pelo mapa que nem um idiota.
a 4, a espada garante um belíssimo round. Vão garantir seu quinto ponto. Já foi guardar ali o problem. Provavelmente quer levar sem penal para o próximo round. Tentar garantir um pouco de bônus. Que round do Dima. Inacreditável a entrada dele no fundo. Escorregou todo mundo. Só HS de Galil. Jogou bem demais o jogador da espada.
Nossa, mas... O Dan, ele, mano, bagaçou de galhar ali. E o que já deixa a Hellraiser numa situação bem chata nesse momento, né? Porque eles recuperam nada mais, nada menos ali do que 3 M4s. A equipe da Hellraiser tem a economia quebrada. E se eles não ganharem esse agora, já começa a ficar um jogo ali um pouco aberto, né, Dan? Porque vem o sexto, vem o sétimo. E caso eles ganhem o armado, vem o oitavo, a gente já pode considerar que é um jogo aberto, né?
É verdade,
se
meu
for
amigo.
ver as possibilidades.
12-5 para Hellraisers, pagando 2 de odd para a espada na Rivery. Então, as odds, mesmo com a vitória da Hellraisers, ainda favorecem a equipe da espada, mesmo com 7 rounds diferentes. Também a ND que está patrocinando aqui a gente na Beyond the Summit. Muito obrigado pelo apoio. Espada garantindo as kills aí sem dificuldade. O Flare que tá no X4, 1x5 na verdade, ele garante ainda uma kill. Derrubou o Dima finalmente. Sexto ponto da espada no placar sem dificuldades. E agora é eco seco da Hellraisers, meu amigo.
Será que o meta dos caras é TR?
Tô achando que eles vão encostar, que é 16-12, é isso aí.
16-12? Eu acho que é um 16-10. Eu acho que é um 16. Mas mesmo assim, tipo... Você vê que as equipes hoje em dia, elas têm... Todas as equipes têm um TR muito bem estudado, né? Que eles não tem mais bobo no CS.
Verdade, verdade, cara. E esse Tier 2 do CAS, Tier 2 da Europa, é muito forte, Bivão. É muito forte, cara.
É, eu já ouvi falar isso.
Vai ver isso, cara.
Que esses caras Tier 2 lá na Europa, tipo, os caras eles são muito bons taticamente, né? Eles podem não ter aquela mira chiclete, mas taticamente eles são muito evoluídos.
Verdade, cara. 6 pontinhos pra espada, eles estão em busca do sétimo, eco seco da Hellraisers, não devem ter dificuldade em garantir esse round. O Dima vai entrando completamente seco no fundo, com a sua casinha headline em mãos, o bomb set tá livre, foi um stack lá na B.
É isso.
É
já
isso aí,
achou o
Bivão.
set
Sem maiores
livre.
dificuldades. Acho que pontinho da espada, só trazer a C4 mesmo. Mera formalidade. O Finnegan vem agora entrando com a bomba. Vai smocar ainda a liga. Só que o Dima vai ficar ali coladinho na liga. Vai comer, inclusive recebe um flash. Não. Não recebe um flash, não avança. Bomba plantada, 10 jogadores vivos.
É aquele momento que você tem que ser esperto, né, o Dan? Você não precisa caçar os jogadores da Hellraisers. Você sabe que é com o seco deles, eles não têm colete, não tem nada. Então, pra que você vai entregar um armamento de graça pra eles? Por mais que seja uma Galil, né? Se tivesse uma Mac 10 ali daí pra farmar alguma coisa, eu até entenderia. Mas tirando isso, eles não têm por que ir pra cima. E agora cabe a Hellraisers aí tentar recuperar algum armamento na saída deles. Mas já foram spotados.
Verdade, o Finnegan nem consegue cair. O Sotfic vai levando jogadores com a sua M4 de bico, garante 3 kills. Ainda perde, vai ter que fazer recompra em 2 jogadores a equipe da espada. Não que preocupe eles, praticamente nem financeiramente. Porém, a Hellraisers pode garantir uma arma? Não, sem armas, distância absurda. Vem pra recompra a equipe da espada em 2 jogadores. 12-7, meu querido amigo Beavis. E agora Fubai.
Fubai
de AW.
recomeça o jogo de AW e, querendo ou não, para um round eco seco que no Afterplant tinha 10 jogadores vivos, para Hellraiser ter tirado 2 armas é lucro demais, né, Dan? Então, eles ali estão no lucro, não deixam se consolidar tanto a economia da espada. E agora o bicho vai pegar.
Agora o bicho vai pegar. 13-7, o Dexter já abre a contagem, levando o próprio JR. A briga de AWPs nessa partida tá incrível. Ainda teremos 2 inferno caso necessário. Entrada do Dima de novo. O Dima tá escorregando todos os adversários, Vivão. É o White Pick pra cima de White Pick. Dupla HE pra cima do Flarik. 4x3, meu amigo.
TR é o meta.
TR é o meta do CIS. Entrada pra B, ninguém espotou. Meu, mano. Vivão, cena dessa é de largar o mouse, né?
Nossa, cenas lamentáveis.
Fazendo entrada no bomb set da B, 3x3 ainda, porém bomba plantada e a parte CT do fundo do bombe completamente dominada. O Finnegan e o Soft que ainda poderiam picar a base CT. Vamos ver, o Finnegan pegou o off-angle, veio pra cima dele o Kalinka, perdeu a WP, o Problem garante a trade, ainda tem mais um jogador no CT que é deletado pelo Soft e o Problem já foi guardar 7 pontos, vira 8 e a diferença vira 4.
Ah, mas eu falei que eu falei que se eles fizessem isso aí, o jogo começava a apertar e o Problem foi um idiota, né? Porque além de ele deixar 3 jogadores passar, não levar nenhum, ele ainda não avisa os seus companheiros que a C4 foi plantada aberta lá pra frente e os caras dominaram um CT. O cara não serviu nem pra passar info.
Se ele tivesse deixado os caras passar, ele pegava todo mundo de costas, Bivão. Não, o cara
É o
vai
que
lá e
eu-
atira na hora que o último tá passando. Puta merda.
É o que eu faria, mano. Deixaria todo mundo passar, falar, ó, passou 1, 2, 3, e abrir cima, ver se tem alguém, e depois você pegar o primeiro plantando, o segundo, o terceiro, o quarto e o quinto, e esse pro bivão.
É isso aí, esse pro Vivão. Clipa aí, chat. E bora.
Para, molecada tem que aprender muito ainda.
12-8, o Dexter abre no bomb site da... O Dexter tá louco. Abriu sozinho de AWP, sem suporte nenhum na A. Explotou jogadores avançando no fundo, provavelmente deve ter dado aviso para sua equipe. O Dima já traz a C4.
Virou português de Portugal agora?
Virei.
De sua
virei.
equipa?
Sua equipa e o Finnegan já tá lá no bomb site antigo. Bomba plantada. JR vai guardar a WP com toda certeza, né, o Bivon? Vai tentar, pelo menos, né?
Depende, ó o Finnegan aí.
Eu achei que ele tava lá
Na
no fundo,
boca.
cara. Eu olhei o radar errado.
Olha o Finnegan
Beleza,
podendo jogar
o
um shot.
Shotfic. Derruba HS de graça. Kalinga tá por ali também. O Finnegan garante as 2 kills do bomb site antigo. Garante mais uma WP pra equipe TR caso eles queiram. Só que não cabe, né, o Bivon? 2 WP de TR. Só quem é louco, né?
Ah, cara, na trem eu acho que cabe, viu? Se eu te falar que na trem eu acho que cabe.
KNG falando de AWP na trem de TR.
Não queria no seu
Funciona, né?
time?
Porra.
Ou tipo, pega 2 cachorro louco, tipo KNG e o Art.
Sim, aí ia ser melhor ainda, hein, irmão. Vou
Vai,
te falar.
vai ser os 2 loucos rushando de AWP. Sai da frente que eu abro. Eu sempre uso os 2, tipo, de referência ali como AWP cachorro louco, né? São 2 AWPs ali que não estão nem aí pra nada, né?
Verdade, irmão. Partida pausada. por parte da Hellraisers. 12-9, devem estar preocupados. Garantiram somente um ponto de CT que foi o Pistol. Depois mais nenhum. Bomba tem sido plantada com certa facilidade. Sot fica começando a encaixar algumas balas. Já chega em 19 kills. Empata com o JR. E matou somente 2 nesse half. Deve estar preocupado.
Gastou tudo que tinha pra gastar ali de...
Tá com cara de espada, hein?
É, tá com cara de espada. E olha que eu vou pagar minha língua porque eu já tinha cravado que era jogo da Hellraisers, né? Mas também não tô tão errado, né, Dan? Porque pelo CS que eles estavam apresentando de TR ali, parecia que ia ser um massacre. Aí eles ganham o pistol. Tô errado? Não tô tão errado assim, né?
Não tá, irmão.
Minha
não
previsão.
tá.
Aí eles perdem aquele forçado, aparentemente o psicológico não é o forte da Hellraisers, né?
Aparentemente não. Partida pausada agora, o pause técnico. Sabe o que aconteceu? Sem informações por aqui.
Enquanto isso eu vou comendo meu pingo de ouro aqui. Salgadinho bom.
Boa. Daqui a pouco o Dust.2 e o Decider será inferno. Eu não entendi aí naquela HUD dos mapas. Eles botaram que estão agora em último. Decider no meio. Dust.2 em primeiro.
É porque aquela hora a Trin tava no meio, né? A hora que a gente
Tava.
falou que era pique da Hellraisers.
Tava. Exótico, no mínimo.
Eu acho que CIS é um bagulho que você não tem que entender.
Só sente.
Você só tem que aceitar.
E vive.
É,
E vive.
você só vai.
Sente e vive.
Ó, kitzinho bonito. Essa Doppler aí com essa Vice.
Aí, pause técnico por enquanto. Aguarda a volta aí do jogo.
Foram ligar o barbudão.
Será?
Outro dia eu falei, tava na live do CBCS, aí eu falei que o cara ligou o mosquito. Você acredita que ninguém entendeu o que eu falei?
É isso, pô.
Falei, o cara ligou o mosquitão, ninguém entendeu. Os caras, mosquito. Eu falei, meu Deus, tô velho.
O que aconteceu com esses jovens, ô Bivão?
Não sei, cara, não sei. Eu tô me sentindo um senhor de idade.
Assim, uma senhora de idade.
Falei, meu Deus, Frajola, ninguém entendeu.
Essa fase é triste, meu Bivão. Tem votos aí. Partida pausada ainda. O Razors já garantiu sua compra. O JR vem com a WP. O Kalinka também. Sem granadas nos dois. A equipe da espada vem no full buy, tanto de utilitários quanto de armamento. 12-9. Lembrando que a Hellraisers virou o Ralph 11-4.
E ganhou
Garantiu
o
o
pistol.
pistol. E aí depois foi só bomba atrás de bomba.
Não, e detalhe, olha o dinheiro do time da espada, o Dan. Parece que os caras usam Game Shark.
Clapalcios no The Sims, né? Um clássico.
Né? A
Daqui
situação
a
ali
pouco, ao vivo aqui, Bivon, na Beyond the Summit, Forze versus Cr4zy, beleza?
É isso, Cr4zy ali. Né, a equipe de base de Nico e Nexa. Não, desculpa, Hunter e Nexa.
Forze que negou a venda do Fleet para Navi. Quando o... Quem foi o último que parou agora? Foi o...
Tanto cara parando.
O Kalinka errou um tiro. Vai pro Rei de Guerra de novo. Meu Deus do céu. A C4 passa para o bombe. Bomba plantada. 5x4 retake da equipe CT. Só tem uma smoke e 2 smokes e um defuse kit. Vamos ver o problema cravado aqui na smoke. O Dexter tá do outro lado de AWP. Vai usar como uma shotgun, né, Bivon? E o problema vai avançando cada vez mais. O problema vai pegar o Dexter de lado. Consegue garantir uma kill. É deletado pelo Finnegan que tá dentro do bomb site. Ele vem pra cima dele. Pega ele de lado. 1x3 sorte. Fique garante o primeiro. 1x2. Pode molotovar a bomba. Ele gasta a molotov agora. O Kalinka garante a kill. Pode smocar a bomba. Veio a smoke. Ele gruda no defuse.
Não dá tempo.
Não tem tempo. 10º ponto da espada. Vivão.
Ah, mas esse maluco de AWP tinha que tomar uns tapas também, né? Pelo amor de Deus, olha os tiros que ele errou, Dan. Oh.
Kalinka vacilou ali, velho. Era 3 kills ali pra ele nesse round.
Ele pegou 3 caras de lado, não acertou um. Oh, tinha 5 caras entrando, ele conseguiu errar 3 tiros com 5 caras de lado.
Coitado, cara. Isso é triste,
É.
velho.
Coitado dos meus olhos, tem que ver isso.
Aí é mais triste, mano.
Nossa senhora. E agora, o 12º é muito realidade pra espada. O 11º, na real. Se perderem Se eles ganharem esse, eles viram o jogo, viu?
Também tô achando, Bivão. 12-10. Novamente, 2 AWPs na mão do Hellraisers. Foram as duas que eles conseguiram guardar do último round. O JR e o Kalinka estão com elas. A equipe da espada cravou o round mesmo, perdendo todo mundo. Belo trabalho do Sot, fica de pé. Meu Deus, amigo, varadíssimo. Deixa já 3 jogadores da Hellraisers praticamente ralfados, né? Só o Flare que tá com 70 ali também, mas um tiro de AWP no pé já mata, né, Bivão? Isso aí faz muita diferença, né? A gente sabe, né?
Com certeza, mas o que... Aparentemente o meta dos caras é muito TR mesmo. Os caras estão jogando muito organizadinho durante TR, a equipe da espada. Estão me surpreendendo até por eu admitir que era uma equipe que eu não conhecia muito.
É verdade, Ezek de Smokes para o bomb site da B, cravado no cima. O Problem resolve avançar, ainda tem o suporte do Kalinka, vão entrando no bomb site, o Dima ainda entra sem mirar no Problem, cai mais um jogador, é o Kalinka levando o Patsy, 3x5, boa plantada, vão pro retake, o Dexter já colou na ligação CT. O Dima vai avançando pelo óleo, vai pegar o jogador de lado. É o Dima quem finaliza ele mesmo, com o Dexter se entregando. 2x4, ninguém sabe que o Dima tá por ali. Ah não, Bivon. Mais um erro cometido pela equipe da Hellraisers. 1x2 de novo, situação de clutch para o Sotific. Ele já spota o primeiro jogador, vai tentar ficar no meio do bomb. Vai pra cima, garante aqui pra cima do Problem. 1x1. Fark fazendo muito barulho. O Sotific vai jogar no tempo agora. Tem defuse kit, jogador CT, vai comer ele em cima do óleo. Clutch para o Sotific. 2 kills no round, garantindo o 11º ponto da espada. Que maestro.
Ah, mas mais uma vez, mérito pro Dima ali, né? Que bagaça 3 kills. Com esse avanço no óleo, o round era muito promissor pra equipe da Hellraisers. E Yoda, esse foi o round aí pra desestabilizar os caras da Hellraisers de vez. E eu agora acho que a espada vai atropelar e vai ser 16-12, como você disse.
Será, irmão? Jogão aí,
Não,
Bivon.
porque de CT a Hellraisers não fez nada.
Será que o Pats é IGL? Não é possível, né? Tem que ser, né?
Talvez. Mas se for um baita do IGL, né? Porque estão lendo muito bem a equipe da Hellraisers. E, mano, que apagão, hein? Que apagão da equipe da Hellraisers. Fizeram mais difícil. De área esquecer os braços do lado do CT, do ATR.
Aparentemente não. Aparentemente o IGL é o Sotific mesmo, que tá liderando o servidor. Vai entender, né, Bivão?
Tem dia que os caras... Mano, foi o que eu falei. CIS você não entende, Oda. Só sente. Isso podia virar um bordão, né?
É verdade.
CIS você não sente. Você não entende, você só sente.
Dexter de AWP tá cravadinho ali no fundo, enquanto o Dima vai avançando. O Dexter fica cravado na direita, os jogadores da Hellraisers tomando umas posições um pouco mais passivas, esperando que os jogadores da espada entrem na mira deles. JR com a sua Eagle no fundo. Então tá com um cara que vai avançar, Dexter tá cravado no pixel. C4 ainda não veio, 1 minuto de round ainda, bastante tempo pra trazer a bomba. Sotific vai trazer ela junto com seu companheiro, com o Patsy. Liga já desce do bombeiro, já vai abrindo ali um pouco do bomb site. JR deletou o Dexter, o Dima consegue trazer de volta levando o J-Lane. Vai fazer smoke no bomb site antigo, o smoke não ficou das melhores. Deixou uma brecha absurda. Dupla granada ali na ligação. Mais uma kill por JR. A Eagle dele tá chiclete, adolescente. Mirinha adolescente. Sotific dentro do bomb. Spamando ali o smoke, o Sotific abre, não leva ninguém, 2x4, será que mais uma situação de clutch com a bomba plantada que a espada vai levar? Bivon, 2x4. Pirinha vai spamando a smoke, não tem ninguém grudado na C4, o Pats escutou demais o JR fazendo barulho, vai marotar todo mundo. Esse round é do Pats, não grudou na C4 ainda ninguém, acabou todas as kills saindo a favor da Hellraisers, mais uma Molotov que garante mais um round, 12-12 no placar. Bives, que round feio.
Que round feio, eles até encaixaram as balas, mas voltando àquilo que você falou, né, provando aí que você, como sempre, tem a razão, você vê como a disciplina tática dos caras é muito boa, né? Eles guardaram a Molotov ali pro final do round, segunda Molotov já que a espada consegue fazer com que ganhe o round e naquele round ali que o Dimas levou 3 e não sei quem ele ganhou o clutch com os outros dois, você pode ver que em nenhum momento ele pensou na kill, ele se escondeu atrás dos vagões, ele ganhou tempo até onde ele pôde. Então a equipe da espada ali, taticamente falando, é uma equipe que tá me surpreendendo de uma maneira positiva, Dan.
Verdade, cara. Benedoso, jogaram tudo no TR pra passar essa vergonha de CT, cara. Tá difícil, hein, irmão. Não tá fácil pra Hellraiser. Vamos ver a entrada pra A, o Patsy garante uma entry kill muito bonita pra cima do J1, o JA garante a trade, o Flark também. Mais uma kill saindo a favor da Hellraisers, finalmente com a vantagem no início do round. É 4x3 a favor da HR. Já vai rotacionando com a C4 tanto o Dexter quanto o Sotific. Voltam para o bomb site da A, estão ali na ligação, colados no TR, enquanto isso o JR tá sem paciência, vai avançado no fundo, escolpado.
É, aí ele é pescado e tá tudo igual.
Aparentemente 10
Aparentemente
da manhã, precisamente, 25º round, Bivão.
Aparentemente aí o Diaren rosqueou o braço de volta, viu?
Conectou o USB, o barbudão.
Conectou.
Totti fazendo a entrada em direção ao vazio, ele vai ser pego de lado pelo Problem. Na verdade, é o Kalinka que tá por ali. O Sot fica escuta o tiro, mas resolve não mirar no jogador. Ainda ficou de olho no bomb site. O Sot vai fazer a molotov na ligação. Enquanto isso, o Finnegan vai fazendo barulho na B. Só que a C4 tá pra A. Conseguiu rotacionar o Dexter, trazendo a C4. O Finnegan derruba um, o Dexter outro. Vai ter espaço pra plantar a bomba. Um dropou pro outro, bomba no chão. Bomba no chão, o Dexter consegue pegá-la de volta. Já rotacionou o Sot, que só tem que ficar vivo, né? Tá com 4 de HP, tem que fazer barulho. O Dexter garante HS pra cima do Flark. Kalinka, 1x3. Ele spota o Dexter, toma dano das costas do Finnegan. Kalinka tentando levar os jogadores. 23 de vida pra ele, muito difícil a situação. Levado pelo Dexter. Bives, que round do Dexter. E amigo, era 5x3. Acabou com os 3 jogadores da espada viva.
Era 5x3, 8 rounds de vantagem para a equipe da Hellraisers, que foi de base. E eu falei, Dan, se a equipe da espada ganhasse aquele round, a virada ia acontecer. E realmente aí aconteceu. 13-12 para a equipe da espada. Os caras estão jogando bem demais. Óbvio, eu acho que a Hellraisers está totalmente apagada, Dan, mas se a gente for botar ali nos méritos também, a espada tá jogando demais, né, cara? Eles são uma equipe ali muito disciplinada.
É verdade, cara. A disciplina tá absurda novamente. O full buy da Hellraiser. Ah, o Jalen aloprou agora. Falou, agora me consagra.
Agora se consagra.
2 AWPs na mão da Hellraiser, só que o jogador dele já entrega a primeira kill da sua MP9. JR agora tá numa situação estranha. Não sei se o Kalinka não tem flash, os jogadores da A não tem flash pra ele, vão avançando, deletado pelo Dexter, que tava cravado, não ia errar esse tiro. 13-12 e 5x3 a favor da espada. Bivon.
Ele tava naquela situação meio festa estranha com gente esquisita, né? Tipo, como é que eu saio daqui? Mas o Jalen ali foi muito esperto, né? Meu último armado da minha equipe, o que eu vou fazer? Rushar que nem uma batata.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Bivon.
Oh boy. Mas méritos pra espada aí que soube se aproveitar dos vacilos, né, da Hellraisers. E quantos clutches, né? Quantos rounds virados ali também. Olha isso, Flirt parado ali. Não, tá calor, vou ficar na lareira aqui.
Tomou 40 de dano da molotov, deixa o Dima levava ele. Garante mais uma kill, só sobrou o Problem. Vamos ver se ele consegue dar problema pra risos. RS, KKJ. 14º ponto da espada, o Problem vai tentar guardar essa M4, só que ele já tá sendo rushado pelo fim do negócio de pique. A briga foi feia, teve dedo na cara, teve voz alterada, teve tudo que tem uma discussão, mas deu espada 14-12, ultrapassa as 20 kills aí o Finnegan. Do lado do CT, somente o JR clicando.
Não, e o Juninho ali já tacou o modo foda-se, né? Já comprou e falou, vocês não querem comprar pro meio de vocês. E olha aí o filtro VHS, você viu?
Gostei, mano. Eu gostei demais, velho. Jalen ali aloprou também na escada, hein, cara. Vamos comentar, velho.
Nossa, ele anarquizou o round.
14-12. Entrada do Finnegan no meio. Não pegar ninguém. O Dima agora vai escorregar novamente. Os piques do Dima são muito bonitos, o Bives. O strafe dele é bonito, cara.
A strafe bala, né?
Cara, strafezinho, tira os caras de posição e bala. 14-12, 27º round, galera. A equipe da Hellraiser precisa de só 2 pontinhos pra empatar, o que não é nada, né, Bivão?
O jogo tá aberto ainda, mas pelo andar da carruagem aí, eu acho que a espada leva, né? Ou não, né? Sei lá,
Ele faz um ótimo avanço na ligação pra levar o Dima, deixa a situação favorável pra sua equipe. Equipe CT com a vantagem. O problema é isso aqui. Problem na B. Não foi piada agora. Problem e JR na B sem bombas, Bivão.
Será?
Estão entrando, tentando a trade kill, não conseguem, só sobrou o Dexter 1x4. Dexter 1x4, trocou a WP pela K, já spotou mais um jogador, tá confiante demais na mira, ele garante mais uma kill. Spotou o jogador em cima do bombe. Vai molotovar suas costas, tem 30 segundos pra pegar C4. Plantar, ainda tem a WP ali ainda em mãos. Vai trocar por outra K, garantiu mais uma granada. Set completo de granadas. 2 flashes, uma molotov, uma smoke, vindo pelo cima já o flare que vai spotar ele logo logo. Vai pegar as notas de costas, não, o Dexter garante mais uma kill. O J-Lane salva o round pra Hellraisers com 3 kills.
Salva o round ali, o que ele cagou num round passado, ele salvou nesse, né, Dan? Porém, o jogador da espada aí machucou muito, né? A economia da equipe da Hellraisers aí, então eles não têm aquela compra completa, eles não têm a economia sadia. Você pode ver ali que tem uma MP9, tem uma Famas, então ainda belicamente a vantagem é da equipe da espada.
É verdade, irmão. Detalhe que se a Hellraisers perder esse round, acabou o jogo. Porque não tem grana, Bivão. Zero economia. Vamos lá. 28º. De AWP, o Dexter na ligação, dando uma olhada ali no fundo. Tomou um pouco de dano, problema aqui na B. O Patsy tava com um cara que ia rushar ele. Fez um pouco de barulho, mas acabou recuando. 14-13, Bivão. 4 jogadores da Hellraisers apostando no bomb set da A.
A situação agora pode ser complicada se a espada fizer a aposta no bomb site errado, que é aparentemente o que vai acontecer ainda. Esse jogo aí pode ser dramático, cara.
Verdade, meu amigo, é verdade. Faltando 50 segundos, vamos ver qual que é a ideia da espada. Já gastou todas as suas granadas a Hellraisers. Execução para o bomb site da A, 2 smokes e flash. O Dima vai ser o bode expiratório, vai ser o kill de piranha. Consegue HP, ele entra, garante a trade o Patsy. Deu tudo certo por enquanto. O Flaric ainda escondido do bombeiro. O Patsy vai dar o HS pra cima do Kalin, que finaliza ele. Dexter garante mais uma kill. 3x2 agora. Patsy é pego de lado pelo JR. 2x2. 20 segundos. Meu amigo, que balão do Dexter. E agora só o Problem vivo. O Finnegan spot ele indo pro fundo e fala: amigão, abraço, ó. Peguei meu patinete da Uber e fui. Bomba plantada no bomb set da B.
Aí azedou de vez pro Problem. Tá parecendo o John Travolta lá no Top Fiction.
Perdidinho, perdidinho.
Ah.
1x2 pro Problem e ele vai pra cima. Achei que ele ia pegar a WP e guardar, cara. Não.
Não, mas eu iria. Eu acho que é um clutch ali. Se ganhar. Se
Joga
perder
moral
também, eu
no
acho que.
time, né? Então, se
É,
perder,
e eu acho
muda
que não
nada,
é
né?
essa. Eu não acho que é essa WP que ia fazer a diferença agora. Os caras cagou no pau o Ralph inteiro. Não é uma WP no último round que ia mudar muita coisa, né?
É verdade, cara. 15-13 são 2 match points que a equipe da espada tem. Estão muito melhor armados. A Hellraisers ainda conseguiu garantir 2 faminhas para sua equipe. O resto vem de Shotgun, Scout e MP9. Meu, JA sobreviveu porque Deus quis, hein, ô Bivão.
Não era o dia dele, né?
Se não acreditava em Deus, agora começou a acreditar o JR. Jelen garante mais uma kill de famas. Novamente é ele, com seus altos multikills no bomb site da A, tá trazendo tranquilidade para sua equipe.
E aquele jogador que ou entrega ou resolve, né?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another beautiful night of ANZ Champs for Counter-Strike. We are going to be bringing you all the action, and again, I am, of course, joined by my good friend Cr4zy. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, not too bad. It's been a pretty productive day for me, and looking forward to continuing it because tonight, the matches, man, they are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they are pretty spectacular, and before we delve in, look, there has been a couple of upsets so far in ANZ Champs. Avant are already gone. I did not expect that one. You know, you would have thought they probably were going to make that upper run in the upper bracket, and then they got knocked out last week in the lower bracket. So crazy things could have happened. I don't feel like, did we get to cast the upsets?
No, we didn't. I mean, it was the dynamic duo, Jordan as well as Mitch, that got to cast them, and it was a bit of a shame. Obviously, we did manage to tune in. I mean, Truckers with attitudes, what can you say? Coming in with attitude. I mean, since then, I think this is the big problem for them now, is trying to cause more upsets. Obviously, the 2-0 over Renegades, taking a look at the bracket, that's pretty much the highlight of last week. Yes, you can say
I would put it as well, surely. But look, as you can see today, we do have two pretty exciting games. Now, you've got Order taking on Truckers with Attitude, who everyone is hoping can maybe pull another upset, you know, keep it very entertaining. If not, Order probably going to be looking for that sort of 2-0, maybe a 2-1 if Truckers bring their A game. And then first match of the night is actually going to be Renegades taking on Paradox. Now, Paradox, they did pull the upset up against Avant already. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it against Renegades, but Truckers already have. So we'll see if Renegades are on the back foot. We'll see if pretty much how they feel today, because if they are not on their A game, there is a chance that Paradox could make that upset happen.
yeah, I mean, it's a tiny chance, but still, like we're saying right now, is that this has really been the season of upsets so far, and I mean, there's also the potential of more upsets occurring. I mean, I was taking a look towards the next stage as well. I mean, obviously we're talking about the matchup between Paradox and Renegades, and maybe I'm looking too far ahead, but stage 2 also looking like there's a huge chance of upsets as well with some of the teams coming forward. Really keen, honestly. This season's shaping up to be just one that's unpredictable and just exciting. You're kind of just at the edge of your seat, waiting for the results to come out. And man, like I said, what a better way to start off with Paradox versus Renegades, where Paradox is really a team that can punch above its weight at occasional times, and Renegades kind of, I guess, fluctuating a little bit. Still, look, their loss against TWA, obviously a little bit of an upset, a huge upset, but now it's coming down into the lower bracket. That's the part where you start getting a little bit scared for these teams that are versing against the full force of Renegades.
Okay, now I'm excited as well, because we have the Paradox lineup here, but there is a new name in there. There is Danger. So Danger has gone and filled the slot for Paradox at the moment. We were speaking about Versa being one of those up-and-comers. Danger as well. I really want to see what he can do at this caliber of gameplay, because it has been, you know, a whole lot of the Eccles show so far. Verse has been pretty good, considering he is one of the newer up-and-comers in the scene. But now they've got two up-and-comers in the team, and if they can even make this look competitive against Renegades, I'm going to say that's a win in my book.
It's so interesting because now, like, thinking back to it, like, Danger is actually an alias that's been around for a while in the amateur scene, right? It's not like, yeah, you can say he's an up-and-comer because he's so young. I mean, he used to play with, if memory serves me right, because I'm an old man, right? Might be going through the early stages of dementia at this stage. He used to play on Corvid AJs with Apoc Dud to put it in the same caliber, right? So now it's good to see this come back. Definitely hasn't, I'd say he hasn't had the experience playing at the top level, but obviously Paradox has picked him up for a reason. I believe they picked him up as an IGL as well, correct? Or
I'm not 100% on that one. I would have to check it, but I believe he's probably got what it takes to do all the calling. And anyway, we do have Renegades to blitz through as well. You know them, you love them. There they are: Dexter, Hats, Int, Malta, and Sicko. And if they are all playing their A game tonight, they are probably going to make this a bit of a dilemma for Paradox.
I don't think it's going to be a dilemma. Renegades are just going to go, you're going to lose. We're not going to even offer you a second chance here. You just take it. There's no refunds, right? So for Renegades, obviously losing that... look, just to put a bit of context in terms of what I think of their defeat to TWA, two very close maps where I'd say that Renegades kind of came in with a bit of a limp effort. They just came off winning DreamHack at the stage. I think they had 1 or 2 days at most. Was it, I think, just a single day worth of break? You're coming into a lineup against, like, TWA, for example. Oh no, we've lost there in the upper bracket where we had in Lifeline. And you can see just pretty much when they come down to the lower bracket against Avant, which Avant took a really close series in, you see that Renegades have a perfect read of the situation, take it 2-0, and a pretty comprehensive 2-0 at the end of the day as well. So they're not going to be too perturbed about dropping down to the lower bracket and making that run there. It just means they're going to try a little bit harder.
And I feel like they should. You know, obviously they're coming in and did this as the favourites. They've been looking very decent. Recently, it's just a couple of times where they have fallen short. They've started to lose a couple of maps. And I would like to say that up against Truckers with Attitude, they let Vertigo go through for like one of the first times, as far as I'm aware, that we've seen them play it, that I've seen them play it personally. And it didn't look amazing. Truckers, they certainly brought their A game, and I don't know, if they let that into the map pool again, that's going to be scary.
But like I said, I mean, you can look at the map pool and whatnot and go like, oh, maybe they shouldn't be playing Vertigo against teams like TWA, but the reality of the fact is that they just came into there just playing like their lounge game pretty much. It's and this is still the stage. I mean, you still have to be talking about Renegades here. They've gone from, all right, we're lounging back, 50 degrees, kind of chilling in the game now, to maybe pulling it up to about 20 degrees. They're still going to be lounging. I mean, they're still going to be looking at Paradox and going, these guys should be easy for us. But at the same time, they're not going to take it so haphazardly like last time, like TWA. They have no more lives, and they're going to take this a lot more seriously.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do, because I would like to see a very competitive series. And in terms of Renegades, I haven't seen them look like the Renegades we know and love for a while. I really want to see them step back up to the top and just blitz all these teams that are up against them.
It's always the case of, look, they're the top dog at the moment. Whenever a team's going to be versing Renegades, guess who's going to be doing the demo prac? It's not going to be Renegades looking at a team like TWA, because why would they demo review a team like TWA? Why would they review a team like Paradox? But on the flip side, right, you're going to be pouring over every single demo of Renegades at this time. That's always the peril of, once you elevate yourself into a top team inside the region, you do actually just trying to figure out how to finish the sentence now that I've butchered it.
I'll give you a second to think about it. Because,
okay,
Kev,
sure.
We have the vetoes ready.
Okay, excellent.
We're going to have a quick look at the vetoes, then we will continue your point before we jump into the action. So I don't want to be wasting any time. I want to see what we aren't going to be playing. Let's just bring up the band scale and get them up there. All right, so no nuke for Paradox and no train for Renegades. Kev. It's Vertigo. Vertigo's still in the map pool.
Yeah, I think it's at this stage, I mean, if Paradox decides to pick Vertigo, fair enough to them. Renegades also might decide to pick Vertigo as well. It's just always that case of, I remember my analogy now, right? You have a laser point on your chest when you're in the top in the region. And the reason why I feel like TWA, now they're starting to not get the success that we saw in the best of ones now, it's because everyone's gone, they can beat Renegades, we're taking them a little bit more seriously, and you can just see instantly that upset potential is just disappearing for TWA. So, look, obviously, we have to talk more about that later tonight. Focusing on the series right now, Renegades aren't going to be perturbed. We've seen them pick Dust 2 into teams they lose against on Dust 2 quite frequently. They're very confident in their gameplay. Yeah, and look, I feel like, Train out of there, that's a pretty good decision. Luke's been looking very dangerous on the AWP, but there's still a bunch of maps left in this pool where Luke could fire on all guns. So I feel like he's going to have to be the key player for Paradox to make an upset happen against Renegades tonight. I feel like Renegades will have to focus him and just try to lock him down to make sure that doesn't happen. But let's see where we will be playing on the first two maps. If we get to a third, we'll see where we go. Oh my, what? Yeah, so not too surprising there that Mirage has picked up. And look for Renegades. Okay, once again, you have to look at the context and why they're picking Vertigo, right?
Okay, all right.
This is by all means, you're looking at them going, oh, they lost against TWA, they should never pick this, but then you're not looking at the context of why Renegades are picking this right now. You need to get map practice against some of these lower tier teams, and you need to practice your maps, because if you're dropping these maps against TWA and Paradox, then it gives you actually more things to work on, right? Because scrims give you one thing, officials give you another thing. And what better to do it against a team that you're very heavy favorites against, where you're practicing on one of your weaker maps? Makes sense.
This is a low bracket, Kev. This is D-Day for one of these teams. And Renegades is taking risks right now. They're taking big risks, I'd say.
They're justified, and they're allowed to, in my mind. Look, it's for... I mean, we can continue looking at the map picks and whatnot, but Renegades are coming into this with full confidence at the end of the day, right? Yes, you've dropped a best-of-3 series. It's the first best-of-3 series that you've dropped in a long time, but in the context of things, it doesn't mean anything. When you really think about it, they're not out of a tournament. They can still make finals. They can still win stage 1. So they're not going to be too perturbed about that. I'm not going to be too perturbed about that as we look at the rest of the bands.
Well, let's have a look here. It's
Dust 2.
No Overpass, no Inferno, and it is going to be Dust 2. So Mirage, Vertigo, Dust 2. I feel like this is still, I feel like Mirage and Dust 2 are heavily playing into the hands of Renegades here, whereas I feel like Vertigo is more playing in the hands of Paradox.
I can't remember the last time Paradox have played Vertigo, to be honest. So it's a case of maybe Paradox aren't too crash hot at Vertigo. They got something prepared. Who knows?
well, I guess we'll have a look once we get into it and see how they perform. They could be on their A game tonight, you know. We'll see if these teams have been, you know, focusing on the right game, or if they've been taking some breaks since DreamHack since last week. You know, you got Renegades after that loss. They probably took like a little bit of time to sort of gather themselves, gather their thoughts, and you know.
Didn't they
pick
just
up
beat
their
them on
game.
the day afterwards?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
I think they've gathered everything that they needed to. Look, once again, I hate to obviously counteract your point, because I do agree. It is like everyone out there watching is like, why are these guys picking Vertigo? But you have to remember, this is a championship caliber team, right? Yes, they're in the lower bracket, but this is the part where it's just so dangerous for these underdogs to verse, because all of a sudden you're going to verse a team that's not going to be very complacent in their gameplay. They're actually going to bring out their serious game when it comes to it.
Yep.
And this is the part where they're going to do it. So I'm actually really scared for Paradox right now. I'm not scared for Renegades.
Okay, well, it's good that someone's on Paradox's side here, or someone's on Renegade's side, rather. It's all over
You're
the
me
place.
at this stage, because I feel like I'm definitely on Renegade's side. As much as I love the Paradox boys and they can cause an upset, the problem is, like, you have to look at the context once again, how they cause the upsets. When they defeated Avant were playing really poorly in the upper bracket, and I think it's been shown I mean, that was the week where they had a ton of bad results, right? Whereas Renegade's a tiny blip in the radar. Favorites in the region.
I'm looking at big context of you know, the bigger picture here. ANZ champs. We've already seen 2 huge upsets that have happened this season in this first bracket of the season. And look, I'm expecting more. I would like to see more, because that is what the entertainment's about. You know, that's what
100%.
everyone. That's what, you know, all the angry people at home. They're sitting there in Twitch chat going, "What's going on? What's happening?" And look,
think
I'm
the
here
word
just
is-
loving it. I'm like, cool. I love an upset. I love an upset.
The word is molding, right? If I remember
Moulding,
correctly.
yes,
Yeah, that's
moulding.
mad and molding at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, some people would be molding about it, but others, we're just entertained. So I'm pretty entertained. I mean, yeah, once again, I love upsets as well, but I feel like I have to be a bit of the killjoy here. I have to explain the context behind how these upsets do occur, because no one just goes, oh, these upsets occur because Team A shot better than Team B.
That's a pretty quality analysis, though, because they
Yeah,
were
well-
looking pretty sharp that day.
Look, if I wanted to give you that quality analysis of this person just needs to shoot better and just criticism, I get Constance on the desk over here right now. So, as she's much more qualified to give that opinion than I do.
Who's Constance, by the way, for everyone listening at home?
She's definitely not tuning into this broadcast, so I feel like I can slag her off a little bit.
It's Kev's misses for everyone at home. And speaking of everyone at home, before you continue with that horrible, horrible description of your misses, Renegades, 56%, 44 for Paradox. So the community is kind of on the seesaw at the moment. You know, it's only lightly favoured to Renegades for everyone that's gone and voted in the Twitter poll. And hopefully, well, I don't even know how this is going to go. I hope we see 3 maps here.
Yeah, 100%. I hope I can see Paradox also putting up a pretty good performance, but I mean, it really depends on what form Renegades, I feel like, comes into this on the CT side. So out into the A bomb site we're going to go. 2 sets of smokes and a couple of flashbangs, as well as 3 walking out of that palace for the waterfall. But it looks like on how the CTs are set up, they're ready for this.
Ince missing his first opportunity there, and it is going to be a couple of blind shots. It's actually still allowed to fight here from Ticket. Will find the first pick, and oh, that is the bomb gone down. Versa, mate, you've overextended there. That is a little bit unfortunate. Boost there over the edge of the smoke, and Sicko is just going to survive for long enough to take down Luke as well. Ince doing a great job there from Ticket. Managed to find 3 in the end, and that bomb going into CT was certainly a nail in the coffin for the round. Renegades take that CT pistol, and they start off strong here in Mirage.
Very standard CT pistol take from Paradox, right? You smoke off jungle, you smoke off stairs, and you flashbang through to try to take control of CT. But I think just a frame of mind right now is that Inz was just sitting at Ticket. He didn't care of the fact that he was under pressure or whatnot. And I think that's a really big speaking point for Renegades. They're looking to take control of the game right now. They're not too scared of what Paradox have to offer. And Paradox actually doing the smart and safe thing, which is, all right, let's just wait for some aggression. Let's see what we can do with the Glocks and get the full buys in the next round, which is always good to see. Also forces the CT to use their utility if they get a little bit antsy, but
well, no antsiness going on at the moment. Everyone just happily hiding and waiting there at the top of mid. Looks like we might see a run boost. No, just a pyramid 3-man boost. What's going on here? Oh, four-man. What's? I'm so confused. Looks like they're just playing silly buggers because. 4-man boost?
oh, so what they're trying to do is replicate, like, so pretty much Paradox is buying this. As you may notice before in Mirage, there used to be a trash pile there. Now, their buy is pretty much like a trash pile, so they're just trying to emulate that at the moment.
Okay.
But in this case, it's got a little bit of bite. There was no serious analysis. There's no serious analysis in this round. There's just going to be a lot of kills going in the favor of certain players. And you can see Malta.
Man's
It's just
hungry.
yeah, I mean, they're just going to keep dealing it because they just go, oh, okay, cool.
I thought there might have been, you know, like some crazy 4-man boost strat that they were able to maybe see in window over the roofs, and I was like, there's no way this is working. No, they were just literally waiting.
This
hoping
ain't
for
no
some aggression.
overpass, and if there was a burst like that, I think Fnatic manager would have told them to take it down already. So,
Mhm.
well, into the buy round. This is where the serious action starts beginning. Looks like Renegade's opting to take all the weapons from the previous round. Not even a single M4 to go with, and Sicko has spotted out some action at mid, but he really can't contest this. He's by himself. So it depends on what Paradox want to do here. They've taken mid control nice and early on.
Good timing on the molly. Danger will be forced to the bottom of mid. Herbs deciding whether he wants to go back to apartments. Looks like he will, as Hats is going aggressive. Got that deep smoke at the back of Apps. Bomb control still in the hands of Paradox over towards the top of mid there. And it looks like they are posturing, trying to take a bit of control into Con here. Before that smoke fades, it's Dexter, though, pushing into A main. And Versa, boom, ready for that over-aggression.
That's great stuff right there. You can see the push and pull already. So Paradox forcing Renegades to try to take some control of extremities. But I think Dexter is going a little bit too far, biting it off a little bit more than he can chew. And he actually drops a lot of utility as well. So now Renegades, a man down, have to now engage over at the B side. But as they push in and they clear this out, they know it's going to be the A-bomb site here. This is all down to Sicko to try to hold off right now, which is going to be so dangerous. Luke's got control of window. There's full control of connector as well.
Speaking of dangerous, Sicko is one of the people you don't want to be walking into his scout crosshairs. Let's see if he gets the timing. Push about to come through now. Con player tag. That's going to be danger down to 11. And Sicko wants some more. Just trying to play a little angle there over the top of triple. This double CT setup looking strong. It's actually Malta with the Famous making it look like a good weapon, which is something we discuss a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and this has brought it back down to a 3-on-3 where Hats is coming in the flank very quickly. He can deny the bomb plant right now. So even if Badonka's at sandwich, he's revealed his position. And I mean, the weapons aren't good for the CTs right now, but they look like they're in prime position to win this. With no time pretty much to plant the bomb, they have to just get the kills. And Luke, I mean, he has to get a huge spray down. It's not going to happen. And that's going to be free upgrades right now for Renegades to a few AK-47s. They're going to be very content with that. And Paradox just can't seem to connect on that A split. They just lose map control. You can see Renegades, they aggress at the right time, they get away with it. And that's already a very, I guess, problematic start for Paradox, where we haven't really seen anyone hit some insane shots just yet. Haven't seen anyone really fire up individually. You can say, yeah, that was a cool shot into Dexter, but you're holding T spawn against a guy that's pushing in from A ramp. Let's be realistic about it.
Well, strong start to the round for Renegades again. Ince just backing himself here at A ramp.
He's just taking one-on-one deals at the moment, and it's just looking worse for Airport Paradox at the moment. I don't even think that many of these members are even on the board for kills right now. And that's just confidence coming out from young little Ins there. I don't even know if we can call him young anymore.
No, he's a big boy now. Big boy. Big
Everyone's
fragger.
young compared to us, though, Geordie. They're all whippersnappers.
That's it, that's it.
Another roll the dice for Paradox. I have the AWP out in the hands of Luke, who needs to find some of that form pretty soon.
They need to find a bit of confidence at the moment because that's looking lacking. Renegades, very strong out of the gates so far. They're going to be going for the mid control as well. It's going to be a bloodbath here.
Oh, they've decided to give it up after looking at the Astrala smoke, so that's pretty smart of them to do so.
Nade's not hitting the mark. No one hiding behind that smoke. They are going for a deep approach there, making sure they don't lose control of that bomb. Still control at A main pal as well for Paradox. Badonka looking to edge forward. These positions, this setup at mid from Renegades is so strong. You've got Sicko gazing over towards top mid. You've got Ince as well underneath Cat, just ready to go for the swing on contact. It is dangerous in
That is so smart. They're still going to think someone's at top boxes because of that smoke.
Yep.
And they're no closer to getting any control at the moment. They don't know who's at mid. They still suspect there's one at top boxes. You can see how much attention they're dedicating to it.
3 men invested in this position as well. Kev, they are waiting for so long. They've left Luke here, who is one of the crucial players to get these picks. And he is just waiting for this exit to happen. Looks like they're going to throw some utility at B to try and bait this invisible player out, who is not here. And Renegades are winning the brain game right now.
Yep. And you can see Hat still has the smoke grenade to play with. 30 seconds left. Versa has to do his best to try to sell the fake, but with no smokes coming out, just have to walk out contact, and Malta's just going to be hitting that every single day of the week. Inns is now pushing forward now and hearing absolutely everything. 20 seconds left. They have to commit through a smoke. This is going to be terrible.
Hats was flashed off for the moment, but still a solid position. Bedonka on the trade now is trying to make his way out, but they've got 5 seconds to get the site and plant. Malta denies the cross, bombs down 3 seconds. This round is done and dusted. Ince on the flank. Almost the nail in the coffin. It is Sicko to secure it, and there it is. 5 on the board for Renegades. A solid and perfect start to Mirage so far.
Yeah, Paradox calling the first tactical timeout, but what do you do there? You've lost mid control. You're not deciding to take any of the extremities. You let it bleed in a little bit too late because you expected there was one to top mid. And Inns just dropping that smoke grenade has been one of the smartest things in that round, pretty much, that secured it for Renegades. Didn't know it at that stage, but you could see they'll set up for retake A. Happy to fight from connector and jungle if things came to it. Still had a little bit of utility on the remainder of their players. And once it came to the 30-second mark, where you saw that Hats had that smoke, you saw Malta where he was just in the perfect position to fight off the aggression from Palace. That was it. There was not really much that you could do as Paradox. I mean, now 5 rounds lost in a row, they can buy some armor and pistols to try to make things work out. But the question is still going to be, how are you going to be contesting against the firepower? No one's hitting shots just yet, and it's looking a little bit straggle for Paradox at this stage.
Solid camera work from the big man MC. Oh, did you see that? The cross? Not quite spotted by Sicko as Malta was in the way, but Malta deals with it perfectly. Sicko expects the second man through, and Danger is going to become a victim now. But Donka stuck with Bomb over at the card out. But that Tech 9 doesn't quite work out for him. Malta flicks around just at the perfect moment. 2K for him on the MP9. It's going to be a battle of timing, but Sicko covering the cross there as Dexter got a little bit scared. There it is. 6 on the board. Renegades, strong start, and no casualties on the anti-ego.
I mean, these 6 rounds haven't looked close, and Paradox, they need to start throwing something into it. Maybe an A-side execute. You need to start maybe faking this mid-control. If you notice that Renegades are taking Astralis, instantly head back and play A and just play to your strengths, right? Play that retake position. You know that as soon as they take mid-control, there can only really be one on the A-bomb site. But now with no utility being used over at mid, once again, just Sicko can just post up on this angle. And eventually a person can actually post into unders as well. So there you have it. Out comes the utility now to A, but it's actually going to be a late A-side split through connector, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that jungle smoke was actually blocked as well by Dexter, so he might be able to play around that a tiny bit better. Sicko gets the first Pico over towards mid. Danger now trying to make his way into con smoke at the bottom. May just provide some extra cover, but look at this. Renegades, they are so solidly positioned on the A site now. Herb's trying to make his way out of ramp. But the CTs, over at triple, over at default, still not going to be spotted, not for a while, except Danger now starting to make his way up con. This is going to draw the rotation from Sicko back through CT. He needs to help out Ince now, but Ince has so many angles to play with. Head just going to be spotted. Luke goes down to 31 HP rather, and there it is. Sicko will fall. Hats as well.
Oh, Danger's made noise as well, but finally they push off Inns, which is really strong from Luke. But Malta pushing through. Bomb's lost out in the open. And, oh, I mean, Luke, 31 HP. He's been tagged down quite heavily. Needs to go forward. That's going to be hurt as well.
This is smart. At least he's going to secure that bomb plant, make sure that they can buy into the next with the round loss bonus.
But so many different angles to check, which is going to be the issue. And you can see both CTs coming in from the right angle, but Luke is posted there. And the shoulder pick's coming out. That's a great pick off from Luke, and now he knows that the last one is going to be CT. No trade pressure coming in from the other side, and he's just clutched this out. He's just won with the 4K. Unless Multi hits a blinder of a shot, he's not going to. That's a great play coming out from Luke, and Renegades just not too tight on the retake together, and that costed them the first round.
Well, he did land a single bullet, not the second though. So Luke went down to, I think it was 10 HP at the end, but a solid performance in that 1v2 to clutch out the first round for Paradox. But if you want to win as Paradox, you cannot rely on individual performances to do so. Not when Renegades are playing so structured today.
But you know what? That's a good start. You take any round that you can get right now, and even if it means a clutch on the back of Luke, picking up the AWP and finally making some impact, hell yeah, I'll take it if I'm Paradox. Once again, heavy presence of the A bomb site.
Looks like we might see an earlier approach from Paradox now. Smoke into Pal will stop Herbs in his tracks. There's the first pick. Dexter not allowing Luke to take that line at all. Jiggling from stairs, working wonders this time. Oh, shadow spotted. Ince now holding onto the spray. But Bedonka unable to go for the trade as the smoke bloomed at the perfect moment. Now it is just going to be Dexter continuing to fight. Great solid setup here in a main. Bombs in that smoke as well, which Badonka has to get at some point, but Herbs needs to try and find a moment to get through. But that Molotov is going to force him back. Oh, Badonka playing in the smoke now, wants some more.
He actually knows what Dexter is as well, but the flashbang comes, I don't think it fully blinds Badonka, but he doesn't turn in time, I guess, to kind of recalibrate his aim, and Renegade's keeping 4 alive. That's not how you build on the success from the previous round, and I mean, this is just the case of Renegades are just bullying Paradox right now, and there's not much you can really say beyond that. They're winning all these aim deals, they're confidently fighting these angles, not getting punished for it.
But they've got some great support coming out from each teammate as well. You saw Dexter, I think it's 2 rounds in a row. There was the round where whoever it was walking out of that smoke on Pal, he had Sicko watching that smoke as well, like full faith in him. And then you had Malta as well, just lobbing that flashbang, throwing that supportive utility to allow the aggression, to allow the continuance of the control of Bomb over towards a main. And Renegades, just no holds barred at the moment. Paradox feeling the thunder.
I mean, technical pause was called for a little bit. Maybe Herbs just needed a fixing... need to fix his ability to frag at the moment. That's never a good thing to be starting as 0-0 and 8 as one of the veterans on the team. You know, you can definitely bring the, as you say, the thunder against a team like Renegades, but just not being the good start right now for Paradox. And onto the pistols as well. It's just going to be the full B side commitment, and Hat's going to be tested for the first time. Maybe Malta as well, who's decided to slip through unders, and he might have just found the timing. Oh no.
Oh, he certainly has. No one at the ready with guns in hand. Finds one. Spots a second man. Tries to fight through the wall, but he may be happy with the single. Molly to buy some time to exit as well. And Hat's in a solid position here, just waiting for the wrap to come through. Danger, he's not going to spot him. Oh,
wow.
Hat's great reaction there to find the headshot on the Danger. And these Pistoly boys are just going to be mopped up. Versa with the trade on the Tech 9 needs to gain control of the bomb, but it's not going to happen. Dexter puts a stop to the execute. And again, Paradox unable to get that bomb planted after almost maintaining the control of the site. But look at the time on the rotation. Renegades, they are switched on today.
And it's just once again just down to the... You're saying that was a good flicker from Sicko for a good picko. That was pretty good from Hats as well. Well, at least they have a gun round now again for Paradox. Obviously with the 5-round loss bonus straight out into the A bomb site. This might work really well.
Ince in a solid position, but can he deal? No, only the single so far. Danger able to get the trade. Oh, but Dexter comes through to save the day. Almost finds the 4K as he did have the spray transfer, but Luke now in the 1v4. He wants more, but he's not going to find it. Malta sends him packing. And there it is, 9 on the board for Renegades with a very quick round for the 10th.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be looking at Vertigo pretty soon. Sorry to say this at the moment, but Renegades is... like, and this is what I mean, right? It's Renegades have just come into this, and they just notice they're winning all these aim deals, and they're going, all right, what do we need to do here? Just keep applying the pressure. We can just play default on our CT side, not really being tested out. We can play, say, for example, 2 on the A-bomb site, leave Sicko to mid alone just to play around with it, and Sicko has the smoke still to play with, so he's in no trouble at all.
Huge utility used over towards mid. Dexter actually fully blinded as Danger manages to trade out on the entry. Badonka. Headshot on the Malta. Now this is an opportunity for the upset, but Badonka and Luke both very, very low now. The momentum, the pace of the round slowing down as we do see that bomb go for the rotation, which I am assuming is going to be going to B main now.
I hope it does go to B because they've got this all this short control to work with. I think the biggest threat for them right now is actually Palace. So, because with Renegades, they can't really push the B extremity because Hatsy's noticed someone over there at B amps and he knows that short's probably dirty. Can't really re-aggress into this short angle as well, but he's doing it anyway, which is so risky right now. And this is the perfect position for Versa to be in.
He's got the great crosshair placement, finds it. Cops minimal damage for it as well, so that's going to be the 4v2. He's just going to hang around like a bad smell in ladder. But Renegades, they have his number. Off angle, played perfectly in, just encroaching slowly. Sicko brings it back to a 2v2 in a matter of moments, but they don't expect this push coming into the B site so late. And Renegades now have to set up for the retake.
Only a single incendiary grenade as well. Perfect situation for a Paradox to steal a round away thanks to the fact they were able to get those early picks working for them. Sicko's trying to find this rifle, but that's not going to happen.
Herb's now just trying to spot for info, but there it is. Whole lot of noise going to be made in. Almost loses his head there. We'll see if the Deagle can get it done. Good damage traded out. Herb's down to 26 though, and there's still no armor on either of these Ts. Luke needs to commit, but it's actually going to be Herbs to find it. A little bit of a wallbang with the Deagle, and it's all up to Sicko. 32 HP. One bullet from either of these weapons is going to be enough. There it is. Paradox on the pistols to upset and find their second round.
Yep, and Renegades, you can see in that round, just misreading the situation, not realizing that ladder was so dangerous. You didn't see a flashbang coming forward, and Versa has a shadow advantage there. Spots out Hats before he can come around the corner. And that's what I mean, is that when I saw him like trying to retake short, I was just going, hang on a second here. That is so risky right now to retake short. You're better off playing retake B from market if you're scared about two angles, or playing from the pillar instead. Nevertheless, Paradox, well done picking up another round. But still so many to claw back through, and that's not how you start things off, with Sicko just getting that pick once again, opening up the account for Renegades.
Danger just dropping some util at mid to try and hold Renegades in that position, but it looks like we are going to see the regroup over towards B apartments. All four of the Paradox players will be sending their way in shortly. Hats, might not have had the timing there. Potential for an entry. Malta as well going to be flashed off. Great utility to open up the site, but they are not going to win the aim duels. And Malta sets up the perfect crossfire there with Hats, but it's actually Dexter who finds the final two kills coming in with that fast rotation.
I feel like Paradox today is really struggling with their executes. Their spacing is a little bit off, right? You've been noticing that normally Paradox on the A executes, when they do succeed, they're coming together as a force. They're able to isolate the kills. They're able to trade out. But today, I mean, just coming out of B amps just then, you saw that a couple of people were in some prime position, but no one's really flooding the site. They're all taking one-on-one aim deals, and they're not really in the position to trade each other out. I mean, that's also partially down to Renegades also getting the correct positioning as well.
But Sicko, I don't think he's missed this jump, like not once in his life. And he gets rewards like that. Danger picked off like it was nothing. And there's that man advantage. Renegades very good at playing from this position. Two men set up over towards short. Boost comes out. Sicko making a whole lot of noise. With that rotation, Herbs, I just think it's clear. Let's see how the communication goes through. And again, it's just happily prodding towards A ramp, even with the man advantage.
But you see that single flashbang that comes forward. Normally you use that to sell presence, but Versa that doesn't work against someone like Inns who just wants to be taking aim deals. And that's the biggest risk sometimes. That's the difference as well. When Paradox versus like lower tier teams, you're not expecting anyone to push A ramp like that without getting punished. And I mean, once again, just individual aim deals that are going in the favor of Renegades. I'd love to hype this up. I mean, this is just, I feel like it's a bit of regulation for Renegades. There's just, they're overstepping the mark a little bit. So now a chance for Paradox to strike. Bit of excitement in this round.
Malta very aggressive with that smoke push up short, hoping he could catch some timing, but it did not work out. He didn't want to bait his teammate, but it has now left them in that 3v2 rather, but it is actually Luke last alive in the 1v3. As Renegades look to make this one work. Sicko on the perfect line there from in front of CT. And there it is. 11 on the board as we head into round 14. This is looking grim for Paradox already. This is their map pick, by the way. You've got to remember that. There is still another half to play with, but at the moment, Renegades are on a tear right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the rounds that Paradox could have won. There's two of them. And one of them came down to a four-man clutch. The other rounds haven't even been close at this stage. They've been like very, very minuscule windows of opportunities, which it's very difficult for Paradox to exploit. Now actually coming straight out through Palace as well, but Inns 1-for-1, and now comes the A-side attack. Great entries coming out from Herbs.
Now an opportunity for Paradox to maybe get a third round. Sicko still holds the line for the time. With that flash, he will go for the rotation back into CT. Looks like we are going to see Renegades try and go for the double up here. Oh, Herbs ready and waiting on the line, but Sicko's going to be heard. But Donka edging away, flashing for the jiggle. Herbs now. Whether he has to be over on the deep side of CT, but he's going to be making a whole lot of noise coming forward here. Great reaction from Herbs off the back of the shot. Knew that he had the time to go for the peak, and there it is. 3 on the board for Paradox. Well played. Finally, a bit of chemistry being shown.
Yeah, I mean, final round, you look at the Western Union money tracker, right? I mean, Paradox have lost so many rounds. They're actually the ones that have earned the most cash. Bomb plant, T-side.
Yeah,
that's pretty good for that economy if you're looking for that extra incentives towards the end of financial year. Well, great for Paradox, not for the round count.
Max round loss bonus for every single round of the half, it seems. Certainly pays off in the end.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, eh? Here, you're losing. Have some extra money.
Yeah.
It's not much, but here, have some extra money.
It's a lot. It's a whole lot.
And out into the A side execute, which I do agree with to end the round. So let's see how Inns and Renegades hold off this time around. Out they come, the 8Ks as well as the Orb.
Well, let's see if Inns is going to be found this time. Over the top, but Donker on default. Bit of an experimental entry route, only works for one though. So now the bomb is going to be dropped in a precarious position again. CT smoke comes out from Dexter just to try to get over the top, but Luke has eyes on the prize there. As the resmoke will come through. Flank coming out already from Malta with the MP9 going on the big aggressive play over through mid before.
Surely you're not going to expect that Palace player to be there so quickly as Malta actually gets spotted out. This is a great little pickup from Paradox at the end. It's all down to Sicko. No chance. Paradox get 4.
Starting to look pretty solid at the moment. Let's see if Sicko can get his way back in, but multi-fragging with an AWP in a situation like this is very hard. Paradox finding that structure just when they need it most to turn it into the 11-4 half. So, from here, there is a chance. You know, Paradox, they are pretty solid on that CT side. But Renegades only need 5 rounds. Only 5 on the T side. And they're pretty good at playing on the T side, so...
I mean,
I'm still worried for Paradox here.
Honestly, that was a good recovery for Paradox. I mean, and the question is, if they were able to bring, I guess, some of that executions a little bit earlier, right? Because the A-side execution there was just, it was a lot cleaner. There wasn't anyone disrupting them at A-ramp. The round before that, it was a waterfall and a palace with 3 people, which is really good. I mean, yes, they were spotted, but that was near to the very end where Inns just got picked off and they just rolled onto the bomb site with some good entries from Herbs.
By the way, we were added on Twitter by... the one, the only, Bedonka_Dizzle. And he said, Donk IGL still.
Donk IGL, okay, excellent, no worries. Because I do remember, I think Danger did IGL a long time ago, so it was just a thank you for answering, Donka.
Mr. Dizzle.
Yeah,
Thank you
after
very
all, you need an IGL with a big brain for that big hat of his that he wears, so no complaints from me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, let's have a look, see how the second half goes, but they were some nasty frags in the first half. There was a good couple of solo plays that we saw there.
Yeah, I mean, from both sides, Paradox. We saw that Herbs 4-kill round, the Luke 4-kill round as well. From Renegades, so pretty much all the individuals had a couple of good rounds, except for Hats. But, I mean, that's just the B-side ankle roll at the end of the day,
Hats
right?
had that flick. Let's give him that. Hats had
that flick, which was pretty cool. But let's be realistic. He's in the B-side anchor, and when Paradox are winning rounds on the A-bomb site, you know what that means to the B-side anchor? Sad life.
Bit of a sad life, indeed. Well, all the professionals here know, they realise exactly how it all works as the life of a B-side anchor. Well, second pistol upon us. Paradox going for a retake A strategy. Seemingly Bedonka going to be spotting from in connector to Pal, making sure no one crosses over safely. Ints, there's the first pick, as now it looks like it's going to be the collapse from Paradox, trying to go for this crossfire at mid. Versa, rather, is going to find the double nice and quickly, but that is going to be the A site taken for free. Bomb down at default. And Sicko is just buying so much time. He's found himself another headshot, a bink onto Herbs as well. Everything going right for him, and they find him eventually. Bedonka paying his dividends, but look at this, Luke and Herbs so low. Dexter's going to be fighting from sight, just buying time, just drawing all this attention. Malta, he cannot afford to whiff from this situation. He's going to be spotted as well, and there it is. We do see Paradox back in the game with the CT pistol of their own.
You love to see it as well. Paradox just hunting as a CT pack, landing these shots with the USPs. Perfect as Renegades. Just, you saw Dexter, he's not really having a great game. Yeah, he's got 14 kills, but normally in a much better form where he can clean up on a lot of those low HP members would have alleviated the pressure off Malta. So there you have it. Paradox are going to be up against the full buy though, because the bomb plant does go down and we know how much money the T's now have. 4 Galils and a Tech 9.
I love it. I love it. I know you hate it. I love it.
Yeah, but there's 3 MP9s and an M4. I mean, Luke's decided to handicap himself a little bit and Versa dies.
Watch this. Galils will be victorious at the end of the day. And Ints, he's looking to make this day a short. Trying to keep it close range with that MP9. Smoke to stop them in their tracks now. As we do see the rotation from Renegades back towards top mid, all the way through T-spawn. They've managed to place Ints in connector, so he's able to go for that backstab. As looks like Bedonka has a big... Dexter! Oh, he's going to fall. There's an opportunity. 2 on the exit. No way. And a half onto Hats as well. That's the big damage that we're looking for.
And Luke's in the perfect timing as well. If he catches it, the rotation's coming across now. He's sitting at default. Hats and Malta are both very, very low. And Herbs has also floated over with a lot of utility to work with. Is anyone going to clear this area is a real question. And the answer is absolutely not. As Hats is going to go down. Great stuff. Great hold coming out from Paradox. And now should be Danger just cleaning things up as well. That's a great round coming out from that CT side. Great reactions. And once again, Badonka also individually lifting up now as well. 2 kills to hold on to the A-bomb site.
Solid approach. The aggression for the info. And then great reaction there, especially with... Look, that running accuracy certainly came in handy as he was trying to go for the fadeaway, trying to get back around the corner. Those first couple of shots managed to get the bink there as he was moving. So, SMGs will reign supreme over the Glils today. Just today, though. Just today. I'll give it to them today. Anyway, let's see how the pistols go. All the way out top mid. Big flash to at least try to fight this one together. But it is going to be Luke just going toe-to-toe with them with the range, with the better weaponry. He's found himself a third now as he will fall at the end. But that's 1 casualty to keep 4 alive. And as you can see, the M4 was retrieved right at the end by Herbs. So there is no real financial worries at the moment for Paradox.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy. I mean, admittedly, the money still hasn't really had the time to build up. But they're getting these rounds at the moment. Keeping it close now. Only 4 rounds of difference.
They got the AWP on the board as well. So let's see what Luke can do with all the Renegades running into his crosshairs.
I mean, for me, this is just a case of, okay, can Renegades punish Luke triple peeking the same angle?
Well,
we'll find out.
I guess we'll see. Luke, he's got that molly down, which, well, there's no actual smoke out the window at all. Renegades, looks like they've done their homework. They've looked for the tendencies. They realise Luke loves to throw that Molotov. So they've gone for the alternate approach.
I love how Badonka still has the MP9. Just goes, you know what? This is a pretty good weapon. And I agree. Much better weapon than a lot of the secondary assault rifles. Oh, what a flashbang coming in from Luke. Great team play clearing out A ramp as well.
Free upgrade too.
Beautiful stuff. Why even buy an MP9 like that? You could have just run it with the USP, just got the double dink.
Couldn't ask for more. Well, there you go. Aggression now for Renegades, trying to make their way up short, I'd say. Smoke at the top of con, allowing them through for free.
Oh, no.
Herbs, he's in such a solid position, hiding in the corner, waiting, and... Oh! He's missed his opportunity, so now they know it is going to be a B-split coming through. Luke, he's already rotated over.
Don't worry, Luke's here, boys.
Oh, wallbang. Big damage on Hats now, who is looking for the trade. Dexter taking Herbs down. They are aware of Luke's position, but he just has to buy the time for these rotations to come through. However, look at the bomb. It's all the way up con. It's going to be the 1v3 Dexter. He's big-brained it, so he will be able to get this bomb plant through. But Paradox, they didn't hear this rotation at all.
I think Badonka suspected it. As you can see that he was just covering murder hole and decided to play the numbers advantage. Oh my goodness, how has Dexter actually got himself here? I don't know if Luke actually spotted him, and I don't think he did.
Oh, a master of timing.
Okay, but they don't hard clear CT, so as they clear everything else out and they look at that bomb plant, they're going to go, yeah, fairly certain he's either Palace or CT at this stage. 3 CTs left, they're going to be able to clear out all these angles. You can see Versa, he's covering off the angle, but they've got it off the bomb!
Oh, no!
Oh, as Dexter's just fighting everything at the moment. Stop, you madman! Oh my goodness. And a clutch comes out for Dexter. As
Huge.
Paradox just get off the bomb.
Huge. Look, they got off the bomb. They couldn't figure out where he was. He wasn't in CT. He waited the 3-4 seconds, whatever it was, to go for the peak. He expected them to be sticking it. But then, he was gifted that one. You know, obviously he had to aim to make it work. Got the first one nicely. Got the second man looking over towards Firebox. The reaction didn't come through. And then got the tap onto Luke, which scared the absolute tits off him. Oh, what a play.
Quite scary in all honesty for both sides. I mean, Renegades, they barely grabbed that one. That took a 1v3 effort coming out from Dexter. And still Paradox in the driver's seat right now. Though
Look.
Dexter coming very close to the smoke.
Oh, what a setup though. The pistols. He's not going to expect the second man. Danger able to get the trade, but it is the entries over towards A already. Versa gets his hands, gets his shots off with the M4 rather. So now we are going to see it back to a 3v3 scenario. Decent utility for the retake for Paradox. Not much remaining for Renegades.
I think Danger's just going out and probably trading out weapons. Or where is he going? He can't. Yep, he switched out to the AK. Look, they've got the kit, plenty of time. As this utility is dwindling away from the T side, you can see the CT starting to pressure in now. It's really going to depend on this incendiary grenade and smoke that's going to be coming out. But as Renegades try to cross, or as I say, Paradox try to cross into the site. It looks like it's a decent hold for now. Back down to the one-on-one. It's a default plant, but Luke, I think he's got no time for it. Bomb's going to go off. Still gets the no-scope. Oh my goodness. Great shot from Luke, but unfortunately, that's Paradox broke.
You love to see it. You truly love to see it. Nice no-scope at the end to throw some BM towards Renegades, but the thing is, Renegades, they're going to be the ones laughing at the end of the day because they took the round with them, and they are now only 3 away from taking the first map. So, great attempt at the retake from Paradox, but the structure from Renegades was too good.
He was actually fully blinded as well by himself, so... Oh my goodness.
Oh, Luke. You have to love how he plays.
I love this little adaptation as well. This might work perfectly, as Renegades actually are angling for this B bomb site. It is going to be this B site stack coming out in the pistols, and a chance now for Paradox to work with.
Oh, Herbs in a solid position. Danger under the window as well is dealing out the damage with the SMG. Herbs just trying to put a stop to the tracks. There is the man advantage for the moment. Jumping with the Mac 10, it's not going to work out. Malta falling. Herbs still gets that reload off in time with the CZ. So much damage done, and Luke flicks around. That's another round on the board for Paradox in a matter of seconds.
Yep, and that's just Herbs once again individually stepping up with the CZ, able to get so many kills from that position, not being traded out. And that allows, I think it was Luke at the end of the day that was just sitting on that B site Ninja, able to get away with it with the last one. So
he didn't have to do too much work. He was there for ages, just had to get the last kill.
And that was the most important of all. I mean, you whiff that one, it allows Dexter to try to get a clutch across, and we already know that he's pretty successful in these clutch situations. So now Renegades, they're completely broke.
Oh, big nade though. Hats down to 70 for free. There's now... Oh, Malta missed the opening there. It could have been an upset. Danger gets away with his head, but Versa. There's... Oh, nice. Reaction from him. Finds himself the second. Luke as well, just looking to go toe-to-toe at mid with the Renegades boys. Hats now last alive at this mid area. Just got Malta, who's fallen over towards apartments. And there it is, no casualties in the end. Solid round coming out from Paradox to put them over to 9.
You know the round they picked up with the 4 spy pistols? That's a huge injection in their arms, honestly, for the CT economy. If they lost that one, they'd be looking at a 14-7 scoreline, no money to work with, the same situation where Renegades can bully them. But look at this now, 9-13. Renegades don't really have a loss bonus to work with. I mean, they have 2,900, but it's like you don't have the round buffer to really be comfortable in this situation right now. They still have to force out utility here. They're not winning these aim duels anymore as Paradox is starting to individually step up as well. And Renegades are persisting over to this B bomb site. And this is up to Danger as well as Herbs to be holding off. This time no shenanigans in terms of stacks. All just down to the crossfire and the plays. And Versa playing close to the smoke. It's going to work out for him.
Solid positioning works out, and that's going to be full control of mid now as the XC comes towards the B site. Herbs in a solid position behind default and expects this push, but it is going to be Ince just opening up everything. 2 for him, 1 for Malta, and that's going to be the B site. And we do have the 3v2 for the retake, but Ince down on 8 HP. This is looking dangerous for Renegades.
But this is great. Luke's on the fast flank right now, so you say it looks dangerous for Renegades. I agree with you. But this all comes down to the first duel. Luke, of course, he's going to be taking it right now. As now Malta just caught between 2 mines. Badonka making all this noise in the world. And that's why you pick up the MP9 and he sprints around like a mad jackrabbit as Luke is able to clear out. Perfect once again from Paradox. Just able to get the positioning working this time around. And Renegades, yes, they get the bomb plant down. Finally, the full loss bonus. But the money still isn't great.
Malta just got doinked.
Yep.
That is the definition of being doinked.
That's the classic MP9. I just want to watch this last one. Are we going to get it? No.
So no doinking on the replay. That's okay.
That's all right.
No one wants to be doinked to us in one broadcast. It's okay. Ince trying to smash his way through a main. Flash allowed him out, but he does get back to safety. Now, we do see a site as the target for the Renegades currently. Rotation from Ince now, as the bomb will hang around in the hands of Hats. Malta as well looking to prod out of Pal, just waiting for this smoke to fade. Paradox, they've got this 2-1-2 setup going on. Versa just waiting for some aggression at the top of Con. Luke expecting to jump up. The boost will come through silently. As you can see, Luke's at the ready. Ooh, the fall off from Sicko. So he got away with his life there.
This is probably going to be a good test of Paradox's patience right now. Not really finding anything, not really seeing anything as, oh. Both sides cop a lot of damage, but now the A-bomb side is under pretty big threat. But Onka, what are you going to be doing over here? You're going to be staying alive, doing a bit of damage. But you're going to be traded out, and the problem is Luke's already been tagged down.
Good timing on the flash. Baits out Luke's position again. We'll see this bomb plant secured. Looking like Renegades are now in pole position for an upset.
And that's why I say these rounds are the most dangerous of all, where Renegades just slow things down and Paradox just unable to find the opening deals work in their favor. They get isolated out. Still 3 people rotating in from CT spawn. Out comes the CT flashbangs. Can they find the first pick? Oh, Hats is just staying alive and doing so much damage right now. As the smoke is deployed, doesn't matter. They're just falling down. And Luke, 17 HP, barely a hope of staying alive, as it's going to be Inns picking up a shot from balcony. That's a full upgrade for so many of these members for Renegades. And coming into, I mean, guess what could be some of the penultimate rounds.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, the doink.
Beautiful, beautiful. Kind of disgusting, but, you know, it's beautiful in its own way.
Multi-molding.
We'll just go with that one. Well, into the 25th we go. Renegades back on the guns again after a win on the pistols. Now as we get right down to the pointy end, it's looking like Paradox. They've gone for the Force by a couple of SMGs, which we've seen can cause this damage. But Renegades, they are going all guns blazing towards the A side.
Yep, Versa just figuring out the best position to drop the HE, but this has to be a full A site retake right now. The way that the CTs are set up, absolutely for it. Oh no, Dexter. This is where it starts getting scary for all people versing Renegades, is where Dexter decides to go, I've had enough of this game, I'm just going to kill you through smoke and anything.
I'm just going to do my thing. And he's very, very good at doing so. So is Hats, it seems. 2 nice quick ones into CT. That's going to be filtered out. Both remaining CTs over towards the stairs area. And there it is. Dexter Ince doing their due dividends. Beautifully done. No one falling for Renegades as they take this one seriously and get it out of the way as fast as they possibly can. They realised that Paradox, they were starting to get the momentum. They were starting to find that confidence, realising, maybe we can cause an upset here. Maybe we can take our map pick up against Renegades. Bump out.
No, pretty much. That was the case. I mean, it's just Renegades. I mean, this has been a pretty even half, and it's just going back down to the case of if Paradox were able to get a couple more on that T side, able to start off a little bit stronger, maybe force into a bit of a 6 or a 7 round score when they got on the T side. And they're definitely a team that's capable of doing so. Maybe we would be seeing a bit of a different result. But now the B side split.
Danger. Oh. Buy some extra time there. The smoke allows Herbs to play around it now. That's going to be a rifle for him to retrieve. And that's full. Okay. I was going to say that's full apartments control. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Great nade coming out from Ince to filter out that position. And now Renegades, it's a 4v3. This is looking like it should be all she wrote now. We'll see what the Deagles are able to do.
We can see that they can definitely do some work. In's going to be tagged down a little bit, but 4v3, no kit to work with. Versus just retrieved one from Herb's dead body. What a shot into In's as well. Now has really made this openable. Trying to desperately find the shot into Hats, just not going to work out. And I'll say this is a little bit too little too late. No heroics from Luke this time around as Renegades pick up Mirage 16-10.
Big game coming out from Renegades, making themselves look exactly as we expected them to be coming out and be in form again. There was some structure, there was some solid gameplay coming through, and essentially there was just so many better shots and better utility being used from Renegades' behalf. Now, Paradox, what can they do to pick themselves back up and get ready for Vertigo? That's the question we really need to ask.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, Mirage, like I said towards the end of that round where I felt like Paradox, yeah, they did lose Mirage 10-16. If they got a better T-side start, we saw at the very beginning, they were a little bit cold, not really hitting their shots, not really playing with the confidence you normally expect from this Paradox lineup, looking a little bit shaky. You saw towards the end on the CT side, when they're playing a little bit more aggressively, that's how they got the rounds, that's how they won it on that CT side, but unfortunately just didn't have enough to play with. So hopefully when they come to Vertigo, don't go down too early, like down to a 9-2 or something like that. They need to just trade rounds equally with Renegades. Such a difficult ask, but they can do it.
I reckon they can do it as well. Well, we do have another map to get to, but I would like to say Dexter was looking so damn good there. The delivery man. Give him a job at menu log. That's what I say. Anyway, we do have Vertigo to get to, so we'll see you shortly for the second map of the series.
We complete 25 money transfers every second around the world. Send money from our app, website, or in store. Simple, easy, and convenient. Choose the trusted network for your money transfers. Choose Western Union. Download the Western Union app today.
G'day, mate.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
This is Callum Murray.
Callum Murray to the seafood aisle.
Callum Murray. Why'd they name you that?
I take you.
Calamari. Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
We're open for takeaway and delivery.
We are open for takeaway and delivery.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I'm the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder 'cause I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy.
What a bloody wallbang on the go! Oh, dude! He's gonna get 2 kills with the AK and 3 now as well! Oh my god! What is that? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are about to get into the second map of the series, and it is going to be a scorcher. Vertigo is where we are going to go to see the battle of the big boys. It's going to be Paradox taking on Renegades. Renegades obviously winning 16-10 over in the first match. It was kept pretty competitive for a while. Paradox looked like they were coming back, but there was just such a lead that Renegades got at the start of the match, and that certainly got them over the line in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was just complete demolition at the beginning where Paradox were unable to really contest. Once they got the 5-hour working, were able to grab a few rounds towards the end there, were able to read what the situation was, trade out effectively. Coming onto the CT side, winning the pistol obviously definitely helped out, but I mean, they were just trading rounds at that stage afterwards, and that's always going to be favouring the team that's ahead, which was Renegades. And now moving on to Vertigo, I mean, I do believe you've got a bit of an interesting stat for me.
Yeah, so last 3 months, Paradox haven't actually played Vertigo. So I thought that they had, but I was probably thinking of someone else. Silly old me. Anyway, that is probably completely changing my mind, and I would think that Renegades will have the advantage here because at least they're cracking it. I'm not sure if Paradox have been, but it's certainly not their insta-ban, so you assume that they would have maybe a rep or 2 on it, maybe in some scrims.
I swear Paradox have played Nuke before as opposed to Vertigo, but
yeah.
I mean, that's a case of you don't really want to be versing Renegades on Nuke. I can respect that as well because no one wants to really verse Renegades on Nuke at the end of the day. Look, coming into Vertigo, they've got the choice to the side, which is a good thing. But Renegades, if they're bringing in that form and if Paradox can't really contest once again, we might see a bit of a whitewash here. A clean 2-0 for the lower bracket with Paradox sent packing for the rest of the evening and for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so a bit of a rough start in the previous map. Danger didn't really get too much of a showing. But look, it's Vertigo, and we're probably going to be in the action within 30 seconds because, well, it's Vertigo. Now, over to the A site, Renegades seem to be heading. They've thrown some utility double nade to sandbags just to make sure, and it is going to be a deep approach, deep hold rather, from Paradox.
And this is why I advocated for the position we played, that we call Danger now to be called Shoebox. Because what happens if there is a player called Danger? Like that.
Huh? It's Diggity.
That's Diggity. That's Shoebox. Well, so far it's actually pretty good for Paradox that they're able to get a couple of kills across the board. And Dexter actually trying to lurk away at sandbags, not going to work out anymore. But In's playing around the edge of the smoke. The flashbang comes out at the perfect time as Badonka can't seem to land the shots this time around. Oh no, it's just turned completely around. And as Herbs is Danger trying to come in and complete this retake, there's a crossfire set up between the T's right now.
But they are both focusing on the right position. Ince gets some good damage done, but it's all off the hats now. The bomb is going to be planted for him. He's not spotted just yet. There it is. Gives up his position, and he needs to try to win this one. Finds the headshot, falls back to the perfect spot, and Herbs, he's going to hear him running forward, but Herbs hits the shot. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Herbs will survive to at least carry that kit, carry the armor forward, but it's Renegades that take the round.
Yeah, I mean, such a great start from Paradox, but Badonka just couldn't clear out Ins, and unfortunately that was the undoing for some of the CTs. They had the numbers advantage. They had every single chance to win that pistol round, but Renegades barely scraping through. They're going to be counting a little bit of their lucky stars, honestly, in this one, not on that round. But Paradox forcing straight back into it. We've seen the work they can do with the MP9s. Let's bring it on. 3 onto the A-bomb side.
They've thrown some util to fake at the moment. Hat's just hanging around with the Mac-10, looking to make some extra noise and keep the defenders in this position. There's already this fast rotation that's gone through lowers. You can see Renegades at the bottom of the B stairs already. Looks like we will see the boost up, but no aggressive hold coming out from Paradox, so Ince will go on the short side here. Head surely not spotted. But Donka, though, seemingly not expecting the line. Ince is going to get across Nice and silently, but look how close he is already. Badonka drops that smoke, but look where Ince is at the moment. Has to make the read. There it is. Finds Versa as well on his rotation, and that's going to be the B site, completely encapsulated by Renegades.
Yeah, and that's the part where you just go, all right, let's just see if we can back off and save these weapons. I mean, just losing these force buys, I mean, it's just going to impinge in the fact that you can do some more damage in future rounds, so... I mean, and that's the problem sometimes when you have these MP9s with how Vertigo is structured at the moment. You have to dedicate more resources over to the B-bomb site now, given that the mid is actually a very, very big threat on that split. And you can see what happens if the contact play works out. Danger actually might not be able to hold onto this weapon, looking in multiple ways, and he just whiffs that spray.
That's not a Shavesh, that's a Shavesh, you know?
Negative on that one. I'm not too fluent in my linguistics.
Danger's name's Shavesh. When he does a good play, you yell Shavesh really loud.
There you go.
There you go.
There you have
The
it.
more you know. So you're all in on the secret now. So if I start screaming Shavesh really loud, that's why. Because he's doing well. If I say it slowly, like
How many
that,
times have you said it so far in Z Jams?
None.
Yeah, unfortunate for
Yeah,
Danger.
he's had a bit of a slow start.
I'm so psyched to some of these players. I feel like I have to stop.
You are, yeah.
You got to add some of the savagery coming into some of these rounds. Otherwise, where's the fun? Where's all the fun and games at?
Well, the fun's about to begin here on the A site. Faster approach, 20 seconds in. Renegades all the way over A. And they've barely used these smokes. They've just thrown these nades, thrown a couple of flashes. As they know they're up against the pistols, they're able just to bully their way forward. And Sicko, the biggest bully in the server at the moment, continuing on. There it is, built through a heaven maze. Everything is his for the taking. It's up to Eccles to get anything done, but look, through the smoke they come. And Renegades just bullying their way to a third round.
That was a classic case of, oh, there's a silenced MP5, but I can't hear where he is because it's silenced. How can you identify where Sicko is if he's just running at you and just killing all of you in 2 seconds if you can't hear the weapon?
He had his
Can't trade
slippers on,
out.
You know, his sneakers on. He was sneaky.
Sneaky Sicko. I think that was the most damage that the Malta did in that round, was actually dinking out hats. So
Quality.
got to add to that ADR somehow. Out comes the first buy round from Paradox. So this is the real test. As out comes the A-site force. Looks like they're going to be fighting this back, and Danger going to be starting off well.
There it is, the lineup. 3K. Shavesh, he does it again. And Malta now tries to fight back. It is going to be the 2v4. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Renegades, they tried to go for the bonus round. They tried to go for the rush with all those SMGs. But Paradox, they were ready for it. They throw the right utility and stuck them at the sandbags halfway up the ramps.
Yeah, there was great counter utility coming out from the CTs as well. Now just looking for some counter aggression. And that's actually now opened up the map a little bit. Badonka's on the flank, though, which is always solid, but it just depends on the timing right now. Who's getting the timing of what? It's not going to be Badonka, unfortunately. And now it's all suddenly down to a 1 and 2, where Herbs is thinking, hang on a moment, they could go A, they could go B. The good news, at the very least, for Herbs is that the T's are a little bit low in HP, and he knows that they're going to be on the B bomb site.
As he come in from jump ups throughout for the retake. Molly in the perfect position, though, and I believe that tick may have been heard. No, Ince still watching for the flank. So it seems that wasn't Herb's secret for the moment. Ince looking to actually move forward just to make sure that area is completely filtered out.
He's got no kit to work with, and I don't think anyone died on the B-bomb side as well, which means that Herbs has, I mean, barely any time to work with. You say, yes, he's still got 20 seconds, but he's got to find 2 Ts, and his position's been compromised. Might be better off backing off at this stage, and what was such a great start from Paradox, it's kind of petered out to a bit of a whimper right now, so he taps it, but there's just no time. You can't just tap it with no kit.
Oh, almost had the lineup. But of course, as you said, he still had no time for the round. It's Renegades to find a 4th, and that was a 2v4. So solid approach from Renegades to get back into the round.
That was just down to Ince just getting that mid-round pick, and that really just opened things up for Renegades at that stage. All the CTs were a little bit isolated away, and you could see probably Luke just a little bit thinking about, hang on a moment, is it still going to be an A-site hit? One of my teammates died, should I still be here? And then Malta just appears as the smoke fades and just rails you with a headshot, and there's not much that you can really do there. And
very aggressive angle he was holding, though. Extremely open.
Very ambitious and punished for it. As Renegades, this is feeling like a bit of a repeat from Mirage, where they're off to a bit of a good start. Paradox definitely in the position where they can strike back.
Well, Renegades do have a whole bunch of utility to play with here. No one playing from the sandbags just yet, but this round, Danger is over in the precarious position.
And with Herbs actually opening up the kill as well, which is very good already. They've done some damage nice and early on to Renegades. And they can keep this costly.
There it is. The moment for Danger to shine. Gets his first onto Dexter, so a good trade, but that nade big damage. 34 HP remains. He just dances left and right around the baggies, but there it is. Malta. Manages to deal with it. There it is. 3v3 now. Renegades may just be able to trade out from this position. Speaking of positions, Versa just waiting for some over-aggression, but no one going all the way around site just yet. Malta hoping for some aggression, just waiting, holding, making sure that bomb plant will secure it.
Yep, Versa just waiting for the smoke to fade, but as it does dissipate, it means that it's a pretty easy pick. And now everyone's starting to fall on the way side of Inns, just rifling away, happy as a Larry. Never understood that saying. Why is Larry always so happy?
I'm not sure, honestly. I haven't actually met a man called Larry before.
That's
or a woman called Larry.
That's a pretty good shot from Badonka. Oh, that was... I was about to say, that could have been pretty close. Inns definitely made a bit of a whiff out of that spray, but he's able to pull it back, so... Alright, another buy around from Paradox. Luke's got the trusty AWP. I don't know, do we call him Echo or Luke?
Luke.
Luke, Echo.
You only call him Echo if there's another Luke in the server. Which was hard because there was Lukey Boy on the team before. Now there is no Lukey Boy, so now Luke takes the name back, you know, which is rightfully his at the moment. I feel like he's probably the best Luke, so he gets to be called Luke.
So, some early damage already onto that B bomb site player, and it doesn't matter how you call it, that's actually both A site player dead.
Yeah, so solid entries coming out from Hats there.
He's just entered out and he's barely taken any damage. I say barely because he fought 2 people and he's still on 43 HP.
Herb's on a solid line, but now not over ambitious. Renegades grouping up, going for the execute,
Oh, no.
and there it is. Dexter, he is learning all these lines perfectly. Herbs will fall. And Ince as well, just on this lurk at mid, he's just going to be able to deal with the B player so easily, or at least get the info that Badonka's now going to go on the aggressive rotation. There it is. Maybe not. Doubling back and bouncing around like a maniac. Tries to get a gun out in time. It's Versa on just 15 HP as the bombers are gone for the big rotation back to B. Knowing that there was no more danger on this side of the map.
I mean, if Danger's dead, how can he be on the map at all when you think about it?
Exactly. No danger anywhere.
And Versa just trying to hold on to the AWP. I would say Renegades probably just looking to see if they can maybe pry it off his hands.
They're certainly hungry.
But I think he's...
is very, very close to
Uh-oh,
it.
he is stuck in a very precarious situation, but he's able to do well.
Big shots. Can he get another?
Nope.
No. Sicko, certainly at the ready. Gets that trade, and it's 6 on the board for the Renegades. And this Vertigo is looking very nice indeed for them. We'll see if Paradox have anything as we head towards the second half, because their defense right now is in a bit of a way. It's not amazing.
That's the danger of Vertigo, though, a lot of the time. If you have a team that's able to play with the rotations now, because of the fast rotations, of the ability to kind of just get the gunfire working out.
Big nade.
Yeah, it's great onto Inns, and Badonka's actually got some great positioning right now on top of ladder. He's cut off one of these rotations.
Does he?
But he's dead, actually, so never mind. He's cut off nothing at all. Dex has just cut him down short. I actually found one of the dumbest wallbangs on this map.
Okay, where?
You can actually wallbang, so where Diggity is, you can actually wallbang a section of it from ladder room.
Okay. Hopefully we see that in some competitive play at some point.
It does no damage at all. I took a look with the M4. It's like something like, if you do it with an AK, if you dink them and have no armor, you might be able to do a lot more damage. But I think with an M4, you're doing something like 2 damage a shot. So it's like not really a noticeable wallbang.
Right.
But like someone smarter than me will find an AWP wallbang from that position, that's for sure. But it's a possibility, and we haven't explored everything on Vertigo yet. It was just like one of those ideas when I noticed that Diggity was so close over to the to top ladder. I was just wondering, just maybe, what can we do from here?
Fortunately, not too many people are smarter than you, Kev, so...
I think there's plenty of people smarter than me in Counter-Strike. I just take some of the dumb ideas and I run with it. Out comes a B-site walk-in, and it's open for business.
Yep, and late flank comes through. Ince just deals with that perfectly on a silver platter. He's gifted these kills time and time again. And Paradox, look, at this point, it's a 3v5. They're really nowhere near the side. It's just exits that they're looking for, maybe some upgrades for guns to carry over to the next. Malta, he's just going to happily find Luke. It's Hats as well. He's going to try to draw them in. There it is. Nice bait play. An AK now will be retrieved. Hats doesn't want to let Versa exit though.
He's exited.
Perfect timing on the jump across.
That's good. At least they got the AK to play with.
They got 2 Deagles.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have the buy round next round, but an AK is always nice over an M4. But it's just starting to get to the stage of if Renegades are able to get 10 rounds, and they're kind of in the position where they can really trade back and forth and actually still get 10.
I'm going to call it. I reckon this is looking like a 13-2 affair. Maybe even 15-0.
It's a bit harsh on Paradox. I thought you were backing your
harsh.
boys.
I was. But then it just looks like Renegades really, really know how to play Vertigo. From what I saw last week, I thought, look, they looked all right on it, but they didn't look this good. Paradox, they're just trying to get away with anything here. We're just going to see a very aggressive play coming out. Hats, off the back of a couple of flashes, will fall to a blinded danger. And we are going to see the aggression on the other extremity over towards the B site. Pedonka from behind default. Almost working the timing. Takes big damage himself as the wrap comes through. It's going to be locking him down on the short side. And there it is. B site has been found, but the cross still needs to come out. And Versus here with the AWP. Big shots on the AWP himself. As now that bomb is going to go for the rotation. Back to A. Dexter started to go forward. Oh, and he's a victim of timing as well. So it looks like Paradox may just be on the board, but let's see what Sicko can do in the 1v4.
Yep. Serbs' transition. That's a really great off angle, and Dexter just unable to really exploit the timing on that one. And Sicko still needs to cross out into the open. Versa's been doing pretty well. There's so many AWPs on these angles right now. And as soon as I would say that Versa takes a shot, oh my goodness, Sicko still manages to get that.
How's he get away with it?
Man, it's just gifted with the AWP.
He's doubling back to Diggity. Herbs perfectly on this line as well. Oh, big damage. And Sicko unable to find that one tap. There it is. The egg's been cracked. And Paradox, they are cooking brekkie. 1 for 7.
But double AWP's been noticed surely by Renegades, but you know, hang on, Versa's got an AWP. Surely Luke's got one as well. Really great opportunity for them maybe to get to the B bomb site, but they don't really smoke the cross. They're not expecting anyone to be there, and the flashbang's just not effective enough. It means that they get punished on that B side execute. Looks like Versa's looking to go aggressive, feeling a bit more confident now as he's looking to take this B main control away from Renegades. He's actually gone towards mid.
Oh, solid line.
Oh, but he gets the arm shot. That's unfortunate.
That was an interesting one. Thought that was in the torso, but apparently not. Anyway.
Oh, Luke's taken a lot of damage as well.
Yeah,
oh, no. Oh. He's jumped back up.
No.
Oh, fall into the abyss of shame.
Look, I said they were cooking brekkie, and I didn't mean it literally, but they're just getting a whole bunch of roasted meat here. This is back to the 3v5. Paradox looking like they may be overcooked.
Oh. Yep, at least.
Who was that?
Nice one, Sicko. Nice one. I think it was also...
I think it was Hats.
Yeah.
Hats, just thought he might have had it, but now it's danger. Getting his dividends.
That's great stuff. But now he has to hold on, and he can't. Unfortunately, too many angles to check. He decides to push forward. And to a 2-on-3, at least more doable for Paradox in this retake. As Renegade's taking a bit of time to get that bomb down.
You've got Herbs very close on the flank as well. No one's spotted him just yet, but we will see the double back at Dig. As Dexter, stuck at default for the moment, going to be spotted. Oh, I don't know if Bedonka actually noticed. Doesn't deny him the exit. Oh, there it is. Back to the 2-on-2, or 1-on-2 rather. Looks like Herbs was actually dealt with on that flank before. Flash comes through looking for the info, but Donka wanting the tap. It knows that there is a player over towards Sandbags. Oh, spots the baggie on the back. He's just edging forward, trying to stay silent, just waiting for this re-aggression, but he's running out of time.
Yeah,
and there it is.
Sicko gets a no-scope as well. Jeez.
Big shots coming out, and there it is. 8 on the board for Renegades, not letting Paradox doubling it down.
I mean, it just wasn't a great start from Paradox on that round where Versa gets picked off nice and early on, just gets that wall shot, then Luke decides to jump back up. I can see his theory behind it. He wasn't expecting the molly to spread. Didn't expect that he took so much damage as well from molly and an HE as he was blinded out, so a little bit of miscalculation there. Paradox actually opting to go for pistols just to get their money in order so they can afford these buy rounds, afford the double AWP.
Slower approach at the moment. Smoke at the bottom of B stairs. Versa in a very common position. Oh, still gets away with it. Malta showing some barrel before going around the corner.
Yeah, once again, it just seems like the pistols are doing so much work for Paradox, whereas Renegades just can't really fully exploit the effectiveness of having these rifles against pistols for now. And now Paradox is actually taking full ramp control as well.
What I think it is the Paradox on the pistols, they're willing to take those risks,
Yeah,
go
true.
more aggressive, and it keeps on working out for them because it seems like that is how they play better.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, a case of Versa just is able to do some chip damage and fall away, and is just able to just stay alive.
Situation of maybe play to your strengths. Anyway, B-site hit comes through. Hat's now trying to go for the entry, and entry he does. Wants some more finds on Eckel. Can't get the third though, but Donker looking sharp at the CZ today. A couple of nice plays and needs to do it again. Trying to get the reload off there from Generator. Swinging wide ins, can't shoot it both at once. It's going to be Urban now trying to bring it back. It's all up to Sicko. He's only got 44 HP of heated 50 in a dream, but the crunch comes through. Flank is there, and Shavesh does it again. Danger with the final kill, and 2 on the board for Paradox.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, another round where they just able to get the entry kills, and Renegades just not in the position to trade out. You can see some of the individuals playing a little bit greedy. Malta not being respectful of that smoke, not being respectful of the fact there could be someone close like that. Gets punished for it, and it pretty much just capitulates for Renegades in that situation. Once again, the CZ's doing work. It's going to be the ramp fight one more time. Luke's going to be blinded off, but out comes Danger into the same position, but this time around, no heroics.
Yeah, running them backwards as they were already halfway up the ramp. It's a very rough position. You can see Herbs not expecting Dex to be so far progressed through the site, and he's all the way into hell now. Oh my lord, this is going from bad to worse for Paradox.
Dexter just decided to press the accelerate. He's decided to go on the gas. He's just drifted straight to the A bomb site. There's absolutely no chance for Paradox. Diversing the tofu delivery himself. Oh no! Oh! You Dexter, you goose!
He
You
tried
swung
it.
too early!
Props for trying, and Versa will get away with his life for an extra second or so before falling. No knife for Dexter this time, but ambitiousness is
I like it.
what we like.
I mean, once at that stage where you get 3 entries in the A-bomb site, might as well go for it. Look, here's the problem though. You look at Luke's KD. It's not too good.
Yeah. What are you doing with your hand?
Didn't want to say it out loud, but that's not a good KD.
Right. Is that what you were signaling?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If I said KDA, it'd look a little bit better. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cool. Well, anyway, round 12. We're here. Renegades are on the full buy again because they aren't losing too many rounds. Although the economy is looking lower than you'd expect. However, Paradox, they are on the buy themselves. 2 SMGs in play, so it's not the greatest of buys. But this double stack almost working out. Hats does manage to slide away to safety. So we do see the bomb retreat as it starts to make its way back over to the B stairs. Dexter looking very indecisive on where he wants to rotate.
They've got too much control at the moment. I guess that's the problem. They've got all this mid control. They have this A ramp control as well.
Looks like it's going to be the B site commitment. It's over towards mid, just locking everything down at the moment. But Paradox starting to push forward there at Diggity. You can see Eckel, or Luke rather, wanting to just go forward. They are going to have to go for a rotation very shortly indeed. Versa, solid position here at the front box. Oh, gets a second as well. He's going to be stuck. Oh, that locks him down. Lucy Badonka looking for the trade now. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Badonka has to go for the reload himself as well. Ince just from the flank doing so much work at the moment for the Renegades. Not expecting danger in this position. And now it's Hats with just 25 HP to try to clutch it in this 1v2.
Yeah, and he's so scared of the flank right now. If he lands a clean headshot, breaks it down to the one-on-one, gets back to safety as well. Luke is still posting on the same angle. Surely is a kit retrievable. Surely it's time for him to work with as well.
Solid off angle. Let's see if Luke expects it. Just edging forward, crosshair in a solid position.
Gun barrel's
He's
been
actually
spotted.
been spotted. And Hats.
Oh my goodness, Luke. He has it, I think. Just enough time, even without the kit. As Hats just unable to really bring back that sprayed. Luke on 9 HP, able to complete the clutch.
Solid retake coming out from Luke there to get a third on the board for Paradox. 1v2. Well, almost 1v2 there for Hats. He just couldn't pull that spray down. This crosshair was going everywhere. Well, there it is. There's the 3 rounds from Paradox. Let's see if Renegades drop any more before we head into the half, or if they can tighten up the nuts and bolts. But their T-side so far looking very solid indeed, although that economy's been broken. They're going to go for the force buy anyway.
Yeah, they're going to come straight out to the A bomb site this time around. Luke and Danger, are they going to be committing forward or are they just going to be chilling out? Looks like they're chilling out for now.
Like a much more basic approach. They've got plenty of utility to go for the full basic execute, which we are very used to seeing here on Vertigo. However, Danger happily trying to take these fights. The wallbang, it still does so much damage, even though it's through the metal now.
He's got no head armor, that's the problem. These AKs just have so much penetration value. It just tears him to shreds. He's still fighting it, which I guess I can give him props to, but still at the end of the day, Dexter with the Tech 9 at close range. You know what this man's capable of with the Tech 9. And Verse is about to be mollied off once again, just around, but Renegades decides to pick up the acceleration. That's a clean round for Renegades. That's money in the bank now. And for Paradox, can't say the same. Tricky situation for them to be in the last 2 rounds.
Look at this. Big shot, big fleet coming out from Dexter there for the second. Gets himself a free upgrade to the M4 as well. Which he ends up swapping out for an AK before the end of the round. And there it is, 10 rounds on the board already for Renegades, and they're just looking for more as well. Nade not quite hitting the mark there at mid, although, as I say that, seemingly it's Luke taking some decent damage.
But in the perfect off. Yeah, he's in the perfect off angle with the Deagle though, but Inz is just so sharp.
Man's
just
on.
press the delete button. He's gone.
Certainly dominating the mid area of Vertigo at the moment. Many a frag for himself for Renegades, as we are seeing a change in the approach. It's going to be the A split coming in from the flank as well, but it's just a dry push straight through the smoke there. Dexter certainly at the ready, trades it out, so Ince's life wasn't lost for nothing, as 11 goes up on the board there for the Renegades.
Yeah, Paradox final buy round, and they're going to be looking to scrounge up whatever they can. No AWP to play with, barely any utility as well in some of these players, which is going to be a real struggle right now. The Renegades, they have pretty much most options to pick. Do they just slow it down, just lurk and try to get the entries on extremities? Or are they going to go commit full together as a team? Looks like they are going to be fully committing over to this A side of things. Just leaving the single player and Inz to be lurking it out, which normally he does. Just holding on to that mid area, might be deploying some utility over to the A bomb site to help out people as well.
Again, a slow approach from Renegades. Not dominating the A site just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it has forced Paradox, though, just to play retake A. So, just as the work is being done right now for Renegades to just stage up and threaten this A site control. This is honestly the perfect situation you can be in for Renegades. You just throw a couple of smoke grenades that you still have left. You've got 2 in Dexter and Sicko who are in the right position to do so. Get the bomb plant down, play retake from there with Inz late lurking. Very strong setup.
Utility. Coming out towards the A site again. 4 men here, make it 5. Or 4 rather, as Ince is still over towards mid. Thought he might have actually rotated through. Now, Malta just expecting some aggression through the smoke. Now expecting Paradox to start feel the pressure.
Okay, that's big. Inz has been picked off, which is really good, nice and early on, and there's utility for the CT side to work with on the retake. Plenty of time to work with as well with the Badonka's kit. Just got to keep him alive while trying to make sure he dies near the bomb.
Dexter in a very solid position, but he has to rely on someone walking into his crosshair. Versa is going to do just that, and his position is no, but look at this quality utility. 4 of the CTs all blinded, 2 falling in a matter of moments. It's a 3v1, and Danger can't get it done. Sicko with the deathly blow. 12-3 is the halftime score, and Renegades are dominating. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, right, Kev? It is the second half. There's 2 halves to every game, and Vertigo has been pretty damn heavily T-slotted for a while now. So let's see if Paradox are going to be able to fight their way back into the game, or have we seen the same scenario to what we saw on Mirage, where Renegades just got too many in the first half and it's not really going to matter in the second.
I'll have to find out with the pistol. I'd say the pistol, if Paradox are able to grab it, get some momentum going, could bring it a lot closer. But if Renegades take the pistol and just pretty much win every single round convincingly after that, could be a very quick 2-0 for tonight for ANZ champs, unfortunately for Paradox. I was about to say that for a Paradox fan, if you're hoping for them to pull out a victory, it's going to have to be they had us in the first half, not going to lie, me. So just taking a look, obviously, at the first half with the Western Union money tracker. I mean, Inns was doing the bulk of the work, fragging it out there, and he's actually earned the most cash by a huge amount. And Paradox just never really in the game as the CT side. Just unfortunately, just dropping or winning rounds and dropping them afterwards never could really get to full loss bonus, and that's never going to help at the CT side at the end of the day. Outcomes a very quick B site push from a lot of these Ts on Paradox, but they decide to fall away.
They're just looking to bait out some aggression over towards the A ramp, and that's exactly what they'll do. Sicko now posted on a solid line, but still able to fall back after fighting here. Just jiggling for the info. Let's see how the coordination of the peaks comes through. Sicko cops more than he gives, as he does just fall back to safety now. Staying silent though, as are Paradox. So it's a battle of the ninjas at this point in time. Everyone has their sneakers on.
But look how much utility Renegades have for this. They've got 2 HE grenades, 2 smoke grenades on the back of that, but no kit.
They're just certainly looking to throw some util for a very quick retake, as Sicko, it's actually going to be Dexter to find that one. Over the top of default box. Nade now being lined up for the perfect position. They're just waiting to hear this bomb being planted before dumping it. I like this. Dexter, he's got his ready as well over from the lobby position. Looks like they've got the lineups.
Oh, he's just dead.
They've just done their homework. Beautifully done. Malta and Sicko on the retake, and the bomb is still not planted, but Renegades, they want this site back before anything else can be done. Danger just trying to tap away, trying to get the reload off. It's actually going to be Luke now coming in with the Glock, but there it is. Danger down the one-on-one and gets it done. Charvesh with the T-pistol.
Yep.
4-12 though. That's still a long way to go.
No, but still, you take the pistol round, you've got to be celebrating those as Renegades. They're just taking individual deals at that stage. They're 5 up, 5v2, and taking individual deals deserve to be punished for playing something so poorly like that. That's just individual basic mistakes coming out. And Luke, as well as Danger, they make sure to land their shots, and they're going to be very happy doing so. That's a great round coming out from Danger at the end there. Very clean with the Glock, allowing Paradox the pistol round. But Renegades have 4 straight into this.
Paradox focusing for some mid control now, sending 2 men in this direction, but a nice little bait setup. Malta and Dexter here, as well as Hats. Just looking to go for the 3-pronged attack, but it's a matter of who's going to take contact first. There it is. Now Dexter finds himself the double, and that deagle at close range is so damn deadly.
I like how he takes the AK and he goes, here, you can have a MAC-10 as a consolidation prize. And I'm like, thanks, dude. Really? I did all the baiting and this is what you're going to give me, a MAC-10?
But the plan worked out, and that's what they need to focus on. 5v3. Paradox looking for a way back into the round. With 2 at A ramp. The bomb starting to make its way to this position as well. Renegades are very heavily set with the defense here. Flash comes through at the perfect time as well. That's the info. Nade. Perfect.
Yep. And all the information spotted out, which means that Dexter can just duel it out and maybe complete off the ace as well. No, it's going to be Sicko, actually, who cleans up things. So Dexter just going, hang on a moment, mate. What's with that? Give me my rightfully deserved ace. As now Paradox, there's no loss bonus. There's no bomb plant. You know what that means, Mac?
What's that mean?
They've got no money, and I think soon they're not going to have any game.
Well,
don't hate the player, hate the game.
It's unfortunate because that means they're going to have nothing to transfer with Western Union. So, but when you do get some, go use it. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, round 18. Paradox, they are on the Pistol Boys again. They've gone for the Force. They know that they need to try to cause an upset before it gets too late. And Herb's just waiting for the reload to come through. But Dexter is a smart man and just saved every bullet. Every bullet has a purpose. Looks like we're going to see a similar situation, but this time he cannot get it done. It's going to be Versa for the trade. Luke, though, losing the bomb. Molly on it as well. That's going to buy a huge amount of time for Renegades to get this rotation straight in. Malta smokes it off. It's going to be Ince and Sicko to deal the deathly blows. 14 on the board for Renegades. That's a 10-round lead. And there's no money in the bank for Paradox. Kev, they've blown it.
I mean, I don't even know if they've come into this and they had a chance, to be honest. Like we said, a new roster in terms of integrating Danger, not really having a high-level competitive match against Vertigo. I mean, official high-level match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're always going to be a little bit skeptical. And what?
Alrighty.
The Glocks? Too powerful.
Flash is pretty powerful as well. 5 men blinded. That buys some time for the rotation, but Paradox, they are just literally going with the Glock train. Back and forth. hoping for some over-aggression from the A site. But Dexter, he's got a beautiful one-way setup. I love this.
This is disgusting. Can you even see anything from the other side? I don't think so.
I doubt it. Oh, and it's in the perfect spot as well. Paradox are about to become some victims.
He's just holding on to the fire. He's just executing them. Oh no, Dexter, please stop. This is merciless.
That was beautiful. I haven't seen that one way before, and I'm glad I have.
Imagine if he had a silenced M4.
Oh yeah, would have been like, where did I just die from? Like, where has he popped my
He's
head off
shot
from?
me through smoke. He's cheating.
Crazy.
No, he has actually just got the one way up.
That's it. Well, one away from taking the series, taking the first series of the night. Renegades 15-4 here, 16-10 over on Mirage. Can they find this final round? Paradox, they've backed themselves. They've got the buyout. They don't have the greatest of utility, but Sicko tries to go aggressive from the top of A ramp. It's a much faster approach now from Paradox.
Yeah, Maltz is here, but the timing works just in the favor of Herbs. But In's actually pushed through. Completely cleared B main out. So I guess Paradox have to be really committed now to the A bomb site.
Well, they're locked into position. Two smokes flash on Molly, and Sicko again going to miss that one, but the Molly goes down at the perfect moment. Luke, he wanted to go forward, but he tries to stay disciplined. Unfortunately, there is a battle going over towards the ramp side. Sicko finishes off Eckel with that nade. It's all crumbling apart. Danger can't do it again. There it is. It's insta takedown hats to close out the business, and Renegades are going to be happy with that one. 2-0. Looking very solid through the lower bracket, and they live to fight another day. Kev, please tell me, what did you think of Vertigo there?
Look, expected at the end of the day. Like the biggest threat at the end for the veto, right, was when Paradox couldn't play Nuke, and you go, okay, Renegades, they lost against Vertigo on TWA. You know that TWA can actually play Vertigo. They've recorded matches, they verse like teams that you're pretty confident that are well versed at it. First time for Paradox in the new lineup. Look, didn't expect too much out of them. They're still looking to rebuild and regrow. Obviously, they did have a couple of upsets, and they're out of the season now, unfortunately. Put on a good show, at the very least on Mirage. Vertigo, look, we'll pretend that didn't happen.
Look, they did manage to get that upset earlier in the weeks for them. So, look, they're not going to go home empty-handed, at least. They've done a pretty good job to get here, and they do have a second opportunity over in next split. But here, Renegades, moving on to the lower bracket, and they're going to find out who they will be playing next after we get to the next series. So that's going to be Order taking on Trucks with Attitude. Do you think we're going to have any upset potential there?
Look, well, normally I'd say no, but it's coming into ANZ Champs season, I think it is 11 now at the moment, or season 2, 2020, depending which way that you look at it. And that's always a case for upsets at this stage. It's just upset bonanza over here. Just maybe TWA can make it happen again.
Just maybe. Well, no upsets for the first series of the day. It's all smiles for Renegades, who will move forward. But we have to move forward as well. We have to get to the second series of the day. But before we get there, we're going to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Order taking on Truckers very soon.
Shot. He's not going to. That's a
Sicko. I don't think he's missed this jump. Like, not once in his life.
out through Palace as well, but In's 1-for-1. And now comes the A-side attack. Great entry. He's covering off the angle, but they've got it off the bomb. Oh, no! Oh, as Dexter's just fighting everything at the moment. Stop, you madman! Oh my goodness. And the clutch comes out.
Herbs in a solid position. Danger under the window as well. It's just trying to put a stop to the tracks with men advantage for the moment. Jumping to the max end. It's not going to work out. Malta falling. Herbs still gets that reload off in time with the CZ. So much damage done, and Luke.
Malta just caught between two mines. Badonka making all this noise in the world. And out comes the A-side force. Looks like we're going to be fighting this back. Danger going to be starting off well.
There it is. The lineup. 3. And there it is. B-site has been found. But the cross still needs to come out and versus here with the AWP. Big shots on the AW from the torso. But apparently not. Anyway.
He's taking a well. Oh no. He's jumped back up. Diversing the tofu delivery himself. Oh no! Oh!
Very short lead Versa. Good position here. The front box. Gets a second too, but
still at the end of the day, Dexter with the Tech 9 at close range. You know what this man's capable of with it.
Walking into this crosshair, Versa is going to do just that, and his position is no good. Look at this.
Yep, and all the information spotted out, which means that Dexter can just duel it out. He's just holding onto the fire. He's just executing them. Oh no, Dexter, please stop! This is merciless.
That was.
We complete 25 money transfers every second around the world. Send money from our app. website or in store. Simple, easy and convenient. Choose the trusted network for your money transfers. Choose Western Union. Download the Western Union app today.
G'day, mate.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
This is calamari.
Calamari to the seafood aisle.
Calamari. Why'd they name you that?
I take you.
Calamari. Let's make a jack.
Drink it through with their iced coffee.
We're open for takeaway and delivery.
We are open for takeaway and delivery.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to Poppy, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. You know. Got it like. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, ain't come alive. Go to hell and
they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now, what I do right now for you, for you.
It's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. some honey. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone.
It's like even about a year ago or 2 years ago when he first started popping off, I just realized this player is actually, he was really, really solid in terms of the game. And I just went, this kid, if he just gets a little bit more like game practice in terms of just improving the game sense, plays with some players that have some great game knowledge behind them. It's like Smooth Crim, for example, even Swede, who's plied his trade over on some Div 2 teams beforehand, can definitely learn a lot and bring the firepower. We saw that against Renegades as well. Not an easy feat to be bringing the AWP and dropping high numbers against them. And, well, he was able to do that. So, definitely, I would say another season for him to be standing out. He did quite well last season, doing much better this time around. Is going to be a key player coming forward to, if they are looking to upset Order this time around.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can deliver them the goods just like Menulog, our favourite sponsor. Not our favourite, one of our favourites. We've got two favourite sponsors at the moment. We've got Menulog as well as Western Union. We're best friends with both of them. You're allowed to have more than one best friend. Let's make that clear.
What about...
Dare.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You have to have three
They've
best
had
friends
their
here,
time
mate.
to shine. They've had their time to shine. Actually, their time to shine should be coming up shortly, but you know what it is? You know what it is? Their prediction time. Very soon. Not right
excellent.
now. Not right now.
Hasn't your dare prediction always gone wrong is my next question.
Probably, yeah. Well, look, it's a pretty...
We should call it the map prediction.
It's an inaccurate segment, but it's not bad. Let's be real. Anyway.
I think, okay, here's the problem, right? It's because a dare fix will fix it. You're not having enough dare to fix the problem of a bad prediction. I think that's the issue. You only have like a bit of a sip.
Are you challenging me? Do you want me to take 2 whole sips?
I mean, you only have like one sippy boy. I want you to get the full suck this time, right? That's what I want you to do. Get that full dare into you. I want to get that accurate dare prediction because the dare fix will fix it.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be eloquent and I'm going to have 2 sips. All right, let's go. So first, I'll just to make sure. Look, so I'll just check now.
That's the first one.
Let's
okay, that's definitely not. That's definitely not a good way. So,
but it certainly does taste like one team at the moment. Let's
excellent. That's a great start. One team's going to win so far between TWA as well as Order. Now, what team is it going to be? Are we going to be seeing an upset tonight? Are we going to be continuing the trend of truckers with attitude continuing with their upset mentality, or is it going to be Order actually, restoring a bit of their namesake in this tournament?
No bias here. No bias here. But that tastes... that tastes so good! And it tastes like a 2-0 for Order tonight.
Oh, okay, there we are. Order 2-0, even without the maps. Just confident in the boys and on Order to take it.
Pre-veto. Anyway, it is time to bring up the maps that we are going to be playing tonight. And let's have a look at where we're not going to be heading. No train, no overpass. Boom, kick him out of here. Let's see where we're going. Let's just get into it. Get into it. Kev wants to see it. I want to see it. What is it? Come on. Look up. I've got to get into the game! Production!
Okay,
I don't like being left waiting.
So he's been left waiting, but what I'm going to reasonably estimate here is that truckers with attitude might be tempted to go to a Vertigo pick here. Definitely testing out Order. Dust 2 and Mirage. So not actually going to Vertigo, which is fair enough. They would be scrimming against a team like Order on Vertigo a couple of times and might be on the receiving end of it. Dust 2, definitely a great opener, especially for PZ and some of the riflers. Now, don't want to be catching Panic sipping dares inside the pit once more, but I think he's learned his lesson. So, and this time around, Mirage actually from Order. This is a huge upset potential, these maps coming out in TWA's favour.
I'd have to agree there. So, look, maybe... old mate Triple Espresso wasn't maybe bang on the money, but we'll see once we get into there. Anyway, I want to see the third because I feel like we could be going to a third in this series from what we've seen. It's going to be Vertigo.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, Trucks with Attitude beat Renegades on Vertigo before.
Yeah, but Order's a different beast on Vertigo, I would say, compared to Renegades. And that, I guess it's like you look at the first opening picks. So say, for example, Dust 2, right? They would have looked at Order and they're gone, okay, we can definitely exploit this. Nice little opening map just to kind of get our riflers as well as our AWPer warmed up. You start on the T side, hopefully, if Order pick the CT side. Get your rhythm into things because you can just kind of dictate the tempo. One of the easiest maps, really, to just get map control, right? Like, you think of games like Mirage where you can be losing this mid control. It's really hard to control the extremities. Dust 2 isn't like that. It's very, very easy to actually control the map if you understand how your default works and how to punish the CT side afterwards accordingly if you get some good entries in. Now, the Mirage pick is very interesting for me from Order, in all honesty. And I think that's a big telling mentality, is that they're happy to go to the middle of the pool and actually brawl it out, as opposed to go to some of the more extremities. And I think that's fine for a team like Order as well. They're the I would say the favoured team in this case. They're the ones that are happy fighting it out at this stage from the higher vantage point. And yeah, Inferno has not really been their strong point for a very long time, so it's kind of good to see them resolve it in a Vertigo if we ever do get to that.
It looked like they were starting to strengthen it up recently, but as you could see, Truckers did beat Renegades on Inferno as well, and Renegades is a very good Inferno team, so maybe they just didn't want to roll the dice that way. But Mirage, look, it's one of those maps where you know Truckers with Attitude can play it as well, so that's a very, very risky veto. And Order on Dust 2, I'd say it's a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, like, you can look at a team like Order, and you really have to genuinely think about when was the last time a team like this was upset. Like, and it's a bit of a stretch, right? You can say that.
Caught me off guard with that question.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'll let you think through it because obviously I did catch you a little bit off guard, but you really think like a team like Order. You look at stage 1, didn't get upset. Like Paradox took them really close previous season, didn't get upset. They still made the upper bracket run until obviously they dropped down against Avant. In this season, upper bracket run as well. Obviously didn't have to face off against some of the stronger teams. So look, I'm still fairly confident in saying that Order's not up to the par of Avant or Renegades. That's been proven at DreamHack Masters, I think fairly confidently now. We can put that argument in the corner until the next time another big tournament comes around, maybe the finals for this for ANZ Champs, where we can have that discussion once again. But they just don't get upset.
Yeah, because they're happy blokes.
Oh, I don't know. Some of them are happy. Others are, I don't know.
Who?
I'm not mentioning
Who's
names.
not happy?
I'm not that offensive.
Who's not happy? Because I'm going to go brighten their bloody day, Kev.
Who's not happy? Well, none of them are French, so there you have it. None of them are happy. There you have it.
Don't like it.
Well, unfortunate. But what I mean by that is they just don't get upset against in terms of Counter-Strike. Not emotionally wise.
Okay,
emotionally, you can see that some of them are a little bit smiles, sometimes a little bit sad, but that's okay.
Beautiful. Well, hopefully it is all smiles for everyone in the server today, because we don't want anyone going home crying. Although, look, they do have that second chance, so at least they'll be sent to the lower bracket. Whoever does take the L today, going down to take on Renegades. So let's see if Truckers are going to be ready to do that again, or if it's going to be Order going down. Anyway, it is time for the first map of the second series of the day. It's going to be Dust 2, where we've seen Order look pretty strong recently on it. You know, they had a bit of a rough patch there, but Truckers as well, they have picked it, and I'm sure they picked it for a reason too.
You've got to be coming into this with attitude, right? Out comes swinging the boys, and to say, Truckers with Attitude, one of my favourite teams. They've just been, I guess, a kind of a standout in terms of how they're just plugging along. They're just the ones that have been doing the consistent work. There's always been kind of that core 3 or core 4 that have been trying to put the hard work together, get the hard yards across. But now they have a really big crosshair on their back now. They've had that upset. They've made multiple upsets now against some of these top tier teams. And I think that's actually going to be making Order kind of stand up a little bit more and actually play this one a little bit seriously. Not like they weren't taking it seriously, but you know what the mentality for a lot of these top teams are when they're coming to verse some of these still tier 2 teams, right? Is that they're going to be coming in with maybe a C tier or a B tier gameplay as opposed to the hyper-focused A tier you might see against some of their rivals. Well, Swede's already pushing lower dark, and he might catch some of them off guard, but he's just missed every single shot.
Alright, so solid beginnings for Order, but now that is the jig that has been up. And Smoke on Xbox will allow PZ to hold this very ambitious angle. Smooth Crim as well, just looking for a bink through mid doors. have made their way onto Xbox. PZ fully aware that they could just be lurking in that smoke now, so he will give up the map control. Doesn't want to be going toe-to-toe
Send
with
him in,
4 of
Smooth Crim.
Order, and will flash around the corner. PZ finds 2 somehow before the trade comes through, and we're back to a 3v3.
So it's all up to Panic on the retake. There is a kit for him to play with over at long, but Estillo is trying to push forward, get aggressive, get the information.
And spotted. Panic can't quite reposition the crossset in time, and Ustillo will take him on the repeak. 3 for Ustillo, 2 for Ali, and a solid T-pistol coming out from Order. So, seen as this map has been picked by Truckers, Order have opted for that T side to begin. It's worked out so far. PZ, solid shot there to get that second man swinging around the corner. Let's see how Order deal with the eco hit. Truckers going for the 4-man stack at mid doors, not quite spotted as they did commit smoke to the cross. And from this position, they can heavily reinforce that B site. But it looks like it's going to be 5 men straight down mid.
Oh, and the Xbox smoke actually works out really well for the USPs because they can actually spot the feed of the T's crossing if they opt to fight it.
Oh, and JD, he's left it a little bit too late. Hearing the utility, spam comes through. He'll fall for free. Ali doing the honours. And with that pick, Order may just commit to a B split as well, which could be dangerous. But that being said, you can see that Order has started to make their way up short A.
I think they're going to be more committed to this A-bomb site at the moment. B is just so risky against pistols. You don't even know if it's a USB of an upgraded pistol at the stage. You've got it on a wallbang, but you haven't really committed beyond out there. So just trying to shift any rotations around, see if they can hear any CTs with this mid-utility before they decide to commit out on the back of just the single progression smoke. Or 2 progression smoke, should I say. Just making sure that there's no 1-4 sport here. And it should be a relatively clean round, obviously, because Truckers with attitudes on the wrong bomb site, but they only had USBs, let's be real. They have the guns to fight with the next one.
So, solid decision-making from Order. Going for the path with the least resistance in the round. Smooth Crim finally finding some contact. And Order, it's looking like they are just going to be able to hold their guns here. Truckers hunting for anything. Bink onto Ali. Nice shot from Smooth Crim.
He's binked 2 people already with the USB.
Hands on. And Ali doesn't want to look like he's scared.
I feel like he's dinked 3 people with the USB. He's just scared off everyone from Order.
He's on. And he knows that he's literally got nothing to lose, so he is going to continue to fight. Ricky puts an end to the aggression. And the other 3 don't want to buff up Order's money anymore. So we will see Order take a second. 4 alive at the end, and a solid beginning to Dust 2.
Yep, and let's see if they can change things around with the first buy round. No AWP in play, though. And no kit either, so retake's not really on the cards either. But it might just be a full B-site commitment at the moment. There's actually no mid-control coming out from the Ts.
Yeah, well, they've gone for the bonus round, so I wouldn't be surprised. It is going to be contact. Flashes coming through. Panic, able to see for a moment, but he'll only see himself die there. Molly as well, forcing Swede back, and now with the doors flipped the other way, that's going to be so dangerous to stand in that position. Ricky at the ready with the Galil, and he's able to cross to safety, get this bomb secured.
I completely forgot that was something that did change recently as well, with the doors being flipped, and we really haven't given it the attention that it deserves just yet. When Estillo's just actually fragging out from 2 different angles, he actually doesn't care that he's fighting 2 separate angles. I'll go back to the point of double doors flipping around, because that's going to help out the AWPers a lot more, but I feel like Order probably already have that smoke for B doors from tunnels covered. So, just one of those cases of, don't want to be losing any rifles here to a scout of Alistair.
Smooth Crim able to trade, but now position compromised, and Order with 3 alive. Not too sure if they're going to continue to go for the hunt, but it certainly looks like they will try their little hearts out. The AK, and here's a Smooth Crim, is good enough for Truckers.
And also one thing with the doors being flipped as well, it means that the car position isn't that strong anymore for the Ts.
Yeah, it's less impactful. Although if you do have your head down, you're not going to be spotted from the doors.
Correct, yeah.
So
But it makes it also easy for the CTs on the retake just to drop a Molotov there as well. So it makes it a little bit more the utility lining up. So, I mean, I feel like you would have had utility beforehand, but it just makes it a little bit easier to check overall in the long run. So, bit of a change in pace right now. Once again, it looks like it's the B site. And Alistair's got the first pick, and they're going to come straight out. Panic close range with its Eagle.
Holds it. 2-tap on the torso. Val for the trade. And that's going to be the B site found. 3 of the truckers already dealt with as Justillo wants to fight some more. But JD, not going to go down without swinging, but he will eventually. Head going to be tapped off, and there it is. 4v1 now. Peasy over on B ramp, about to be collapsed on. Just waiting for Ali to push out forward, but expecting a wider swing than that. Not going to hit the deagle shot. There's the info, and Justillo should probably find this flank right now.
Yep, he's coming in, and PZ tries reacting, but not enough, unfortunately. His order just going to the B bomb site 2 rounds in a row, making it work. Haven't really even tested short and A just yet on these buy rounds. And finally, though, Truckers with attitude with the AWP in the hands of play. 2 AWPs.
Oh, okay.
All right, Private Swede going to work.
Double. Let's get it.
Like a utility, though, which, I mean, at the end of the day, if you click successfully, why do you need a utility, right?
That's the one, that's the one. Look, not even going to use one of those flashes, bouncing it off the roof now. A bit of a missed utility, but are they going to expect the 2-man over towards the blue bin? Smoke coming out now, as we are going to see the boost over the top. Oh, but that's going to be spotted as well, and Ricky doesn't react at the perfect moment. Smooth Crim jiggling back, and Justillo now, they know that he's going to be locked into this position. Pops himself a flash to try to get back to safety, but does he have the movement to get there? Stuck in the corner. JD just waiting now. This is there's so much attention being put onto him though. So there is going to be 1 pick from him in the end, and another from Swede onto Ali. So now it's just Jara and Val in a 2v3, and they've got full control of mid, and 1 man on the defensive B.
Yeah, and Swede's just diverted between 2 sides. What is he going to check first? This is just honestly down to how well the protocols are for order at the moment. Smoke's going to be fading on the B doors soon, but you can see already JD's pushed out through long. He's probing mid. He's suspecting that they could be up short. Don't think he can go far enough to clear them from mid, though. As you can see, the T is actually staying quite well hidden for now.
Solid positioning to not be spotted from the catwalk. But that one has been filtered out, so they should be aware that someone is here.
Yeah, and Swede's now suspecting it. He's really scared, and it's all down to timing right now. And, oh, looks like Swede just gets a better thanks to JD also peeking in from CT spawn. So order, just too much patience coming in at the end there. Means that Truckers with attitude will pick up their first gun round.
So Swede with some great positioning on the B site to not ever be spotted. Over at Heaton, dancing around the mid-box. And Truckers on the board before it gets too late. So 3 on the deficit. Let's see how they go with the double AWP setup still in play. Order now, the economy about to be cracked if they don't win this round. They're going for a faster approach out mid-doors. Looking for a B-split, I'd say.
Swede, now the first point of pressure. Able to do quite well to get the first flick, and the rifle is just not doing well enough on the entries. So,
finds himself that 2k before Justillo got the trade. And we are just trying to get vision back.
Oh, looks like we have a bit of a tech issue, so no worries. Look, I'm going to get my glasses on. I'm going to solve it for you guys. Look at this. We've got Smart Kev right now.
Nerd Kev.
Don't worry, Tech Kev, ready to assist. How can I help you today?
Tech Kev, beautiful,
Tech Kev,
beautiful.
Yeah. That's a bit unfortunate, but things do happen. So, I mean, I feel like in that situation, it still was actually in a position that TWA were going to hold off quite well.
Yeah, you'd hope so, you'd hope so. Well, looking very strong out of the gates, even though they only just got that first round. That's the momentum starting to build. Truckers on their map pick, you know, they're on probably not their preferred side. I'd assume they are a T-sided team on Dust too. Most teams are these days with how they play it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is just the case, I guess, of, all right, you know, just get as many rounds on the CT side as possible. Order really just testing out this B side a lot more. Normally, you do see teams actually explore this long control or explore short a lot more. So much emphasis being placed on mid to B. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on over here right now.
Yeah, well, hopefully we figure it out sooner rather than later. But, you know, there is the 3-round deficit, and it's anyone's game at this point. It's still too early to call, but Order certainly looking very strong. They've got a slightly shifted structure, even with the doors flipped the other way. You can see where they were playing. That could have worked out for them if they made their move a little bit earlier, but they just took too long. JD filtered out short, came in through CT, and then it turned into some really crazy crossfire coming in, peering straight through windows, and it all worked out. So yeah, that's how they got their first round on the board. Let's see if they can get it done again. Hopefully they can.
Yeah, I mean, the first round that they got was just down to long control, right? Which is always a good start for the CT side because it shows that you, as a defensive side, you've got your protocols down for this long fight. You know what your utility is. You know how to counteract against the Ts. Now, the question is, if this happens again, how will Order respond with more forces? You only sent 2 out through Blue Bin. You didn't really have anyone pushing past the smoke. You didn't have that smoke on the corner. Didn't have more supportive flashbangs. How are you going to adapt against how TWA are taking long control? And that's why, like, this long control fight is always going to be very fascinating for me. Because you actually see teams a lot of the time not using utility now because the CTs wait for utility to come out from the T side. Right? So you probably know yourself as well. I mean, if you're that A site player, how many times do you go, hey, I'll flash you in as soon as I hear something long, peek on my second flashbang? Basic protocols, right? When was it there's no flashbangs, you're going to flash your teammate in?
Well, I don't know. And, you know, that's a problem. You know, but I also don't know when we're going to be back. So I'm going to have a quick sip and see if a dare fix will fix this.
Yeah, no worries. I mean,
hopefully it'll help, you know.
I don't know if what's going to help here. Me going to go fix the server right now with I don't know, my hands at this stage, or if I just look smart, maybe the server will actually fix itself because it'll go, shut up, don't want to listen to Kevin talking anymore.
Beautiful. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so lovely. Well, I don't know, like, look, they've even got silver on it. Like, this is the best. This is the best one. What's your favorite, Kev?
My favorite's you, actually.
I'm not a dare. I'm not a dare. What's your favorite dare, Kev?
Tough choice, to be honest.
Stuff choice?
Tough choice,
Stuff
not
choice.
a stuff choice.
Yes.
Tough choice.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, what's your favourite? You got to make it
just be the mocha, actually.
The mocha?
I always like a little bit of extra sugar and sweetness and chocolate overall, so can never complain.
You and Luke. You and Lukey Luke, mate, I tell ya.
Which Luke are we talking about? We're talking about Luke from Paradox, or we're talking about Luke in production, which no one knows in the CS scene?
That one.
That one, yeah. Known in the Dota scene.
Known in the Dota scene.
I still remember when he was called something else. I can't believe he re-aliased. Can't believe it.
I always forget his new alias. I just know him as CNC.
His new one is Fluke.
Fluke, that's right.
But he's no Fluke.
No, he's not. No. Fluke.
I don't know why we're talking about production over here a little bit. I guess it's
we're just filling, mate. We're filling until the dare fixes the server. Casters start the game. Look, that's what I reckon. Casters start the game.
Unfortunate.
Have you got your button? Your magic button? You lose it. You lost the magic button. You lost the magic button. Don't do that. No. Oh, God. You're not an emoji. Go away.
How am I not an emoji?
You're not an emoji.
I have, let me see what reactions I have. I have smiling face.
Yep.
I have sad face.
Solid. Is that you sad? Is that?
I don't think it's even, I don't even look that sad, to be honest, which is a bit,
you did like
it's good,
you
right?
did a duck face.
I don't even know how to look sad anymore. Sometimes just happy.
Just look angry. Or get some tears. I don't know. Just do your resting face, but with a couple of tears, and you're probably going to look a little bit sad. You probably look a little bit like what Truckers with Attitude are going to look like after the series.
Hey, don't call that TWA. Don't call that the boys in TWA like that.
Nah. Look, someone's going to be going home crying.
Yeah, I'm
completely opposite to what I was saying earlier. I don't want anyone going home crying, but someone's going to be going home crying.
Still early in the series, once again. Dust 2, it's going to be the first map at this stage. 4-1 is the scoreline. Just waiting on something to be resolved at this stage. We're getting the Wizards onto it at this stage.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, TWA, we're looking in a good position to hold off that B split.
Yeah, so how about we just theorycraft what's going to happen for the rest of the half? I reckon it's going to be a 9-6 half. Truckers are going to start to play pretty okay, get 6 rounds, and then Order are going to go, oh, right, this is what we got to do, and then come back and be in front for the second half.
I think it does depend how Order adapt, because if they're very persistent on this B-site split, I just don't see it working at the moment against Panic as well as Swede for too long, especially with the double AWP setup up and running. If they're able to do a lot of enough damage to the TWA's economy on the CT side, then yeah, the B-site split will work. But currently just, you know, picking up the amping up the pace right now, not really being able to read the CT rotations is a little bit worrying to me, right?
Yeah.
And that round where they just stayed stagnant over at mid and waited for aggression was a perfect example of that. They had lost long control. They didn't know if any CT had gone back to short to maybe re-aggress over at short. They could have aggressed along at that stage, which is what JD did. They just sat at mid and tried to wait for something. And unfortunately, that just wasn't the correct area to be waiting at that point in time. Well, Swede wasn't going to go anywhere.
Talking about waiting, while we're waiting, we are still in the tech pause. We have missed a couple of rounds, unfortunately, but it will be 4-3 to Order when we do go back in. So it looks like Truckers have managed to get another 2 rounds on the board.
I was correct. They held on for the B-side split.
Yeah, pretty solid, pretty solid. But
my theory crafting.
So it'll be almost even Stevens once we get back into the game.
Is there even a Steven in the server is my next question.
I don't know. There's no Steve. What happened to Scuba Steve? Inject. Remember Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, he changed to Steve. Man, that was a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the classic case of Steve's a weeb. That was our favourite one.
What? I missed that.
Steve's a weeb.
Steve's a weeb.
Yeah.
Is he a weeb though?
He does enjoy his anime a little bit, so I don't know if he's a full-blown just yet, but if he's out there, I'm raising a beer to Steve out there. He was actually one of the funnest dudes to chill out with, in all honesty, when he was obviously playing on the top circuit, and I know some of the guys that used to play COD alongside with him as well, so the Int 64 boys as well. Love them to bits. Hopefully they're still tuning in and just checking out every now and then, supporting me.
Hopefully.
Big love.
Yeah, well, speaking of tuning in, we should be very close to going live. But before we do get back into the server, we are going to go to a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the rest of the game.
We complete 25 money transfers every second around the world. Send money from our app, website, or in store. Simple, easy, and convenient. Choose the trusted network for your money transfers. Choose Western Union. Download the Western Union app today.
G'day, mate.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
This is calamari.
Calamari to the seafood aisle.
Calamari. Why'd they name you that?
I take you.
Calamari. Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
We're open for takeaway and delivery.
We are open for takeaway and delivery.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better. Free. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double useless, my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladder.
С помощью тиммейтов.
Сплит на точку Б. Наблюдаем
Smoke's being deployed down onto middle. Going to keep Hellraisers interested over there and actually retreating off a third player on B. Jaleem now going to be joining his compadres over on the A side. But hasn't really been aggressively taken yet from Espada though, so that third player, Jaleem, can always go back. He can play that sweeper role between the two sides.
He's kind of in that in-between state, as you mentioned. I'm sure he'll just go wherever first sound is heard, spam through the smoke there from Problem, forces a response. He gets some damage out of it as well. This will give that third man the cue to put himself in position at B side. Incendiary coming in as well, right as the smokes were pouring into the site, so this is great timing of the counter utility here from Hellraisers, but it looks like Espada will brute force their way through.
Brute force, definitely not too much nuance to this, but if they can land headshots, it's not going to matter. They're coming up worse for wear, though, in these trades. They are being battered down. It's been easy pickings for Hellraisers. And Dexter now stuck in pool, may very well drown momentarily. His AK-47, his trusty companion. Damage inflicted, but he will go down without too much of a fight. A 3K for Kalinka, and Hellraisers draw it back 14-13.
And here we go, Vince. I feel like we're going to go the full 30 again because it's going to have to be a save from Espada, which means Hellraisers has a great chance to go to 14 themselves, and then it'll all come down to just the final couple of rounds to determine whether we need overtime or whether a team will win by the skin of their teeth. So we do see a Tech-9 and a Deagle come out here for Finnegan and Patsy, and that's going to be it for Espada. Hellraisers should be licking their chops right now for a 14th round. They know that it's right there in front of them for the taking. They have done well here, winning 4 of the last 5 rounds to have quite the recovery.
Very passive round to start things off for Espada.
I almost think it's kind
really
of like a bonus timeout kind of deal.
Sure. May very well be,
just kind of calm down, talk it through. They don't even have utility to go for like a pop flash push of any kind this round anyway, so it's really more about just, I think, sitting back, burning clock, again, using it to talk a little bit, and then eventually you just gather up and rush together somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's like a trifecta here, Dust. Like, use it as a timeout, see if you can expend some of Hellraiser's, grenades by just sitting back, and if Hellraisers go aggressively and look for information, maybe you can kill one, get a weapon, and use that against them. But Hellraisers, to be fair to them, they've used minimal grenades, and they're still holding on to a bunch of them, 35 seconds to go, and they haven't been out-positioned either. They've taken banana control. They know exactly what's coming up.
Yeah, they have all the information that they could really need here, but they still would get brute forced by the gathering of Espada as they come in with these pistols all bunched up, but so far so good for Hellraisers.
Yep, clean, crisp, pretty easy in the end, flawless. 14-14, Hellraisers mounting this comeback now, picking up the last 4 rounds in a row, 5 of the last 6. And the pressure is mounting for Espada. There's no two ways about it. They are struggling right now.
And they were looking like they were going to put this to rest not so long ago. I mean, hell, they were up, 14-10? Looked like they pretty much had it in the bag, but now Hellraisers have built up some resistance here. Double op is still in play, as it has been for some time, excuse me. They try to go for an aggressive pick with the AWP there. Isn't fruitful, but doesn't come at any cost either. Able to back up, so no harm, no foul.
It's interesting that this best of 3 started so aggressively, and now it's really simmered down. Really started to get a lot more tentative rounds. The players seemingly not quite as sure about their purposeful pushes. The clarity and chaos seems to be a thing of the past, and now Jaleem holding the pit. They're moving through Molotovs, the utilities doing all the damage, and now the AK sprays from Finnick, who spins around and perforates the smoke for the second kill. Sophic is looking in the pit. They don't realize that player's actually moved back out again. It's Flurick. He stood out in the open. He's going to try and deal with some of these players, but 2 kills go the way of Sophic. And that should be all she wrote for this round. Kalinka stuck in pit with an AWP. Far from ideal weaponry. Well, pardon me, it was actually one of the T's that was stuck in pit with the uppers. Clinker moving through short, but he's been dealt with accordingly, and Sparta have a match point. Finally, have a chance to put this best of 3 to bed.
Man, Fleric did his damnedest there maneuvering around that pit smoke, but just got caught and just good trading from Espada. Particularly Finnegan catching kind of a spam kill at Moto through the smoke, I think was that extra kill that really tipped it over. And now it's all going to come down to this overtime or Espada win by the closest of margins. But we have a tech pause coming in here right at the beginning of the round, asking for a stop here at the beginning.
Fun.
Top quality at that. Why are you doing me like this? We're right here at the end.
Yeah. Well, all the players have agreed.
Really killing the climax, guys. Like, this is, you know, all the tension, how close the game is, the drama of it all. And then they're like, nah, false start.
Apparently, there is going to be a backup.
Yep.
So I'm not too sure what the issue is.
Not either. Maybe someone lagged out and just we haven't seen him drop from the server yet, or some type of coach issue again, as we've seen a couple of times. Not really sure.
Well, such is the blessing and the curse of online Counter-Strike. Is sometimes tech issues are going to happen, whether it's TeamSpeak or internet problems or routing or one of a million different things.
They want to play that tic-tac-toe game in T-Spawn.
Yeah.
That does happen sometimes when you just really feel the need to play tic-tac-toe. You'll never beat me in tic-tac-toe events. That's the one game you won't get me. You might get me in chess, but tic-tac-toe is my game.
I feel like tic-tac-toe normally just goes to draws, though, doesn't it? Like, if
basically,
players.
If you have first move, you should always set it up to where, at worst, you tie. If you have the first move. Like, you should really never be losing if you have first move.
I'm trying to remember what we were talking about last time. Top 10, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With G2 and Fnatic, etc. Okay, let me divert a little bit, because it seems like it's gone live, but no one's bought anything, so I don't think that's the case at all. It says 15-15. Do not be alarmed, guys. That is not the score. It is 15-14. They still need to play that 30th round. It may very well end up being overtime, but we haven't got to that point yet.
Nope.
Astralis Dust, a team that this time last year, maybe not even last year, just this time not too long ago, were ridiculously powerful, on top of the world for Counter-Strike, de facto best team in the world. How things have changed.
Yes. So, where are you going with that?
What's happened?
Well, apparently the org's in shambles. A big report from Richard Lewis came out yesterday about all that. Players are burnt out. Seems to be financial woes with the organization. They're grabbing extra players. Seems like there's a lot of internal drama that is affecting what we actually see on the server and what roster they field in tournaments. The thing is, like, all great teams do eventually come to an end, but I feel the way that Astralis is ending is no fault of their own, really. I feel like there's a lot of external factors that are impacting that team, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you don't see them airlifted out of that organization into a new one, and then maybe they can focus back on Counter-Strike and all that. But I think it also does generate the idea that we need to have a discussion about the calendar and about having proper player breaks and about, you know, teams being a little bit smarter and players working with their organizations to make sure that they kind of be selective about the tournaments that they attend and the gaps between, and give themselves proper time for rest and practice and all that stuff. Because, like, I mean, we're different than traditional sports, right? They have off seasons. We don't. I also imagine their days are not nearly as long as ours are, so. when it comes to practice time and match time and all that stuff. How long you spend away from home. I think it's just kind of the start of a bigger conversation that we have to have about how we do scheduling.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is from our perspective, obviously we can compare some of the travel days and the events and things of that nature. If you're at the top level, you're doing all the events, so pretty much all of them. But also, in terms of performance, it's like as a commentator, it's quite a subjective thing whether someone likes you or not. There isn't a stats-based thing, like how good someone is as a caster. As a player, there is. Like, there's plenty of statistical information out there. If you're not performing, it's going to have way more stress and impact on you as a person and affect your other elements of your life. So I can understand why burnout happens. I can definitely understand it. And these players go through a huge amount of stress. Like, don't get it twisted. They really do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really what needs to happen once we get through the COVID situation is that top professional teams should not have to worry about playing online. First and foremost. Second, I feel like they should be focusing on only having to play like maybe 1 or 2 LANs a month at most. And then you can still fill the time with other tournaments for like, the next 10 or 15 teams in the rankings, Like, you have your elite tournaments that have your top, 10 to 15 teams in the world that take place once a month or so. Maybe twice a month max. And then you have the other weeks of the month filled by, your tier 2, if you want to call it that, events for up-and-coming teams. And that way the schedule is a little bit more balanced for everyone. More time to not have to worry about traveling and stuff. So yeah, I think that there just needs to be a greater discussion about that amongst the player association, tournament organizers, team organizations. Because obviously for the TOs and for the team organizations, you want to maximize the amount of exposure that you have. As far as how many content hours you're putting out as a TO, and then as a team owner, how much exposure that your roster gets. So it's in your best interest to see things played a lot. Whereas for players, obviously, you have to push back a little bit because you need time to yourself and all that good stuff. And at the end of the day, TOs and teams need to realize that that's in their best interest too, because you get better performances that way from your players as a team, and as a TO, you get better play as well for your tournament. So I don't know, maybe we'll get there one day, but I guess now we can get back into the focus of this game.
Yeah, maybe we will get to the end of this match one day. Maybe that will be right now. Maybe Esport are going to put this to bed, or perhaps we move to overtime. What? That was an upshot on the head. They just tagged it. Excuse me, CS? How is Dimmer still alive? I cannot believe that. Must have slightly went through the wall first of tunnel.
That's the only thing I can think of as well. So early damage exchange, but Hellraiser's coming out on top overall, as 2 players from Espada are severely weakened, and only JR, who is an opper at that, softened up for his team. Good utility here will put Kalinka down low. So both teams have suffered some early utility damage, but still all 10 players are standing here, and we get into the late rounds. Seems like an A commitment is on the horizon here from Espada.
It would seem the final destination with 45 seconds to play with, but it is going to be 4-man stack. This is not looking good for Espada. You're going to have to get some entries, and they're going to have to come in quickly. And JR's going to hold the line for the first, the second, and the third kills all come in quick succession. Overtime is upon us in our third map. We are going to have some extra rounds before this match is done.
Well, Vince, we heard you like Counter-Strike, so we're going to give you more Counter-Strike with your Counter-Strike, so you can watch Counter-Strike with all the Counter-Strike. That's not exactly how that meme goes, but I think it still got the message across. Had a 16-14 in the first map, and now this one is going to go OT. So this has been a tight race between Hellraisers and Espada. No one willing to give ground. Both teams fighting hard to move on to that winner's match.
Well, problem. Kicking things off with the M4 down on Banana. Has been hotly contested on both sides. I don't think either T side has necessarily had a great deal of it on Banana. But they're going to look to try and crack it open here. Flashbang out right into the embracing arms of Dimmer. It's actually a team flash. Doesn't affect the CTs. Sorry, the T's at all, but the CTs definitely come out ahead on that one. And now Dimmer's pushing forward, the aggression, some molly tags in amongst that, so Kalinka knows what's coming up. No one is checking the back boxes, and Kalinka with 2 kills. That could be good enough. That gives foundation for the rest of his teammates to work off, but now Dexter, who's playing patiently on the T steps, is gonna capitalize and devour the oncoming CT. It's a 2v1, a real mess of a round, and Dexter decides, nope, I'm going back to B after all.
Yes, he's out of there. The flank will not come fast enough from Flarich. The bomb will be able to get into the site. But maybe Flarich can still time his way in here. Maybe he could still weasel his way through as this bomb gets planted, though it is being spotted out. And they will smartly stick together here and take control of construction. And just kind of chill out. Making it even harder on Flarich to find a 1v1.
Right now, big moves towards ruins. Just checking all the angles, but enough time has elapsed that it's going to be a real difficult ask for him to get this done. Going to be tapping the bomb up on the coffins, and it's a bit of an off angle. Surely not. He's going to pull this. Are you kidding me? Esparta, what are you doing?
Remember how we were debating whether we've had it all or not? And we were thinking about all the things that we've seen and things that we haven't seen. And, you know, Zeus Kill was one of the things we had discussed that we hadn't seen yet, you know? I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that that was something that we were not only missing, but something that we would also get to see. I'm trying to put a positive spin on it, Vince. I mean, it's really the best I can do.
I admire the optimism.
I mean, I'm just trying. We really have just one CS bingo this series.
The salt in the wounds is that the coach from Hellraisers has just put a smiley face in, like confusion smiley face. Like, you're already feeling down. Coach just comes in, gives you a kick in the ribs. What's that? Ninja defuse in overtime in our 3rd map.
The only thing worse than that is when you get the freaking thinking emoji. That triggers me so much, man. The thanking emoji is definitely like one of the worst, but now we get down into a 3 versus 3 after all of that nonsense, and Hellraisers is using that as a bit of momentum, a little bit of jet fuel perhaps to launch themselves into victory, as they do have a 3-on-2 situation here on round, I don't even know, in OT1, the second round of OT1, that's for sure, which is round 32, yes. We got there in the end. Hellraisers up 17-15. I don't know why I struggled so hard to do that.
Quick maths.
Nah, got him. Nothing quick about that. But nothing quick about this series either, Vince. This is a 4-hour best of 3 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the players must be really going through it right now. All the emotion. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's no one's fault but their own, honestly. They've both had chances to put this series at 2-0, and they've both missed those chances. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you can be exhausted, but it's down to yourself.
Yeah. We've had a pause. I don't like to see that, Vince.
Can we get a pause count? Have we at double digits?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Definitely.
And I feel like most of these problems have been like the coaches' tech issues. So it's not even the players, it's like just the coaches can't connect or they're getting DC.
No coaches. That's my solution. Obviously kidding, of course, but it is unfortunate.
Oh dear. He can't connect now, apparently.
Apparently other teams said same. Well, I think it's only fair, right? If neither team has coaches, that's fine then, right?
Listen, one proper way to end this best of 3, and it is a game of tic-tac-toe. Like, let's do it. I'm totally on.
Right now. Let's go. Maybe if like our observer could pull it up on stream, we could play against each other, me and you.
What? In the actual game?
No, he'd have to like pull up the large mini map and then like draw it himself. If like our producer observer can actually hear us, and then would just like pick the squares verbally, and then he could draw it for us, and then we could actually play each other tic-tac-toe on stream.
For who wins this game, that would be a bit unreasonable. Like, so
I represent Espada, you represent Hellraisers. Let's go.
Therefore, you lose.
Well, you see what happened was casters played tic-tac-toe. No, I just want to play tic-tac-toe against you just for funsies. Nothing to do with the game, but I don't think we're there. Dude got some banging stats on stream though. I do like this UI. The whole theme of this stream has been sick, dude. The whole Clutch Island thing. They've really grasped it. Like the analyst test tech looks amazing. Oh yeah, dude, it looks great. I'm gonna build a beach in my room for tomorrow when we get on cams.
Build a beach in your room?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like fill it with sand and like. Girlfriend will definitely love that.
I was gonna say, like, you might want to run that past your girlfriend. Just walks into your room, there's just a beach in there. So, yeah, I've got some explaining to do.
It's like, I mean, you have a green screen, so you could just like fake it. Easy.
I could, but if we're doing like actual summertime where we live, for me, it's still like the Arctic Circle. So for me, I'd still be showing up with a hoodie, you know, and basically like the sun only appears where I live like twice a year. We've already had both those days this.
There you go. See, I'm in the complete opposite, dude. It's like the Amazon rainforest where I live, just like 100% humidity.
Like, sounds grim.
Just
I hate humidity so much.
High 90s Fahrenheit, which in Celsius I have no idea. It's probably like 30 something. I don't know. I'm guessing.
It's a high 30s, I'd imagine.
Yeah. So just straight wrecked every day.
I feel like it's the humidity though that plays the worst because like dry heat you can at least escape to a degree, but humidity just follows you.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to breathe, but it's breathing in like almost like the viscosity of water instead of air. And you just like sweat after like a minute and a half outside.
Right, we have a coach connecting. We actually it might be happening. I wonder what the record for the longest best of 3 in Counter-Strike history was.
Like rounds?
Just like time from beginning to end.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea. I know I casted the longest best of 3 that was only 2 maps. Because we had the first map go into, I think, 6 or 7 overtimes, and the second map went into like 3 or 4 overtimes. So it's like the longest 2-0 in history. I actually casted that.
Remember, I casted. It was the one time I've actually duoed with Anders at an event, so you can imagine all the memes. But it was in Romania, which was super hot to start off with, and it was during summer, and like inside the venue, it must have been like 40 degrees Celsius. It was brutal, and we ended up having some game that went on like 4 or 5 overtimes, and we were both dead by the end of that. It was unreal.
This sounds like a movie I want to watch.
Yeah, there's no plumber at
you
the
and
door.
Anders in 40-degree weather next to each other. Sign me up. Sign me up.
I think at one point we were even asking if we could have like frozen peas or something, you know, so we could just put our feet on frozen peas. You know, because you get a lot of heat from your feet. You lose a lot of heat from your feet.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. But I'm just like mentally picturing like you and Anders just like slowly but surely shedding clothing next to each other in 40-degree heat. It's got me.
You made this a lot more erotic than I was hoping for, right? But okay, yeah, sure. Some people might be.
That's a fan fiction that's been written already. Don't you worry. You just got to get on Tumblr. You'll be able to find that. So basically, we're waiting on the backup now that we've got the coaches back into the server, if you're wanting to know what's going on. So we should be hopefully getting back into this here pretty soon. Hopefully being the keyword. Soon being the dream that we all wish to achieve.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, as a reminder, we do have a few more best of threes going on today as well.
Yep.
So,
And we have 2 streams simultaneously as well, so there's plenty of.
So there might actually be an active game going on the second channel. Just add a 2 at the end of the EN on this link, and it'll get you to another channel where I believe it's Mitch and Dinko are casting over there. They're having a good old time. So show them some love too.
Gambit Youngsters right now on the second stream, which is 8-7.
So show them some love. Good dudes, good lads.
Right. One team said ready. I'm getting excited. And the other one said
And then
stop.
someone
Oh,
said
why have I
stop.
done this? Why have I done this? I can't believe I've done this.
Yeah. So, do you have any other topics on your notepad that you had prepared for situations like this that we can get to?
The thing is, do I want to deplete all of them in the first best of 3?
I mean, you know, there's always interacting with Twitch chat, which is always.
That's how far it's gone, is it? Alright, boys. Podcast today.
Ask us anything. It's the famous final words. All right, they said good luck, have fun, let's go. All right, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Woo! Here we go. This is it. This is it. This is it.
Countdown.
I believe.
Countdown. Surely it's gonna happen.
Yes. Yes. You know what's gonna be the, you know what's gonna be the
27 kills.
Never
Go
mind.
ahead.
I'm not. Nope. Not gonna curse. Go. Go. Cast.
Cheese gave up.
Cast. Play-by-play. Go. Action.
Right. Let's start it straight up into Banana. They did actually go for really aggressive players after the pause last time, so they tried it again. JR has been wrecked down to 19. No kill though, and he still has the AWP, so that's important for Hellraid.
Yeah, so just some top banana control being taken by Espada. Dima, big entry there. He kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place through the utility. He was kind of forced forward and actually still got a kill out of it, so tip your hat to him. Was quickly traded back, though, with an HE grenade, but it's also caused JR to be very low on health with this AWP as the solo B defender with no rotation in sight. But there's actually a middle flank coming in, but Patsy's on top of that, so everything's shaping up quite nicely so far for a spot. And around what they desperately need, they don't want Hellraisers getting a clean sweep on their CT side in OT vents. That would be a big problem. And, well, with that kill from Kalinka, now they're doubling back to B. They're being indecisive, and it could be the cause of their ruin, especially with that op frag.
He peaked prematurely, so JR's able to get that kill and stay alive. That grenade, though, could finish him, and it would. And the push through the smoke as well. Finnegan, he's actually gone for this. He's going to completely leave his planter out in the open, and now his position is known as well. So Flaric can make moves around CT spawn. Finnegan is repositioning, peering towards Banana. Still hasn't got the bomb plant, trying to draw out the remaining CT into the open. He has no idea where Flaric currently is. He's going to have to stick the bomb. He's going to go for it right now. Comes off it early. What's he done that for? He's came off the bomb early. No. He hasn't been punished, though.
Oh, that could have been really dicey. At least Flairic's like eliminating half of the angles he has to check. He knows that this guy has to be construction or back right corner.
The thing is, though, Flaric has an incendiary. He has 2 flashbangs. If he tosses the incendiary into Shadow, it's all over.
Yeah.
This round's done. Does he use any of his utility? He uses none of it. Not a single grenade was seen that day. It's going to be 17-60.
Like, I get there's part logic where you don't want to give your position away by throwing it, but the other logic is that you watch the left side the entire time after the plant, so you know that he's not left side of sight or went to Banana. The only place he could be is pool, dark corner, or in ruins. So when you come through ruins, if you just eliminate half of your options by throwing the incendiary in dark corner, if he's not there, great, you know he's pool. Or maybe you got timing and he ran the new box as you were in construction. I don't know. Like, definitely wish he would have used his utility there. But it's always hard to fault someone in a 1v1, especially when this much CS has been played.
Molly pop over onto quad. And one to the top of banana. Sothic just behind it. Ooh, actually does damage to Jalaine through the smoke. Actually not too bad at all. So some free damage. Can just stay in position. Jalaine has to turn tail. He's worried about potential stray grenades hitting him. And then gets sprayed through the smoke again. Dude can't catch a break, can he?
Straight wrecked. As we do see the rest of Hellraisers trying to shape up an A attack here, including the bomb carrier. Smoke down on Library, trying to isolate a fight here towards Archway. They'll smoke that off as well. They're getting a little bit held up, though, and there's a plenty of defense being built up. In fact, I think all 5 CTs might eventually get here before the bomb actually starts making its way towards the site. So this could be a real problem for Hellraisers. I think they've been held up for too long.
Entry got to come in right now. Kalinka's first in, but he's the first to fall. There's going to be a secondary player rushing in. Finnegan and Dexter. Patsy now also holding the line. Great haul from Espada. Don't lose a single player in the process. That's going to really build their confidence.
That is a big round to win. It ties it right back up. A chance to win here again. 19 is obviously the goal. 18-18 means a second overtime. Man, Hellraisers again just got held up for way too long there. Just a big rotation from Espada. You're just basically running your head into a brick wall at that point.
Slow down on Banana one more time. This time the sprays through the smoke. Not going to work out for Sothic. He actually eats that grenade. Flush to the head. 31 HP remains. I've made moves up on arches though here, Dust. They've actually got a lot of ground, the 2T. And they're catching the CTs. They had no idea. And they're going to catch even more. This has been an absolute nightmare for Espada. And it could go from bad to worse as Kalinka now shuts down Patsy in the backside. Or Flaric, pardon me, does. And now Dimmer and Dexter. They're going to try and rummage together some kind of audacious play. Dexter's still alive on the site. Has the AWP, flicks in for one. Looking for a second. Picks it up and he's still alive. And the trade's back and forth. But it's going to favour Hellraisers, who have a match point of their own now.
After all this, Hellraisers could still pull off the upset here and now. It has been such a chaotic series. It's been a long series. Nearly 4 hours of play. All 30 rounds played in the first map. This map going the extra miles. It's got to be so grueling on these teams, and this round could tell all. Banana attempting to be controlled here. A little bit of utility though has kind of slowed things down. But that nade has struck gold and softened up 2 players from Espada in a pretty big way. Continue to pour utility here at top Banana. There's a lot of utility being committed here by Hellraisers to get this top B control. And instead, they burn their own team. We really are just piling on every possible thing that you could see in Counter-Strike in this series. Ninja Diffuse, and now we'll add that.
They flash into actual flash and Dimmer with 2. Espada spiraling this round out of control, and we're going to go to double overtime. More rounds.
Vince, how have we just seen, in a matter of seconds, a self-Molotov fake flash into real flash Espada victory? What? I mean, what is that even? You realize the color caster, this is my worst nightmare, that there's like nothing I can actually physically break down about this. Like, this is just madness. What's going on here?
Players are probably slipping into insanity as well at this point.
I mean, this is a hell of a drug, this series.
Well, here we go. Hellraisers At this point, you can pretty much throw the strat book or any sort of preordained players out there. You are flying pretty much blind at this stage for both teams. Have to just go in. You're going to see off angles come in, but Finnegan, not a single kill for his troubles. Patsy up on the balcony with one, drops back down again, is tagged up heavily in the process, but it's looking good for Hellraisers, at least in this round. And it's just gone a little bit better. A Sophic pushes the smoke into Jalem, who will not miss his chance.
So 4-on-2, Hellraisers should be taking this B-bomb site, no problemo. I think is the correct terminology. Dima, though, has been able to find one through the smoke, but still a great chance for Hellraisers to close out here. They should still be firmly in the driver's seat. Dima certainly trying to be a nuisance here in this smoke, but after that first frag, he's yet to strike anything else. In fact, now he's been stamped out, so this should be going the way of the Hellraisers, as Patsy will save the AWP on the opposite side. 19th round will go to HR. A race to 22 rounds is now the new goal. 21-21 could mean a third overtime, Vince.
It certainly could. And I wouldn't put it against that happening here, to be honest. The teams are very close to each other. Very
I mean,
limited
you know, in theory, a CS game can last forever. There is no definitive end to overtime rules.
True.
I do think there eventually should be like a rule change, though. Like if it gets to 10 overtimes, then you play like rock paper scissors or something.
Yeah, but imagine how utterly ruined you'd be if you just played the 10 overtimes and you lose that rock paper scissors.
Yeah, that is true. Or something kind of like, you know, football has like a penalty shootout, you know, so something like that. It's like one-on-ones in an arena map or something. I don't know.
This is a tactical timeout.
Yes.
Not a technical. So
This
that's
is
a feels.
fun. This is yeah. That's the feels good.
It's the last, though. I think last tactical that they have at their disposal.
Might as well use it.
So the aggression up on Banana with the Molotovs, but it's not going to be pushed behind. Alvarez is deciding that they would like to play a little bit more passively, which has been a bit of a recurring theme on both sides of the coin, honestly, on T-side. We've seen a couple of rapid B hits, but it's typically been greeted by grenades and Molotovs and spray through the smoke. And again, it's Jalem on the receive again, not for the first time. It was him that got wrecked by it last time as well. You got to feel bad.
Yeah, that is definitely a rough break. You're never really expecting to get the kill as a CT. When you spend the smoke, you're just knowing it's possible and you're giving yourself a chance. And sometimes when you do, it works out. Forcing Hellraisers on to the A side, but they do get a kill of their own. Problem finding Dexter right away. Kalinka catching Arch player, not finding the frag, but at least getting space. There is a response from Espada, though, and Khan actually had the man advantage now, Vince.
Advantage, which is going to be nullified. On then some problem with a double spray down to JR. 4K for problem in the round. What a ridiculous individual effort this has been. But he still needs JR to finish off the pieces in order to get this round underway, and he isn't too sure as to where this final CT play was coming from. Dimmer originally was kind of arcing as though he's going to come around short, but decides better off that. Going to be taking the longer range of the arches. And it's going to be straight into JR. Problem, take a bow. That was a huge round, and Hellraisers have a 2-round lead again.
Could get the clean sweep. That could be the difference maker. Economy is quite low for Espada here. They have to get a UMP on Dima. Finnegan also is going to have low firepower, just the MP9. There's plenty of utility, though, still. That is the one thing they haven't shorted themselves on. Which is important because of how big and Banana Control has been. You need that utility to be able to keep that up. And indeed, they are going to be gunning down with it, trying to get these UMPs and SMGs in general in the faces of Hellraisers as best as they can. Somehow one's run by, but Dexter picks it up anyway, so that was kind of interesting.
Well, you mentioned clean sweep. They're going to have to come back from a 4-5 deficit. If that's going to happen. Three-player stack in the middle. Smokes over towards Arches and Library. Patsy, though, is going to be undeterred by that. Molotov has been planted down. Stops the push. There's another one lined up from Dexter. Delaying a little bit longer.
Yeah,
Could be walking straight into this trap, though.
Exactly. I mean, this stack is right at the right place. They're even going to go for aggressive on the crossfire at bracket, something we really haven't seen yet, to be honest, Vince. There hasn't been a lot of that. Most teams have been content to sit back Library, Archway, which is kind of typical for the map. It can sometimes be risky going for the late, crossfires at brackets, but the timing works out perfectly there for Espada. Great shot through Archway, though, for Kalinka. Kalinka continues as he finds Patsy as well, gets it into a winnable 2v3. They're still on the back foot, but now they have some outs. They have some ways to still sweep the half. If they can just put these last few together, this could be a 2-on-2 on the A site. Time low.
Yeah. They're almost faking as if they're going back to B, hoping to catch a rotation. Won't be happening, and there's the jumping MP9 kill at the end. So Espada will not get clean swept. Instead, it's 2019, 22, the number they're both vying for. And again, very much an even affair.
There's really no other way to describe it, I think. I mean, the fact that we're still in overtime really does indicate how even this has really been. Even the frag distribution is so tight between these two teams. So here we go, Hellraisers with advantage. Going into the second half of OT. Looking to get aggressive with utility down middle and through Banana. Really trying to stuff Espada on the T-ramp as best as they can, though we have seen Dima actually slip through and he's already at the half wall.
That's a good point. A lot of utility was put down to stop this very push, and they've not been able to do it. So now the T's are getting up close. They're going to try and deplete as much of this utility as possible. That's a big grenade, though. I think Problem, actually got the assist. Weakened him up before the nade exploded.
Certainly a big kill to get. Espada now has to work even harder. Otherwise, Hellraisers will go to map and series point. As they have a few remaining pieces of utility here to put onto this B-bomb site. It seems like they are going to be firmly committed to this as well. There are two in the back towards New Box. I think there might even be a boost involved in it. No, actually not. They're just kind of both chilling here. No, there is the boost. Never mind. Problem is up top. Molotov, though, could be a real problem. Actually doesn't go to them, though.
That grenade should be. That grenade softens them up. There's another one there. They've seen this boost before. But there's enough time elapsed that GR can come round the back, and Hellraiser's going to get this down. They do pick up the round. They have 2 more match points. Can they grip onto one of them? Can they hold on to one of them, though?
I like how they use their utility there. It's just unfortunate it didn't really work out because of the fast flank from JR. It was a good thought to use the Molotov for Dark Corner, then triple nade stack the new box. So, I mean, they really had the right ideas, but it just took too much time. They didn't account for the flank. Hellraiser's just making some great moves there. Good fragging across the board. And it's all down to this now. Hellraisers will have a couple of chances to end this series here and now. Espada could win, though, 2 in a row and force a third overtime. They still do have economy and some AKs. Smokes and flashes out here on A. They're going in hard.
I'm going to get this done right here, right now. Jalem, the back of the site. Flashes down. Going to be picked off without getting anything in return. But now Flark comes in, spraying into Finnegan.
Oh.
Kalinka and Problem, last 2 players left. Post-plant going to be falling upon us. And now the CTs moving past each other. 1 player in the boiler. Going to be getting down Kalinka. Problem 1v3 looking to save. We will go the distance again in overtime.
Oh, yeah. Indeed, we will. Espada just brute forcing their way through the A side. JR did get that initial op shot, but then they were able to swarm. You could see Fleric was trying to go for a cool play there, like over the smoke, a balcony, and try to get kind of behind them in lane. And he did get 1 frag and almost lined up a second, and that really could have been a big difference if he had been able to find the second frag there, but just not quite. And so it does come down to this final round of OT1 at least. Or OT2 rather. Maybe not of the game though, Vince. That's the thing. Could be a third overtime around the corner. And the way things have played out, I wouldn't put it past it.
Would definitely go with how the general pattern of this match is flowed so far. It's a big grenade. Actually doesn't do as much damage to problem as I thought. Kind of leaps back and takes a bit less damage. Grenades now coming out onto Banana. Problem. Stacking in there, waiting for a flashbang into Peak. Kalinka with his M4. Gonna get grenaded more than likely. Softened up. Here's the Molotov afterwards. The gamble, the stack has not paid off. And Esparta now looking to force their will over onto the B side. Aggression. JR does get the no-scope, but it's not going to be enough to stop the push. And now Jalem and Flaric have got to try and retake this 2v4. Otherwise, it's going to be another overtime. Grenade onto the CT side. Going to do very little. Flaric looking to try and push. Jalem, meanwhile, going to be congregating together. Molotov goes down. It's not really going to affect Finnegan anymore. That catches the CTs off guard. Solid tap to end it. Another overtime.
This really and truly has been a marathon of a game. It was already going to be a marathon of a day with 4 best-of-3s, but with this one just really taking the cake. I can't even imagine what's going through the heads of these players, knowing that they still have more CS to play later today and that they've had to just battle it out so much just for this one map, for this series overall as well. How Train was 16-14. We're now 4.5 hours into just a single best-of-3. It has been truly grueling. Hellraiser's trying to take advantage here in the first round, but it's just back and forth once again. Problem, though, takes the edge there, and Kalinka adds. It's all on Patsy.
There's a stack of CTs up on Banana. Hellraisers will pick up their 22nd round. Now, of course, the number they're both jockeying for is 25. First to 25 will take this.
Yes. The numbers do add up. I've done the calculations. I have the chalkboard full of formulas. And indeed it is 25 that they want.
This must be exhausting for the players as well. Obviously, playing this many rounds. And there's the aggression from Jalem. And a second one through the smoke. That's more like it from him. He's had a bit of a quiet one in the overtimes. But 2 kills, pieces out of there. Minimal damage inflicted from the team.
This is big for Hellraisers to get these hot starts in both the opening rounds of this overtime. And I mean, they're clamping down, and you have to wonder if Espada has finally run out of steam. You know, these have been 2 dominant rounds from Hellraisers now. They've won early based on a Banana aggression and just getting really quick opening picks. It feels like the momentum's kind of behind them a little bit. We haven't seen a clean sweep yet, though, in OT. And you have to wonder if we do finally see it here from Hellraisers, if that's the X factor, if that's the difference maker that would finally put this to rest. It would put so much pressure on Espada to do the same in kind to force another overtime. Or if they can just find a way to win here. They still do have full AK buy-up.
Oof. Dimmer. That's more like it. Players like him need to step up if Espada are going to come back from this one again. Has been the highlight player, I'd say, over the duration of this best of 3.
Yeah.
At peak, though, from Kalinka. Not one that Dimmer is anticipating at all. And now the push out of T's. No one's checking the site, though, and that's the bomb down first. Jalem with another one. And now Fark is holding the line from the site. This could be the moment of truth for Hellraisers. If they can get this round, it will be a clean sweep. 2v2. One more player up on the box. Still alive somehow. Incendiary being tossed out. Gets extinguished instantly. Kalinka is looking to open up with his AK-47, but now he's fallen, and Flaric 1v2 gets spotted, gets put down, and Espada stopped the clean sweep from occurring.
Yeah, it's like they knew that they had Flaric pinned on site, and they also knew that his teammates would be looking to make plays to try to keep him alive in the site and support him. And so all they really did was sit back, let Flaric stay in that corner, and then just catch everything else. Watch for all the rotations that would be coming through Moto, through middle. I mean, they knew that CTs would even be forced to kind of push through smokes because they want to help out Flaric and try to keep things going. And I feel like they just calculated that so well, knowing how Flaric's teammates were going to respond to that situation. So really well done by Espada in that round to kind of stop all the outs. And now put this, again, as close as it gets.
Tactical timeout has been deployed. I have absolutely no idea what you could possibly say at this point. To come up with a new idea, maybe it's just a case of taking a collective breath and getting on the same wavelength, but 23-22 in this best of three. Kalinka tossing over the nade with a Molotov just to stop any apps control becoming apparent from Espada. Not really pushing into middle or apps, but now they're going to start to take some more control. Kalinka helping his teammate out, looking towards the balcony. Spray through the smoke as well. Meanwhile on Banana. Been a lot of flirtation in this round, but not too much that's really stuck in terms of damage.
Yeah, they haven't pulled out the engagement ring yet. But now it seems like they finally are willing to get down on one knee and slip it on through here. Archway, flash out, taking the peek. Smoke still up as well, but a nice flash comes in. Sotfik uses it to his advantage, but it is traded back from Problem, keeps it even.
Problem still deciding to push into the smoke. Free kill for his endeavors, for his aggression. He's going to get paid out. Now Patsy, unsure as to whether he needs to watch apps or the Archer's side. He does have a teammate in Finnegan. We haven't seen too many raps onto the B side, and I think this is tailor-made for one of those situations. There's 30 seconds left. They already have a player pushed up on Banana. That's going to be Jalaine. If they can join alongside him, especially as he's got the entry onto the side, surely now they collapse onto B. They need to get a move on. They might be waiting for those rotations to come in. Now they know Finnegan's the last player, but they didn't have time for this. It's going to be very, very close to getting onto the B site. Surely you haven't played yourself here. JR is going to be he's going to have this just in time.
Oh. I mean,
3 seconds to...
Yeah, that was mega close to not work. I was a little bit concerned they weren't going to get the bomb there in time. Like, they had outpositioned their opponents and gotten the frags they needed, but I thought maybe the clock was going to get them, but they do pull it off. So well done to Hellraisers. Great trading in the Archway, getting CT spawn in control and locking in the bomb plant, and that will put them to 24. One more needed, Vince.
They have secured bare minimum another overtime, but they've also given themselves a chance to outright win this match.
Yes.
And two more. I think this is Hellraiser's 5th or 6th match point at this point. Finnegan going to hold on to his M4 at least.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters with MR 316k, but still.
It's got to be so tough on Espada to make the comeback on Train to, be the favorite in the previous map and then lose. And again, they were the favorite on Inferno based on previous results and map record and how long they've been together as a team compared to Hellraisers, who are a newer 5 together. And then to have all that thrown in your face here if Hellraisers can pull off this round. For what a story will be for Hellraisers to come back and get revenge on Espada, who embarrassed them just a couple of weeks ago in a 2-0 series that they only got 9 combined rounds in. And to be able to bring this new team together and to be able to pull off a big result in what is a very important tournament for those RMR points. So a lot rides on this round. But Espada, they could keep it going. They have done the 4-man A play. They're relying a lot on Sotfik here. Just jump spotting Banana and using utility to slow things down.
Now the utility has subsided, and Hellraiser is going to begin to take some banana control for themselves. Picking the bomb up as well, just to make sure they don't leave any loose ends untied. Sophic, good flashbang. Brilliant headshots alongside it. Spins across and punishes JR and Jalim. Now Dimmer, perched up on the sandbags, going to pick up from where his teammate left off. And stays alive a bit longer. Kalinka walking into the trap that's been sprung from Finnegan. And Hellraiser is going to miss another chance to finish this matchup for themselves. They do have one more go of it, though, in this overtime. Let's see if they can pick it up.
Man, oh man, Vince. It all comes down to this yet again. I feel like we've seen this story told many, many a times, and it's always had the same answer. More OT. Will things finally change? Will there be a plot twist? Will Hellraisers finally be able to finish this story?
I feel like a broken record to say that Banana has a ton of grenades on it, but that is the case one more time. This time, though, Hellraiser is not going to be pushing behind it. They're going to actually take some mid-control for themselves. They've had a lot of experience and success with this in bygone rounds. Hasn't always worked out for them. But mid-control has been pretty easy to come by. Dexter using that smoke to actually peek out again from Arches. Also has Sophic behind him to lay him a helping hand. Sophic with the first. JR comes back swinging with an AWP kill. And Patsy catches Kalinka in midair and punishes him. JR has gone in for another one, though. Keeping the odds evens. Still time if they want to pull out of the A site and go back to B. Oh. There is a rotation coming in. Big kill from Dexter, but Flaric is still alive and still depleting health bars on a Sparta, but that shot through the smoke is huge. And back comes Jalim. It's a 1v1 for all the chips, for all the marbles. Can Jalim pull it off? Or is it going to be Dexter taking us to another overtime? Flashbang through. It is going to be a post plant as well. He's picked up the M4 and sprays down onto Jalim. There's going to be more rounds. There's going to be a fourth overtime.
On the one hand, I want to say you can't believe it, but on the other hand, it just seems like it's really been the theme of the day. All these games have been so close, and this one just keeps on going. Now we are looking for 28. Still no clean sweeps in an overtime half yet. Worth pointing out. Technical pauses come in. Do hate to see that. Although I wonder if the technical pause for Sotfik is actually just his brain melting from the amount of Counter-Strike that's been played.
Possibly. I know mine is.
Yeah. Hey Vince, by the way, just wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know, we still have 31 best of 3s to do after this.
I am fully aware of that.
Just wanted to make sure that you were aware that that was the case. So for those of you who, you know, were on HLTV.org expecting to see, I believe our next game, if I'm not mistaken, was supposed to be the Forze match, right? If that's the next one?
I think so, yeah.
That is still happening. You know, so we do apologize, obviously, that that game hasn't started yet. I know that maybe there's like a lot of Forze fans who are waiting to see that Forze versus Cr4zy matchup. That is still certainly going to be next, but we just have to get through this one first. This one has definitely gone longer than I think anyone could have anticipated, between a couple of tech issues and just not even really a lot of that, to be honest. It's just been a lot of Counter-Strike. Like, you know, first map 16-14. Second map, I think, was 16-10, so it wasn't, you know, quite the full distance, but still a pretty tight race. And now, I mean, you see this before your eyes right now, how crazy this game has been. And it's gotten to the point now where I feel like all logic is gone, and all, you know, whatever playbook you had, you threw it in the bin, it's lit on fire, and now it's just about, you know, mental stamina and just composure in tight moments. And it's going to come down to, I think, what a lot of these rounds have come down to lately, which is just kind of these mid-round 3-on-3 type situations. Like, how do you play those out? Like, or it's going to come down to big individual plays, or it's going to come down to someone makes a wacky aggressive play and catches an opponent off guard. It's going to come down to little X factors like that. standard stuff, all that. It's just kind of 50-50. I think it's really going to just boil down to who can work out the nitty-gritty moments in the mid-round. And if someone could finally 3-0 a half, I feel like that would be like the tilting point.
We've got a lot of 2-1s, but not a 3-0 clean sweep yet. Let's see if that changes here. 24-24. Now they are looking to 28 rounds to secure their position as winners of this best of 3. That molly damage is chunking away JR and Kalinka, plus a grenade on top of that, so a great start for a spot. Double mollies get extinguished. That's a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation at this point. We are seeing some top mid control being taken by Hellraisers. Espada have no vision there. They're triple B stacking, so they're basically gambling because they have no information. Though I think they are starting to get some vision at top middle thanks to Sotfik taking kind of a more aggressive position towards the half wall. They might be hearing some noise at top middle as well. They still don't have any rotation. Now, finally, you're starting to see Dima make his way over, but he might get blocked off by utility. Finnegan and Patsy play in the graveyard pit crossfire.
Kalinka thinking of pushing out of the apps. His teammates are all falling around him. Now comes out, but it's a bit of a massacre. Heavily stacked against Hellraisers, and Espada get themselves in the lead. It's a 4K from Dimmer. He's been a bit quiet as of late, but he does have 38 kills overall. We saw him land 30 in the previous map, even though they did lose on Dust 2. But his team are now in the lead. Can they be the team to take us across? I get a 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, man, Dima has been the stats leader all series long for Espada. And I feel like now you're starting to see Dexter make some big plays with the AWP. He's been playing really well lately. And Espada looking to take on Top Banana here, and it's going to be an even trade as we've seen so often, but Jalam's able to find Dima out, that key player we were talking about, to get the 4-on-3 for Hellraisers, but they have taken a lot of damage along the way, Vince. There are a lot of people out there bleeding out who are just one bullet away from doom. And so even though Espada are a man down, they still could figure out a way to win. The problem is that they're really gambled onto this B side, and that bomb is trickling over to A. And so that really could spell doom for them. And it really gives Hellraisers that great opportunity to tie this game right back up. Though I say that, they are actually rotating fast enough to beat it, and they even get the flank from Patsy in.
3v3. Bomb still yet to be planted. And Dexter will find Jalam out in the open. Pretty easy pickings in the end. Flaric should be able to get the bomb down. At the very least, they have a second player from Problem, who is occupying pit. And all three of the CTs now going to start to push back together. They know one of these players is pit. It's all about that second of Flaric, who's now been spotted. It's a wild spray, but it's going to get the job done. And surely this 1v2 is going to go the way of Espada. It was labeled in the end. It ended up being a 1v1, but Dexter capitalized on it. 26-24.
Really good team play there on that three-man push through lane, just spotting out the pit player, isolating him completely to be able to focus on site and then take care of business on him later. And I feel like this particular half of OT has been that Hellraisers just haven't been as decisive in the mid-round. They've really been trying to bounce back and forth, and I feel like they've just been a bit too slow. And Espada has always been able to kind of catch on to it and rotate in time to be at the right place when Hellraisers does go for that final push. And it's really cost them. This time, though, JR takes a more passive kind of opping angle on T-stairs and catches the banana aggression of Sotfik. And that could be a really big deal, because that's just a free 5-on-4 here for Hellraisers, who have yet to find a round here in this T-half. Again, we have yet to see a clean sweep, Espada on the brink of it, but now Hellraisers are slinging back. And they might have themselves the round here, because it is only one man on the A defense. But again, if they take too long, as has happened a couple of times already, Vince, it gives time for Espada to re-rotate, and then they lose that edge.
It's true. Even still, though, it would be a 2v4 or 2v5, pardon me, if this rotation does come in. And it seems like Dimmer hasn't fully really committed to this. He was hiding outside of library. There's now a Molotov put down there. He can see at range and does tap into the head and finally gets his man of Kalinka. Now that Molotov is clearing. It's been such a scrappy take from Hellraisers. They were so slow. They were so undecided, and Dimmer's just killing all of them. He's just massacring them all down. Hellraisers have absolutely shot themselves in the foot there. I cannot believe how scrappy and how messy that take actually was.
Yeah, I think under normal circumstances, I would agree with you, Vince. But I think this is a sign of the mental wear and tear that this series has probably taken, on these players. Where, you're probably like the pressure's on. You want to win. It's like, especially at this point, like when you've played this long, you really want to win. You really don't want it to be all for nothing that you've sat through this many extra rounds of overtime. And then I think that, just the composure does start to break a little bit. And in a situation like that, I'm surprised Dima goes unchecked. I think you have so much confidence that your Molotov is going to stop Dima from doing much. I like the fact that they tried to jump Graveyard. It was a good idea, but again, Dima just goes unchecked. And it's happened a lot. Dima has just been such a playmaker for Espada throughout the series. He's been their leader. Coming into this map for the series, he had 95 ADR, and it was +4. And this map, he has, again, stayed positive on the KD. And he is, not quite 95 ADR this time around, but still really high, mid 80s. He's also had so much utility damage to his name throughout this game.
We've got the clean sweep. Espada now have 3 match points.
Yep.
On their T side, which was their weakest side in regulation, has consistently been their weakest side, so Hellraisers aren't out of this just yet. Flash out, not going to affect anything, and that peak was too slow anyway. Dimmer's going to take that free kill all day, every day, the way he's been playing this best of 3. One player that's been consistently good from start to finish.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more on that, as they're looking to put that smoke down on CT spawn and perhaps continue this B push, but the incendiary will slow things down, at least momentarily. It does give time for Jam to make the rotation to help Problem out here. It's still going to be a 5-on-2, though, here on this B bomb site. Problem, though, is able to get the initial kill and maybe looking for more, but Sophic and company able to swarm their way in, and this bomb will get planted.
Ooh, nearly denied. Bit of chip damage through the coffins. Denying the bomb plant, but instead, Ghislaime's gone down. Oh, that shot through the smoke is huge. That gives Hellraisers a chance, a glimmer of hope. 2 players stacked in ruins together. There's the headshot. That's going to be it. This marathon of a best of 3 has come to a close. And Espada, against the odds in the end, were always trailing in those overtimes, get the job done. Hellraisers let this game slip through their hands.
Oh, man. Espada had to work a lot harder, but it's still the same result as last time they played against each other. It's a victory for Espada. They came in as the favorites, but boy, did it take a lot longer than most would have expected. Hellraisers put up a valiant effort, but in the end, they just were the first team in kind of a marathon to finally run out of steam, to finally just kind of start to stumble, and there you have it, Espada. They will take the victory. Congrats to them. What a series. Absolutely just madness, man. We saw pretty much everything you could expect to see in Counter-Strike in that series.
Yeah, it was pretty bananas. I think the desk is ready, though, Dust, to break that down. Although I don't know how much breaking
ready.
you can really do.
We've been ready. We've been ready for hours and hours, it feels. Thank you guys for casting that marathon. 28-24, the final score. And it did have everything. Self-immolations, multiple overtimes. I think I lost count. I want to say it was about 4. Eco buys, a bunch of very strange grenades, stuff. Yeah.
Take it away. Take it away. Yeah, I genuinely don't know even what to put on this one, because we've seen some incredible performances. I think Dima was a standout. I think on the other side, you got to look at Kalinka. There was like ninja diffusers in there.
I forgot.
So many different like weird rounds, like the round where a player manages to burn himself alive while running up banana. Like it really was just a confusing mess of a match. And in all honesty, you kind of look at that and go, in a sense, both teams deserve to take a map away from that, and in a sense, both teams don't deserve to take the map away, because there are so many opportunities, like Hellraisers having the chance to basically close this out. I think Vince said something like 6 map points,
something like that,
to get themselves into that upper bracket and have a really good chance. Now, obviously, falling down into the lower portion means that they could be eliminated out of the tournament on the first day.
They have to play
again later. Yeah,
like we have a series, and then Hellraisers is going to fight for survival in this RMR qualifier. There's a term we would use in Dota often, a cacophony of catastrophes. And I do believe that's what we've witnessed. I didn't even remember the Ninja Defuse. That was a moment. Unfortunately, it took place in the second half, not one of the many overtimes. We almost played a second full round of CS. And yeah, certainly becoming a fan of the game. A lot of point and shooting. Really feel like I got my feet wet in the best way possible as Tom Biz continues to get dripped on. His head's been wet for the last 2 hours as we have been sitting here wondering what would be the difference maker that actually pushed one of these teams through. What do you think that it was? The mental fortitude of Espada? Was it the nade usage? The outdueling?
Honestly, I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Dima as an individual. Like, obviously, there's going to be... Like, I feel like sectioning out, like, oh, they had a good B defense. So like, there were rounds won on every single site, every single position, every single way. Kills through smoke, fast pushes. I do want to give credit also to the B hold that was actually coming in from Hellraisers. I think for the majority of the time, again, Kalinka's aggression was quite well received. He did a good job of actually holding things down, but it was towards the end in overtime where things start to slip a little bit, and one of the last rounds that was won was actually just an aggressive push-up banana, a free entry kill, and those small details can be enough. Like, it's pretty much the case that everything before that OT is meaningless now. Like, you're back at 0-0, you're just looking to get to 4 rounds, so you can give credit to the players that got you there in the first place, but at the same time, that aggression is what got punished, and eventually it was, I think, 2, maybe even 3 B-site plays in a row that actually gave the game over to the side of Espada.
I feel like by the end of this day, I'm going to be a regular CS expert. I began as an amateur, and then I will go through the fire. Did you watch Edge of Tomorrow? One of the most underrated sci-fi movies. Excellent flick. Highly recommend it. But yeah, similar to that. But you don't understand the reference.
Very long
and unfortunately, there's no one else on the desk that can help me out here. So I've got to just move on.
Do you want to give me a quick plot of the whole film?
Well, sure. So, aliens invade. Guy goes to fight aliens, dies. Alien's blood has time properties, so he can now relive. It's Groundhog Day, but Tom Cruise is killing aliens.
Okay.
Does that help?
Sounds interesting.
All right. Yeah, so anyway, moving on. We were going to have a delay, funny enough. And it's funny because we could keep talking about the highlights, but these will probably be running for a few more minutes. So we've got time to kill. We're not even into the OTs
battery
yet.
My one's pretty much dead from how long that game actually was. That's not even a joke. It just gave me a warning saying 10% battery left, so I'm going to have to charge this.
We were going to have our next match, of course, coming up is Forze versus Cr4zy.
Yeah.
We were going to have it delayed because one of the players actually had a university exam that he had to sit for, but because of this glorious overtime period, he'll be here in time. In fact, he actually was able to retake the exam, and also have this catch-up session with the teacher, and he's still going to be here in plenty of time for the match.
Yeah, he even could have stood in towards the end. There was so much spare time. No, I'm definitely looking forward to that match because I think this is probably the biggest mismatch of the entire day in terms of Forze being one of the most established teams within the CIS region, a team that's managed to get to grand finals of big tournaments, a team that was really on the rise, and then had a little bit of a teeter off towards maybe the end of the year, towards the beginning of this one. Obviously, things have been a little bit messy. I think if you're just outside the top 20 as well, sometimes invites go amiss, but they've been playing well in qualifiers, and also they're up against a team which is brand new.
Is it pronounced Forza or Forze?
I've always said Forze. A lot of people say Forza. So I would just say preference, but I'm sure there's somebody screaming at their monitor that
What if I said Forzois?
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know if they will, but I do.
I'll keep it up. I'm sure Twitch chat loves me. They love new faces that know nothing. The question I had for you is about overtime. So I've seen this happen a few times now, where matches just kind of drag on indefinitely. It feels like it's just so much harder to win that clinching round. What do you think about overtimes in Counter-Strike moving towards a tennis system where you play effectively until you're up 2 points?
I could definitely see it being interesting. The only problem is there's a side bias on a lot of maps. Like if there was, I think it'd be quite cool if you could get like an OT map where just the second it starts, you just change to this map where it's like almost identical on either side. The bomb gets removed, and then you just win from that.
So like penalty kicks,
almost like that, yeah. Like
one-on-one aim duels, like gauntlet style.
Yeah.
Like, I
suppose it would be brutal because you'd remove a lot of the strategical depth. But I guess if you've gone 30 full rounds.
Well, to be fair, they do it in the Premier League, in the Olympics, and it works there, right? You see people play tiki-taka for 120
Although
minutes.
Being English, I will say that in football, losing in penalty shootouts is something I've had to burden throughout my life.
It's true.
But at the same time, I've still accepted it. I'm not going to fight that system because if the matches went on any longer, I'd probably lose my mind.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, if we're going to go down this rabbit hole, perhaps we'll discuss, adding substitutions. What if the coach could start standing in, I'd love to see Jurgen Klopp head off onto the field, trying to attack
I reckon he'd have the composure to bang in a penalty as well. Like, he seems too, well, I guess he gets super excited, but I guess when he'd like look down the barrel of the gun, I think he'd take the shot quite well.
Huh, interesting to know. We check out Dima's last 3-month stats. Obviously outperformed his average in this previous game by quite a large amount. And also, I was flaming him a little bit, but you said Dexter was the star of the show, and he certainly showed up in Game 3.
Yeah, I think they needed him for sure, especially considering how close that game was. He definitely did slow down from his initial start, and I do think that's something that he's going to have to improve on. Like, he's 18 years old, so I think you can definitely cut him a little bit of slack. He's someone coming into the scene, and that's actually something I want to give credit to Esparta for, just in general. As an organization, they're one of the, I want to call them like a feeder team in a sense. Like, they don't have the finances of a Na'Vi, a Virtus.pro. They are trying to build rosters consistently. One of the best players to come out of the CIS for quite a while went from basically playing like the CIS, I think it was Face It League, picked up by Esparta, now in Team Spirit. You'll see him later. That's Magix, who's 17 years old as of very recent. He's been killing it recently, and now it looks like they found another star.
Indeed, I would agree. But it is time to move on to our next match. They're getting into the bans and map picks now. It is going to be Forza versus
Crazy.
That's correct. Just testing you. Want to keep you on your toes. And we're waiting for the picks now, and I'll be able to give them to you guys. We should have graphics up and running tomorrow. The Dust 2 is banned. Thank God. Crazy, take that out. I am just not a fan of Dust, personally. I think it's just because it's the only one that I've really played enough to know the callouts, to know the map well enough. Forza, take out Vertigo. I'd love to see this map played, but it just feels like pros despise it.
There's a few teams. Like when we get later in the tournament, there's teams like Winstrike, Namiga as well, are actually a team that quite like to play Vertigo. So it's possible over the next couple of days it will come up once or twice, because there's a few teams as well that have multiple bans, which you don't really want to have in Counter-Strike.
So what I'm I was going to bring up, I'm surprised more teams don't practice the off maps to the point where they kind of become must bans. What was this? Was it Astralis that always won on Nuke? There was like a 9-month period where they were untouchable, right? And people tried to play them on Nuke, they would lose, and it effectively just became a must ban. And I'm surprised more teams don't immediately try and add that new map to the top of their pool.
A few teams within this region that actually do that specific thing. I think Namiga are one of those teams where they do try to pick up a Vertigo quite regularly as one of their more popular maps, and then it forces teams to use that as their ban, because there are a lot of teams that also don't like to play that map. The problem is, the higher up you go, like maybe you can take it, like you have to be good enough at a map like Vertigo to be able to take someone like a VP who are just better than you individually. And I actually think that's one of the reasons why Winstrike managed to get the second place at the last RMR event, was because it was evident that they'd put a lot of work into maps that people don't like to play. They adapted into Nuke. They had their Vertigos. I would actually say if you want to get better at a map like Vertigo, you should watch someone like Bondic, because there are, on Vertigo, there's a lot of walls that are wall bangable, and he just knows all the pre-fire spots. I watched him get, I think it was 2 kills and an assist through the wall, just spamming random spots that he knew with a FAMAS, which sucks as a weapon, and you shouldn't be able to do that. And I actually messaged him about it afterwards, and he said, it's just like 1.6. It's like the old days of Counter-Strike, where everything was pretty much wall-bangable. There was a lot of positions you could spray through, and if you put in the time, you get rewarded for it. And that's exactly what Winstrike have done, and I think that's one of the main reasons they did so well.
Yeah, I like this theory, because I think a lot of amateurs don't really see the work that gets put into Counter-Strike. It's very easy for an idiot like me, for example, to say like, oh, you just shoot him in the head. What's so hard about that? But studying the angles, understanding where to throw your utility, and finding these specific spots.
Yeah.
I also love watching new smokes get revealed. I think that's one of the cooler things in the game. We do have the map picks coming in, by the way. We are going to start on Train once again, followed by Mirage. And if we get to a decider, which Thomas does not expect, he says this will be a easy 2-0, if any series today is a 2-0. But we would end on Inferno.
It should be dominant for Forze, especially if they're the team, I think, that we look at out of all of the teams in the qualifier. I think in terms of where they're currently ranked in their RMR, they should be looking for maybe top 4, top 5 as a minimum. They want to be qualifying for the major.
Gotcha.
Now, if they can't get through this qualifier cleanly, can they beat a Na'Vi? No. Can they beat a Winstrike? Probably not. Are we looking at them being VP? No. So if they get through this cleanly, then we start to think, okay, is XE Power now back to the level that we've seen him at before? I'm pretty sure at one of the tournaments, I think it might have been Atlanta last year, he had some wrist problems, and being an AWPer, you're going for those flicks, you can't have problems with your wrist, so he actually had a couple of poor performances, and being as he is a fantastic AWPer within the scene, and it's good that he's back.
I think that's something that's underrated, is just more gamers needing to look to take care of their long-term health, much like pro athletes. It's also interesting because if you compare the sensitivity, as a pro Dota, pro Hunt player for almost 10 years, our I'm doing this with my hand, right? I see in Counter-Strike just...
If you watch, there's a Chinese player called Zoking. It looks like he's in a battle with his mouse. Like, he's literally like... And you're like... That's terrifying.
We have a couple moments before the match starts, so if you want to help me, just if you guys are at home watching on your PC, very effective wrist exercises that I recommend just to do whenever you can.
For it.
First off, help me out. You got to do this together.
Oh, you're teaching me once I go put my pen down.
Okay, we're gonna go to a break in a second. So as we go to a break, you just hold it out, like pull back. You want to like make your hand like as straight up as possible, right? Do that for about 15, 20 seconds. Slowly make a fist and like squeeze, right? You just hold that for like 10 more seconds, and then you pull your wrists down. And that feels so good. Am I right? Okay. That's good stuff. And that's like all this muscle right here makes it so that you can stay strong and continue feeding in your Silver Elite matches. We have to go to a slight break, by the way. We're going to reboot the stream to get some of our graphics up and running. When we come back, we will have Forza versus Cr4zy. I don't know if things can get much crazier than our 4 OT banger that we just witnessed, but we'll see what we can do. Hang on to your hats. We'll be right back.
Been like this every day this year, out looking for work, but I wind up here drinking $2 beer. Ain't nobody hiring, and she'll never know why I come down here, or how hard it's been just to hold back the fear of losing my job. Yeah, man, they pour me another. But I used to fight like a lion, love like a lamb. Yeah, I used to be that man, that only me, and the good Lord knows I am. Yeah, but hell, this stupid here at this bar is the only place I can fall to pieces. Fall to pieces. Now the check engine light's been on all week, bills piling up and I'm in so deep over my head, but I can't let her see it. And I'm way too young to be turning gray, but the man in the mirror don't see it that way. Yeah, I'm running on empty. Yeah, but I used to fight like a lion, love like a lamb. Yeah, I used to be that man, that only me, and the good Lord knows I am. Yeah, but hell, this stupid here at this bar is the only place I can fall to pieces. Fall to pieces. Oh, and every day I pick those pieces up again. Yeah, brush me off, head on home, tell her things are gonna be okay. But I used to fight like a lion, love like a lamb. Yeah, I used to be that man, that only me, and the good Lord knows I am. Yeah, but hell, this stupid here at this bar is the only place I can fall to pieces.
Bomb site under control. I hear something. A maniac. Oh, crap. 'Cause you make me a maniac. Call me crazy, call me bad. 'Cause you make me a maniac.
And welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us through that quick reboot. We will be right underway with Forze Cr4zy in just a moment, but to break down that series a little bit more, Tom Biz is here. He doesn't think Cr4zy will win more than 10 maps. I say they'll take at least
10
11.
maps. Gee, 11
That's
maps.
what you said.
11 maps is a lot.
Sorry. Rounds?
There you
Gotcha.
go.
I'm getting the terminology.
Can't even make up what I'm saying, right?
I'm getting there. I checked my Urban Dictionary
if they
before.
win, if they win 11 maps, they've probably qualified.
Yeah, they'll get all the way to the major.
Nice.
Might even make some waves.
Well done to them. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really tough one for them, especially like the map pool for Forza is actually pretty good. Like I don't think they'll be too unhappy with the way things have gone. Like Train arguably is one of their more middle maps. It's something they're happy to play, but not like statistically that good. But then you look at like the last map of Inferno, it's probably their best map, and they've got it as the third. And then you got Mirage, which is again one of their stronger picks. I think it's like the second or third pick they normally go for. So this is going to be a really difficult series for Cr4zy. Now Mirage is a map that they're very happy to play from what we've seen so far, but it has been only a couple of months. And as said earlier, like spoke to Jonta briefly, and he sort of said, okay, keep an eye on Sensei. Like he's going to be someone picking up the AWP, but ultimately there's a few players you can watch, but they're very inconsistent. They're young guys. It's a brand new squad, and I don't think we can be expecting the world going into a match versus Forza, who are a team that have basically been looking to push for the top 20, whereas Cr4zy have been formed about a month ago.
It's a top 20 team versus a group of random 20-year-olds, and could go either way. But I will say that chaotic energy seems to bode pretty well for these teams in the CIS qualifier. But we got no more time to talk about this. Cr4zy versus Forze in just a moment. Vincent Dust, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Indeed, we are ready to jump live into our second best of three of the day. It's going to be Forze against Cr4zy, and I completely agree with a lot of Tom's sentiments there, Dust. I think this is a case of David versus Goliath, and it's going to be difficult to see how Cr4zy get much out of this, especially not
curb stomped, doomed, depleted, bashed.
I see you coming in with optimistic intent then, Dust, yeah?
Dunzo, peace, sayonara. Later.
First kills coming out for Forze. Going to be Almeza from the back of Catwalk as the T's actually do scramble onto the site. Not taking multiple casualties, but at least it is going to be a close one regardless. Sensei with the Glock, but the USP at range is going to be able to dispatch the remaining players, and DemQQ now stuck on the site with multiple adversaries coming his way. I'm surprised he is still alive. Finally goes down. It will be a comfortable retake, a comfortable defuse, and Forze will get first blood, although Facecrack decides that gravity probably the best way of death. Don't know why he's done that.
Owned. Smacked. Pounded.
See, that last best of three broke Dust so much he can now only commentate in one word. One word segments. So go on, Dust, take it away.
Body slammed.
That's two.
Suplexed. RKO. DDP'd.
We just got to wrestling terminology now.
Choked out. Battered. Back to you.
This is the top quality content you guys tuned in for. As Cr4zy now, again, Scout with some pistols, going to be trying to force their way out onto the air side of the map. Of course, we did see Trent played in the last best of 3 as well. That ended up going the distance. Again, getting up close with his Tech 9, 2 kills, nearly spins around for a third. So Cr4zy making this one cost a great deal. They're going to be keeping Forze honest with these aggressive players, but they don't quite have the bomb down just yet, so Forze aren't out of this round.
Yeah, I'll get back to normal casting now because it's actually got a little bit interesting. I thought Forze were maybe just going to kind of, get the proper 3-0 start, but we've seen some resistance now from Cr4zy, which is essentially a brand new team. I mean, if you look up these players, they do not have much experience, particularly, I think, DimQQ and Toxic, I guess, I would imagine is what he's going for with the 7 as a T, really have, none at all almost. So, brand new team against the Forze team that, honestly, at the end of 2019 was looking like one of the stronger teams in the world. They have slipped off a little bit in 2020. Teams like Spirit and a couple of other teams within the region have kind of surpassed them in ways, but still a very, very strong team. But in this round, they are getting torn apart, really, here. As we do see the bomb taking the plant via Psycho onto the site here. So it's going to be a 2-on-4 retake, and probably not even going to be attempted, right? Flit wants to save this armor in M4. Almazer, I'm sure, would love to have this Deagle and head armor into the next round as well. And so that's going to be all she wrote, a 1-1 tie.
It is looking like the most likely outcome indeed. So Cr4zy's Force Spy is going to yield results. Forze instantly put onto the back foot. This, of course, is going to play hell with getting AWPs in anytime soon, which is always a big part of the CT defense here on Train. We saw the impact it had in our previous best of 3. And Cr4zy not able to get the secondary M4 that was tossed off the map through connector side. I think that was Almazer that threw that away. So they still have a Deagle and Psycho and a Scout, but they're going to replenish and bolster up those weapons. Let's see if Forze do go for the Force Spy. Indeed, they shall, at least on face crack. So the rest of the team follows suit. Not entirely. Almazer is going to keep $1,000. Flits down to $1,700, and Xe Power, of course, is going to hold fire with the $3,000 as he does have the Scout.
Yeah, so they get a little bit around the guns that they saved. Saving some money on Z Power, obviously, though, so we can get an AWP a little on later down the road, or as soon as he possibly can, really. Going to see a stack from Forze on that A-bomb site. 4 players there. Just Almazer at the inner side, where it seems like the action is going to be taking place. Sergej is doing a great job kind of keeping attention over at Ivy. Though Z Power is actually able to tag him through the smoke there a little bit. So that was kind of a nice shot, but probably all amounts to naught, as we are going to see this inner take come in, and Almazer not able to hit the mark there. So this should be a bomb plant and a victory for Cr4zy. You would have to imagine, as I'm sure they just want to save the armor and guns again and try to do it all over again, basically, in round 4.
Pretty much rinse and repeat. If Forze can be able to maybe hold on to some of these guns and don't get chased down too hard from Cr4zy, whose economy is not exactly brimming to the fullest, so I don't think they'll chase too hard. We can justify losing 1 player, but that's about it. And so it will be Cr4zy taking the lead 2-1, but Forze will have an AWP into the round coming up next. And with the save them 4, we'll have a goodbye behind it. But still does, I mean, a solid start for Cr4zy. They lost the pistol round. You're thinking, okay, here we go. Maybe it's going to start to get a little bit sketchy for them. But they bounce back instantly afterwards. 1 player actually has been taken, which is Jerry. It wasn't the M4 wielding Flit, at least.
Yeah. I mean, again, this Forze team was like a monster in the CIS region, like below Navi. Like, they dominated the CIS minor for Starlighter Berlin. They even got some mats at that major. They had second at Blast Moscow, including beating Navi and Avangar, who was, of course, now VP. They had the top 4 at Rotterdam for DreamHack. They won DreamHack winner. Like, they looked so strong coming out of 2019. But this year, they have softened up a little bit, but not enough, I think, for this Cr4zy team, who is kind of brand new. But at least Cr4zy are putting a good foot forward here early on Train, as they haven't already get 2 rounds, and they have a great chance to find a third here, as Forze have still yet to be able to get those buys in, really.
Make things very interesting. If Cr4zy can start to really gather some steam, it wasn't a full buy, and so it should be a case of just cleaning up these CTs. Flip holds on to Pop Dog, losing the bulk of his health, but still alive with the M4 that Molotov's going to force him back at the very least, so it allows more control outside to be starting to get established from Cr4zy. 3v3. Spray is good from DemQQ. Z-Power has been dealt with accordingly. Almiz is next up to the chopping block, and DemQQ, another execution kill. 4k in the round for him, so he's having a bit of a blinder. And he'll be hungry for the ace if Flit allows him to do just that. But I mean, Flit in that kind of position where you've got a kit, you're going to have a buy in the next round. Yeah. Is it worthwhile throwing this away? Probably not in a 1v3.
Of course not. Of course not. No, they're just waiting to get their money in order. Z-Power is definitely going to have the op in the next round as well. They'll be able to put their best foot forward. Generally a pretty solid train team. Their LAN record in the past has usually been pretty good, and online they've also been pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's like their best map. Inferno certainly is kind of their number one, with Mirage being a close second. So I would say Train's kind of, I don't know, maybe like third or fourth best map for them. But again, when you think about the talent they have, the experience they have, the results that they've been able to put on paper, particularly in the latter part of 2019, their resume really is a lot more bulky than that of Cr4zy, so you'd certainly expect them to come out flying here now that they have guns in their hands. We'll see if Cr4zy can keep up the pace now that we have rifles out.
By the same token, though, if they do get broken straight away and don't put this up to use, their economy back down into the slums, and they're going to lose a bit of confidence as well. Flit, instant trade with Sergis. Not a bad start. Sensei, though, gets Facecrack, who just runs straight into A main without any idea as to where the remaining T's were. A bit of a strange decision, and he has been punished ultimately, so now Cr4zy have the player advantage and still lots of time on the clock.
Yeah, that was kind of a wild maneuver, wasn't it? Didn't really expect to see that happening. And now another CT. Z-Power with the op has been spotted by Dem, who will molly him out of position. In the meantime, Psycho and company taking control of the inner bomb site and get the entry onto Almazer. Flash towards Z. Sensei molling off the flank. Bomb will make its way inner, and again, Forze will have to save these two weapons. I don't really see going for the retake here being much of an option.
Flip made noise, and now his position has been compromised and given away to the rest of the team, and I agree. I felt like that had to be a save, and now with his life put down, it's up to Z-Power to do as much damage on his way out. He may even actually try and go for this. He does have a kit, and getting those 2 kills does give him a chance, albeit a slim one. Goes back for the extra grenade. Smoke onto the side, going to be flashing his way in as well. Could get caught off in transition, and now there's not enough time, even with that kill onto DemQQ, and the final frag at least is going to put Cr4zy's economy down a peg or two, but it's at the cost of another round, so Cr4zy 4-1 in the lead on the choice of fours. On the T side, Dust, did not foresee this start coming up.
No, not at all. Was like a small display of Z-Power's opping prowess, though. I mean, he's definitely a really strong player. I think him, Flit, and Almazer have definitely been kind of those CIS talents next to a Shiro, next to an Idis Balance, some Dai Young, you know, some of these names that look like really strong players. I mean, you still have Kickert and Buster and Jame as well. Although I guess Buster not playing with VP anymore. Kind of curious where he's going to wind up, actually. I guess that's a discussion for another day. As we do see a timeout coming in here from Forze, as can understand why they are not off to a good start here, not coming in as such a heavy favorite. I can't even imagine what the odds are, because they really should be like just 100% locked to win this. And they really should just be locked to win this whole stage. I mean, certainly one of the biggest names teams in stage 1 of this.
Completely agree. Yeah, 100% alongside with you. So this start has been, I'm sure, as much a shock to them as it has been to us watching. And now Jerry with some aggression can hear the footsteps. The MP9 tailor-made for these positions. They've gone for the double peak. And Z-Power is going to get the second. Sergis, though, will find Facecrack, who was out in the open near the bathrooms. And he will be dealt with accordingly. So Cr4zy's still in this round, but they do trail by a player.
They also are in a situation now where I think Flit's getting into like really good position here, being deep in T-Con, getting a lot of information. They also have forward positioning over towards ladder. So they're able to start getting some good alerts to what's going on from the Cr4zy side. They still do have Jerry in position inside the inner yard. They're going to get a rotation from Z-Power's AWP now as well, that his two teammates are firmly in forward position. The only gap they've left is Ivy. But I think they're onto the right track here, obviously, as the intertake is commencing.
Made out in the hands of Sergey's cost his life, and Jerry's going to try and get in seconds with the MP9. Not quite there in time, and Sensei falling down, just got the shot before he decided to be perched off catwalk. Both the remaining CTs both coming from behind. And this could certainly catch Cr4zy off guard. They've already Molotov down on ramp. That's fine, but now do the CTs come out swinging together? Or one by one, Flit had all day. He actually switched to his knife, which nearly got him in a bit of a rough position, but his teammate, fortunately for him, Almeza, came out with a frag, and now they can actually pick up both AWPs. That's a huge bonus, not just to getting a second round, but also economically speaking.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit surprised to see him there. Definitely wasn't expecting the T to be just delivered to him so easily, but indeed it is, and so Forze finally able to strike back after a 4-round drought, and they have a double op now in play as well. Full utility. Definitely can use that now to stop any early pushes at T-Con and Ladder by being able to pre-nade and molly those positions, so they are a full-fledged defense now as far as options open to them. Jerry once again getting aggressive on Ladder Room.
Grenade bouncing all over the shop, but it's going to be DemQQ that gets the first kill with a bullet. An AK-47 round passes through FaceCrack's head, and he is silenced momentarily. Two players very low on Cr4zy, Toxic and DemQQ, feeling the sting of war, but that's an audacious play from Psycho, living up to his name, just dropping in Pop Dog, and he yields the kill, and Cr4zy going out for more. Forze 2v5 after getting both AWPs and getting their second round. Their first since the pistol, with 4 unanswered rounds in a row, and it looks like they're just going to bounce right back into defeat. And they have to save already. Cr4zy really turning the heads of many people watching this game right now, including myself.
I just don't know where it came from. You know, Psycho being able to get away with that just looks like robbery in broad daylight. Just being able to get down Ladder, no flash, no nothing, big sound cue. It just seems like he should have been shut down immediately. But absolutely not. They even ate so much utility damage coming out, DemQQ and Toxic, but still able to find the entries nonetheless. And they're going to be able to stop any other guns from being saved or upgraded. They keep the op for themselves. They have a flawless victory in their own right. They have plenty of money stored up. And this is a brilliant start for Cr4zy, coming in as a heavy underdog, but being able to really deliver so far here on trade.
There's not too much I can really add to that, Dust. Honestly, it's been quite the surprise. And Forze go for those double AWPs again. It is almost a perfect counter from Cr4zy to just push out really aggressively to outside and try and overwhelm the opponents. Check doing it again, and Sensei opening up his account in round 8 with a kill, forcing FaceCrack to stare towards A main as they push out from Ivy, and it's just an absolute disaster again from Forze. Cr4zy shifting through the gears, eviscerating the side, pillaging it completely. And not for the first time, Forze can do little but try and save what little they have. They're scraps of an M4, which Almeza maybe can upgrade to an AK-47, but he thinks better of pushing out into the open. But in terms of winning this round, I mean, it's somewhere between slim and none.
It's just kind of wild to see how Cr4zy have been able to essentially time and time again bulldoze open this outer bomb site. You know, through all the utility, through all the defenses that have been set up, they've just been relentless. Sometimes, I mean, at a point where it just seems careless, but it's worked. Just, yeah, it's kind of wild to see this. Like, I'm kind of taken back by how well that Cr4zy are actually playing and how impactful they've actually been. To be up 6-2 and to have the money so low on Forze, I mean, they are absolutely tearing this one apart. I mean, to be fair, that round there wasn't as much utility to stuff the quick outer push, but still, I'm kind of shocked at how, you know, effective it's been.
Oh, certainly showing no signs of being nervous or anxious, but typically with teams like this that are massive underdogs, they start well, and it's when they get close to the finish line the desperation starts to seep in, and second guessing starts to seep in. So maybe they will be victims like Hellraisers were early on. Train, that wall bang is disgusting. Face crack nearly gets picked off from it.
And we finally see Cr4zy kind of slowing things down a little bit, giving Forze maybe a chance to kind of catch their breath in a round where they have essentially no utility, 2 flashes. Low firepower as well, with face crack on an MP9, and he's already down to very low HP on top of that. Flit also softened up with the FAMAS. It's really going to come down to Z-Power and Jerry and Almazer's M4s to try to do something here. Nice pop flash in the ladder room is going to catch DimQQ and allows face crack to upgrade to an AK. So that was a nice little maneuver there from Forze, but they're going to need a lot more than that to go ahead and complete the rounds.
At the very least, it does impair Cr4zy's ability to push out onto A anytime soon, and so they're going to be setting up plenty of grenades outside, but players actually heading towards the box walls now. 30 seconds. Cr4zy need to make sure they don't walk into this trap of playing too slowly and too passively. 2-player stack on the B side now. Z-Power not really affected too much by the flash, but still only lands the leg shot. That does allow Toxic safe passage across with Psycho to get that kill onto Almazer. 13 seconds, they can't deny the bomb. And now Toxic holding the line with his AK, spins around. There's the spray through the smoke for the second. And it's falling apart again for Forze. They do get 2 kills back to back, giving them brief reprieve for their push onto the site, but that train goes against Z-Power from Sensei, and Circuits picks up the rest. Cr4zy 7-2 lead. Do not adjust your screens. That is real. Forze are getting smashed.
God, I mean, and it's... I mean, you got Z-Power missing, like, easy opportunities as well. It's kind of the crazy thing. I mean, it's just been a wild ride to see this. And I mean, I have to give credit to Cr4zy. Like, they threw a pretty good fake there. Like, they definitely have shown discipline. They've shown the ability to play tactical, though most of their play has been, like, brute force aggression. And now they have to worry about this Ivy push here from Forze, and they actually do lose a player to it, but at least they're aware of what's going on. Now can they settle in and figure it out is the question.
Jerry's still trying to fight out a skirmish over on the long to T side, and Cr4zy intelligently decided just bypass that issue altogether. They have their eyes on the prize of the site. They're playing the objectives, not the kills. Another player on the connector side is Z-Power, just with a P250, can't deny the bomb plant, now smoked off from his teammates who are both on Ivy. You have the AK-47 for Jerry, who actually does have Kevlar, so aim punch won't be a problem. The 50% of his HP, more of an issue. And MQQ's position is looking pretty tantalizing right now to pick up some more frags. It's unlikely he's going to get traded off against, especially if his teammates are helping him out. It's going to be a freebie of a kill. All falls onto Flit. MP9 already committed too highly, so probably can't really save from here. There's the kill with the AK-47 now dropping down to him. Can try and save that going through into the next round, but it's still going to be very sore sight for any Forze fans' eyes at 8-2 behind. On the T side, Cr4zy are mustering up one hell of a half of Counter-Strike.
They really are, man. I have been really, really impressed with the level of CS they've been bringing to the table. Again, some of it has been kind of wacky aggression, but they've also shown some restraint at times and shown the ability to, you know, throw misdirection, call good mid-round reads. Their trade fragging has been really good. Sensei's opping has been completely on point. DimQQ's entry work has been very effective. And yeah, I'm just definitely didn't see this coming. I guess, like, in my voice, I don't want you to think that I'm somehow, like, not interested or bored or something like that. It's just I'm kind of in shock a little bit. And kind of don't know what to say.
You just got to give Cr4zy a lot of credit here and say that Forze haven't really got out of second gear so far on their CT side, but absolutely I'm alongside with you. Of course, this is a best of 3. This is still early days in the terms of how this matchup is going to be coming down. Right. But the early signs looking very good for Cr4zy. Not many people would have given them too much of a hope here. I said David versus Goliath, and well, we know how that ended. Maybe it is going to be a repeat performance. No early bloodshed this time, though. Well, as I say, that MQQ going to get the upper hand on Z-Power. And now the T's can look to spill out onto the A side, especially as Jerry's now been silenced and suppressed, and as are the rest of Forze. They don't seem to have the cure, the remedy for what is turning out to be a very deadly strain that Cr4zy are putting down on them. Sergey's last man standing. Almeza forced away from the site, from Connector, looking to save one more time. This is actually getting insane now.
Dude, they're just getting brutalized. You know, we were kind of memeing earlier, or I was at least, like the first like round or so, where I was just doing these like one-word, basically synonyms for a team getting wrecked, and it's really gone the other way around. And that time was just disciplined CS to get ladder room control, to anticipate any type of T-con aggression and be able to pick it up, and then come out together, swing in, trade fragging, their spacing and then timing are on point, and they're just straight up out fragging their opponent across the board. Which is kind of wild, because when I see players like Z-Power and Flit, who are like people that the community thought might be on Na'Vi one day, like that level of talent, plus you got a guy like Almazer who is a pretty solid aggressive rifler in his own right, and then, you know, Jerry's kind of considered one of the better IGLs in that region, yet they're getting killed by a bunch of people you probably never heard of. I certainly hadn't heard of a lot of these guys, and there really wasn't much out there on them. Like, I tried to do the research. There wasn't really a whole lot of information to be gained about this Cr4zy group. But yet, now they're up 9-2 against Forze, and probably a great chance to hit 10, given Forze's economic situation.
Absolutely. That is one of the biggest surprises, I suppose. Now Jerry's going to come out with the MP9, and it's going to be the bomb getting dropped. This is a sloppy round from Cr4zy. Eventually, we start to see a couple of cracks that can maybe be exploited and punish. Jerry with another one. 3 kills with the MP9. Printing the money, switching across to the AWP. Bomb still in an awkward position, and there's more support coming through from box halls. And Jerry with a freebie of a kill into Psycho, who peeks out slowly against the AWP. It's a 4K for Jerry as well. Flip 1 HP goes looking, sacrifices his life. And Cr4zy's money is so good right now, they could justify going for this and just trying to knock down Forze a couple more pegs. 30 seconds to play with. Sergey's now starting to make a move up. Still on 100% HP. There's the kill. Absolutely justifiable now to go for this one. All guns blazing. Almeza up on the ramp. Doesn't have an ideal position. If anything, it's a bit of an off angle, so maybe not going to be anticipating this, Sergey's. But he goes back onto the site again. He's going to try and plant this one safely. Should get the full plant in. This is now very winnable for Sergey's. It's a CZ facing off against the AK-47. And the CZ is more than holding its own, but he's running out of ammunition. It's depleting. What a headshot from Almeza. Just what Forze were looking for. Nearly let that one slip, though, but it's going to be 3-9.
Bro, that CZ shot was nasty over the bomb train. I thought for sure Sergey had him dead to rights whenever he escaped the first time that they had an exchange and he actually got to the bomb train. I thought that he was going to be able to kind of reset and be able to get the AK ready to go, but man, Almazer makes a big play there. Saves AWP as well for his teammates so they can get the double op set up into play, and so finally Forze is able to get another round after 5 losses in a row. All their rounds have been in an island, though, Vince. They won pistol, lost 4 in a row, finally fit one in, then lost 5 in a row, and now they've gotten their third, but they need to find some consistency here because Cr4zy have been absolutely running them through the ringer so far here on Train.
Not bad at all. It's one thing to pick up a round in these kind of situations, but it's what can he do with it? Can you get that consistency? If it's a one and done, you actually end up causing more of a blunder towards your half than anything else. Desperate for rounds right now. Cr4zy could be receiving a big grenade, but perhaps not. I thought I was going to do a lot more damage to Psycho and Sensei. I guess not.
Yeah, they got away with a lot there, and now they're able to come in with the pop flash, but Almazer isn't really as effective as they thought he would be. He gets a couple of big kills. They still do fit the bomb in, though, and they have a 3-on-4 post plant, but everyone fully healthy on 4s. They have utility and kits.
That's a beautiful pick from Sensei, though. Lightning, aggressive peak, yields the kill into its opposite number of Z-Power. Uzorp goes sprawling. Molotov tossed towards the back of the Great Train. It's going to be able to spread a little bit to force the T's out in position in an awkward spot. They are going to stand tall, though, and fire in. Do you expect 2 players on the same position on ramp? Probably not. And that could be the determining factor. Jerry underarms the smoke onto the site. Going to try and draw out the remaining player. They know exactly where he is now. Serg is very, very low HP. 1 bullet will seal the deal. Is there going to be enough time? It's going to be incredibly close, but Flit has to hold on to the bomb, and it's going to be a successful defuse with 2 seconds remaining on the timer. Forze get it done.
Oh, man, I thought he wasn't going to get that in time. That was certainly down to the wire. I mean, I guess Forze kind of did have a man advantage at each point throughout that round just because of Almazer's first couple of kills was really a big part of that. Cr4zy, though, was still fighting back. And that's the thing. There's been no easy rounds here for Forze. Like, even though they've won the last couple of rounds in a row, both rounds they survived with 1 player, Vince. 1 player. They've had to rebuy 4 players twice now. Their economy is absolutely in the bin. But at least they're holding on and finally putting something on the scoreboard. It's been so labored, though, is the crazy part. Like, even when they win, it still doesn't seem convincing. Just a testament to how well Cr4zy has played so far here on Train.
Indeed, that's the thing when you're playing against a giant, is even if they start off sleeping, there's always that chance they wake up. And things can quickly get a little bit scary. And I think Cr4zy have got to that point where they're like, we've poked the bear too many times. And now we've got to make sure we hold on for dear life. Because if you give Forze a 6-9 half, sure, it's still dodgy. It's still not ideal for a CT side, but you better believe that Forze are going to be well trained when it comes to their T-half performance.
We are going to see Cr4zy just kind of splitting the outer side a bit here. Op is going to be over towards Ivy, but it's a bit of a fake, right? Because that Op is swinging towards inner. You don't expect an Opper to be lurking. But he's finding headshots as well, keeping these outer players in place. Almazer does eventually catch him in the back halls, though. So it is going to be a 4-on-3 retake for Forze on the center bomb site.
And 2 kills go down instantly, so from a 4v3 to a 3-on-2 against Forze. They've been Molotov'd out. Z-Power's taking damage from that. Also stuck in position. They're going to go for a rotation around the back of box walls. That's going to be Jerry. DemQQ hands the drop onto Z-Power if he pushes out. So really, Jerry needs to make the first move. Needs to try and draw some fire away, and that's the reason why, because Z-Power just runs out into the open, gets picked. They saw him on the cross. The bomb's in a horrible spot here for Jerry. And he has no utility, no kit. This round's done. This round's absolutely over, and he knows it. He has to get out of there right now.
Yeah, save what he can for the final round of the half, because it is going to be 10 for Cr4zy. And I think that that's a combination of, 1, Sensei doing great work with the op at Ivy to keep the outer players in place for so long, and then 2, when the inner take actually does come in, Cr4zy do a great job of getting deep into the inner side. They don't just sit back towards Pop Dog and inner halls. They get right up on those choke points at Z and towards CT spawn and make sure that Forze get no space to work with on the retake. And they got some impressive frags across the board, which really has been the story for the entire half, really. And so final round comes in, and again, it's going to be that outer execute with MQQ again getting out there so fast. And again, gets the entry. That particular exchange at that smoke has happened so many times in MQQ's favor.
Exactly, and Forze haven't really been able to deal with this. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more tactical timeouts implemented from Forze to deal with it, but it seems like they're okay for this round at least. They have answered back with some big kills, but there's Toxic. From the Ivy smoke, he will emerge and take 2 players with him at the minimum. It might be more. Sergis headshot onto Facecrack, and now Almazer 1 versus 3 with the FAMAS. Spots the first, it's a labored attempt. He's got 1 HP left. Literally 1. Down he goes. Cr4zy 11-4 halftime score, and it's not as if this is the old school Cr4zy, the one that actually had some big performances at the likes of DreamHack. This is a team that many people will not know anything about at all, and yet they have Forze against the ropes here on Train.
Bro, Toxic has that aim like the freaking Toxic from Quake 4, bro. He's just out there doing work. I doubt it's the same guy, but my oh my. What a performance so far, man. I just didn't see this coming at all.
I think there's going to be a lot of people sat there scratching their heads wondering the same thing, Dust. I think, Tom Biz was kind of discussing this should be a fairly straightforward game for Forze, and I completely agreed with him. And yet here we are.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
could
I
still
challenge
bring it
anyone
back.
to go look up the history of these players and then come back and tell me that you thought they were going to be fours. Or be up
Exactly.
11-4 on train. Like,
Yep.
it's wild.
So I think most people would be in agreement with Tom's statements, and yet here we go. Crazy are absolutely manhandling fours. Big one tap from Flip though with a P250 opens up B. That account is now very much ripe for the taking, as is the site. And they're going to be able to get some more kills in after the first one went to Toxic with his crisp aim. Flit through the smoke, just spraying with his P250, and Fours are going to get that second pistol. So this is the other ridiculous statistic, Dust, is it's 5-11. Obviously, that should change to be a bit more favourable for Fours, but they've also won both of their rounds. 2 of their 5 rounds have been pistols.
Yeah. Very, very true, Crazy. That just, again, shows how dominant Crazy have really been so far here on train. They're going to force buy up the Scout, 3 Deagles, and a CZ. So we'll see if they're going to be able to put an early stop to fours. Or their fours can get the 3-0 start. Flit already at an angle with the AK-47 here. Able to find one over towards Olaf. Continues to swing in for more as well. So far the force is not going well for Crazy.
Jerry plant onto default position. Sensei in the meanwhile is still lurking around Ivy. I think it would be a justifiable round to try and save here, but Flip, he's read the script, he knows exactly what could be coming up. He's going to deny Sensei from surviving with that scout, and he will be very much securing this round. Any hope they had of maybe getting some kills has gone with Sensei's life, and will be forced taking their 6th round. Crazy could try and save the 2 Deagles, so this is more like what we're expecting to see.
Ooh. Okay.
Not bad.
Mazer, though, licking his chops. He's got the MAC-10. He wants to farm some cash. He knows where a couple of CTs are going to be located. He's going to try to get in there with that MAC-10 and see what he can do. Good for one.
Worth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Takes Kevlar away, gets an extra kill. The MAC-10, he can also upgrade to his AK-47 now if he wants to, or he can just go for another MAC-10. So, yeah, definitely worthwhile. Just the one Deeg, though, Dust. We have Zeus. Are we going to see it finally? Are we going to hit that bingo?
Please. Don't tease me, Vince.
It's less likely when they all charge outside. Oh, it's got it!
Oh, the jubilation that I feel. Oh. I need a moment.
We've hit it. We've hit all of the bingo. I don't know the bingo terminology, to be honest. Like, is it a full house or something? We've hit it anyway.
No, it's just we've hit every blank on the page. What else? What else could happen in Counter-Strike that we haven't seen yet today? I mean, 16-0, I guess, still on the table.
True. Won't have that in this game at least. Maybe the next map. Sensei opens his account into round 19 as he pierces through Flits.
Big kill there for Sensei. Gonna take down Flit, one of the main rifles of this Forze team. And again, Forze is a team on this map that's very, very aggressive and very tricky. And you can see some of the shenanigans taking place already as they're going for an op boost here in the inner halls. I'm not sure anyone's going to be at a spot to be on the receiving end of it, though, so they're just going to have to fall off of it.
I like they're trying to clump together and maybe make a fast speed hit happen. Like when you're, especially when you're a player down, if there's 2 players here, it's effectively a 2v4, especially if you can hit it fast, which they're looking to do. There's a good smoke been planted down though, which allows them safe passage out of the good Molotov to the back of the site. There are some serious damage being inflicted onto the T's, but they are going to get one back in the form of face cracks. Molotov. Sergey's with the M4 with a double spray, but it is going to be a post plant. Almirza now, try as he may, cannot withstand the pressure. Crazy will pick up their 12th.
Well then. Big round for Crazy to kind of come out, and once they get rifles in their hands, immediately find victory on their CT side. It's going to do well for them. With the bomb plant, though, Forze still have buying options. Again, it's a team that, you know, played the map pretty typical, have the standard executes. You know, they're nothing fancy, but they just can be very aggressive. And that's something that Cr4zy had a lot of success with it on their T side. And I'm sure Forze should be able to do the same, especially with a guy like Almazer or Z-Power's AWP. I feel like those are the guys that they're really going to rely on to find those openings and get that aggression asserted. It's just, will they actually be able to do it? Because right now they've been getting out-fragged time and time again, which is crazy to say. But there it is, finally. Z-Power does catch Sensei, trying to do something a little bit crazy, no pun intended, on the Ivy side.
You know, I'm surprised he could fly through the air with cojones weighing that much.
Yeah, exactly.
Through the Molotov, lands the opening pick onto Sensei. What a beautiful moment that was from Forze. And can they capitalize on it, though? They've had the advantage a few times. They've been unable to connect the dot.
Yeah. Is that the spark that will light up the Luke oil vents?
Only time will tell. See what he did there.
I tried.
Aggressive dem QQ peek into a death. Aggression on the boxes, though. Oh, this is an angle they might not be anticipating. It could be good for one, but of course they check it. It is Forze. And with that kill, the B side plant should be following the bomb. Actually, it's making a move back onto the A side. And this is going to be moving into cycle. This is actually going to be walking straight into him. It's only going to be the one kill. But there is a second player here. And Cr4zy musters up one kill. But for a moment there, Dust, I thought, Jesus, surely Forze aren't about to walk into this trap and just gift wrap this round back to Cr4zy.
Yeah, there was definitely a brief moment where it looked like they might be in a little bit of trouble. But they were able to weather that storm just fine. Now they have a chance to have an easier time. You know, this is a round where Cr4zy aren't going to be able to invest much into it. So this is where Forze can look to get back on track, really, and just try to establish some type of normalcy of like what was to be expected of this game. Again, not shorting Cr4zy at all. They've been so impressive, but it's starting to get back to what we expected, I think, in these last few rounds. As Face Crack will live up to the name against Toxic and Sergey as he puts it between the eyes of both of them.
Was back to business. Sensei, solid scout headshot delivered at range from the stop sign. But I don't think it's going to be staving off this push for too much longer. Eventually that red light will turn green, whether it's on A or B. Sensei has now been spotted. Pretty straightforward kill for Flitz, and Jerry will clean up the rest. The deficit now drops to 3. The T side has been looking good. It is 5-1 since the roles have reversed.
Yeah, still haven't seen too many gun rounds out of Cr4zy just yet. Really, just a couple. So, still not quite sure how strong their defense is yet. But this will be their next opportunity to kind of show us. And why would you waste a Zeus like that?
Just thought
nice. It has been. You never know. It could have come in use at some point.
On the tag, though, through the wall partially onto Sensei, so he's down to 51. They went for the orb. I'm not sure who took the first shot. I think it might have been Flit, and then he's dropped it back to Z-Power again. They had the best spawn for that pick.
Right. Yeah, Flit is normally the guy that would be playing Ivy or Jerry, so it's interesting to see that it's Almazer playing that position. Z-Power obviously is going to float all around with the AWP, as most operators will on train, just looking for picks in different areas as they can. But yeah, other than that, everything's normal. But Forze has always been a team that's been kind of flexible with their roles on their default, on who plays where, but still very cohesive on how they aggress things. As, they will be looking to split outer multiple directions, and big entries from Almazer.
Go puts down Almazer, who was caught napping with a grenade in his hands. Jerry now, though, is going to even the odds. Toxic, Sensei, last two remaining CTs, very much isolated from one another, but going to try and clump together through connector. Or perhaps not. Perhaps it will just be a save, which makes sense when you have an open and M4 and a 2v4. Does it give them a few more options going forward, but that does mean that Forze, their T-side terror continues, as they will hit the double digits and just be breathing down the necks of Cr4zy now. 12-10 will be the score come the end of this. Well, the next question is, can they hold on to both these weapons? And it does seem like Forze are going to try and deny that from being a possibility. First kill goes the way, and it's going to be an AK traded up as well. That's not bad for Toxic if he can hold on to this one. It looks like he will. I don't think Forze going to push the issue too much more.
Another important round for Forze coming in, Vince. Just to start building a foundation. Don't let Cr4zy get back into this half. That's exactly what Forze need after having such a poor time on their CT side. They really needed this, you feel like. Like you were kind of pointing at earlier, maybe the bear's been poked a few too many times. It's finally been woken up. You're starting to see really the entirety of Forze start to find more impressive numbers, Jerry and Flit in particular. And this is where, when you have a young team like Cr4zy, like, yeah, you got the hot start. You played a great T-side. Everything that you wanted to do, you got away with. But what happens now when you start meeting some resistance? You know, do they have the experience and composure to be able to handle a comeback? Is there someone on that team that can give the metaphorical Heimlich maneuver to get them over the edge? That's going to be the next thing. Because Forze, they've been here and done that many times.
Exactly. And this is where the jitters come in when you get close to the finish line. Especially if you're a young, experienced team that's the underdog about to cause an upset win. That's a big entry. And FaceCrack just establishes his will and continues the momentum shifting forwards. Plus, it's also important to mention that a lot of those rounds in the first half from Cr4zy actually were off the back of hyper-aggressive players outside. You can't really be as aggressive as the CT side. So I think just the whole dynamic of how this map was going has fundamentally changed and kind of switched on its head. And whether Cr4zy can continue to apply the pressure or not is yet to be seen. Not looking good for this round, at least us. They have lost the first two players fairly comfortably. At least Sensei is able to drill one player down for his troubles. And the bomb is easily salvaged and will hop across to the site and probably be planted in the next few moments. But may get punished if no one's going to help him out here. Peeking round the side, he shoulder peeks it. Here's Sensei's AWP shot rattle off next to him, and Sensei gets the hell out of there. They're setting up for a save.
Yeah, if he would have hit that shot, then they would have considered going for it, I would imagine. But it still would have been a tough call, considering that there wasn't really a kit in play. But missing the shot, basically 100% confirmed they would take the save. And so Forze are now at 11, one round away from tying this game up. And despite the slow start, Forze are starting to kind of get us back to, you know, what we expected, to get us out of that alternate universe where they somehow get upset by Cr4zy. Not to say that it's out of the picture just yet. Cr4zy definitely could still recover. The economy is going to be back for them in this next round. They were able to save the AWP on Sensei, so they definitely are going to have some options coming into the next round. I'm kind of curious to see what they come up with. If they want to try to do some type of set aggression or something like that, whether that be through Ivy or whether that be just getting up close on ladder and T-Con, or maybe doing some type of inner halls peek with Sensei's AWP. Doesn't really have the spawn for it, though, so it'd have to be a second op if they want to do something like that. Which there will not be a second op purchase. It'll be just rifles for everyone. Just kind of curious if they're going to make an adjustment at some point, right? Because they've only been able to find one round this entire half. It's been pretty dominant from Forze on the attack, and it just feels like they need something to kind of be a little bit more proactive. To, I feel like, just get in the half some way. You're right. I mean, even if it doesn't work, just, you know, don't just go laying down. You know, go fighting, go swinging. So I want to see if they want to try to go for some type of play. Especially with the tactical timeout, they've had extra time to talk something through.
Let's go about this from Forze. Instantly into aim in, a few players. Only really stopped by a Molotov that's been put down. And I completely agree with the sentiment, Dust, that like if you're going to go out to a team that you're kind of an underdog to, at least go out on your terms. Don't sit back and effectively soak up the pressure and effectively lose slowly. Like, try and make something happen. Try and stamp your authority here. You know, for some of these players, it's one of the first times they've played against an audience like this, against a team maybe of Forze's caliber and an official, or you know, in this kind of an atmosphere. So you may as well put yourself in the shop window and show the world what you're capable of doing.
Yeah. At the same time, you don't want to like go too far and be completely reckless and kind of throw away the lead. So there's like kind of this fine line you have to walk between choosing when to pull the trigger and when to kind of draw back. And I think at this point they've at least been able to settle in. They've thwarted, you know, Forze from doing anything right off the bat. And they're set up nicely, like all across the board. It is going to be an intercept piece maybe coming in here from Forze, but it also could be the fake, as you do see them shifting that bomb towards the ladder. So indeed it was all a sham. They've kept the two inner players in place, but still outer defense is set up. They know what they're up against now, and they do get the first kill.
30 seconds. Forze have left themselves very little room for maneuver. Very little in terms of error. And still more kills going to be going the way of Cr4zy. You have a player perched in Ivy. Sergey's not going to be peeking this, maybe assuming it was a fake. That's not the case, and now the dynamic of this round changes somewhat. Z-Power at range. Roads away Sensei, and now Cr4zy in a bit of a sketchy situation. The trade is going to go back in favor of Cr4zy in the end. It's a 2v1. Z-Power was last spotted around A main with his AWP. The bomb planted on his side, not entirely for him. He's going to have to come out into the open with the AWP. And that tickle on the bomb draws him out, gets his interest, but he's going to get sprayed down. It's at the cost of 4 Cr4zy members, but there's enough time, and Cr4zy will get their first round in 4.
Yeah, really well played by Cr4zy. I mean, Forze are really well known for some of their inner executes, particularly the ones where they throw like really deep smokes on Z-Train and just throughout the entire backline of inner sight. And they use it to kind of just suffocate you and get really deep into inner, and they're very good at their inner executes. And I think that they were kind of banking on that reputation to be able to throw the fake and be able to get to the outer sight, but Cr4zy never really shifted their defense. Because they had players playing up really close on inner, they immediately were able to kind of figure out that they weren't actually committing to that attack. They probably even had a player in place that actually even heard them running away in inner halls. I think they actually had a player on the ladder or like towards upper inner. So I think they pretty quickly detected that it was a fake. And they were just able to really lock down on the defense, particularly DemQQ getting that opening kill over towards Ivy side. Great work by Cr4zy to finally put around on the board on the CT after having kind of a miserable time for a while. And now it gets interesting, Vince. Close game on our hands again.
Absolutely. Momentum may suggest otherwise, but Cr4zy so close to the finish line now. And Forze know that any mistakes, any false steps could cost them their choice of map. And that is going to weigh heavily on their shoulders. Could be coming down ramp momentarily. Smoke's already been deployed, so that's going to stall a little bit longer. Grenade through onto box holes. That's going to do a lot of damage onto Jerry in particular, but Z-Power takes the brunt as well. That's a big money grenade, worth every cent of the $300. And now the flashes, now the push comes out. Toxic gonna go unchecked on the spile, and he goes through with 2. The spools are good, but it gets dropped down upon. Psycho comes out. It's a really frantic round, and somehow into a 1 versus 1. DemQQ up against Z-Power with the AWP, the HP favoring DemQQ, and he has a good idea as to where this bomb may be transitioning through the smoke spot. Z-Power finishes him off, and Cr4zy take the 14-11 leads.
Yeah, so that time, Forze actually bites down and fully commits to that inner execute I was talking about earlier. But as you said, it just turns into an absolute brawl. It was really hard to follow. Kills were going back and forth all the way throughout that round, and it all comes down to that 1v1. Z-Power using those deep smokes to get into the back lines and see, hey, maybe I either catch the kill in the rotation, or I find an opportunity to take the bomb through spawn to outer, or I eventually figure out I'm getting flanked from inner and I get the frag, but none of those happened. He winds up getting stamped out instead, and Cr4zy now are at 14, and money's actually running low on Forze here. They're able to buy for this round, sure, but if they lose, they're not going to have a whole lot to stop Cr4zy from getting the victory from map point position. Same could be said for Cr4zy, though. If you lose here, you have to save, and that's where Forze can really start closing the gap again on the scoreboard, so this is a very important swing round. And that's a big opening pick from Z-Power.
Nice little boost up. Cr4zy didn't know what hit him. Cr4zy still, even though they put 2 rounds together at the cost of lives, they're on the brink of financial collapse, as are Forze. A real nail bite at the moment in this match for both teams.
Things have quieted down since the opening pick broke out, but I'm sure it's about to kick back off again as we're starting to hit kind of that critical mass as far as the clock goes on when decisions start needing to be made on where this bomb is going to be headed. And we do see FaceCrack collect it, and they will be working together towards some type of outer split, and that's a big headshot from Almazer. It's really going to start cracking open this outer bomb site.
Outer site open for business. The account could be closed momentarily, though. Psycho's still alive up on the green train. Crossfire's good, but so is the aim of Flit and Z-Power. Forze will not go into the night quietly. At the very least, they're going to be taking some players with them, kicking and screaming. Cr4zy into more than likely a save. I would hope they save here, Dust. Otherwise, I'm going to have another brain melt at the moment. But yeah, this is Forze's chance now really to close the gap.
That was a really tight round, to be honest. Like, the way the trades were going, it felt like it could go either way at any given moment, but Forze were able to clamp down, and they've really been able to just stamp out their own T-side. Though we have seen Cr4zy here recently been able to make some adjustments and win a couple of rounds, and they're still very near map point. They, as you said, had to take the save this round. So it should be 13 for Forze, should being the key word. As there is a Deagle and a CZ out there, those can always, at times, cause a little bit of problem, especially with Toxic taking a way different position towards inner halls. They're not going to expect that. Will he be able to do much more, though? He's got Psycho right here with him, so they might be able to get this gun and really pinch onto Jerry. They even have DimQQ with the Zeus up close on ladder, but Jerry finds it and realizes he's being boxed in and collects another.
Goal for the trophy cabinet, but finally his predatory instincts will come to an end at the hands of Toxic. And he's going to get tagged up on the cross. No Kevlar behind that AK, so M-Punch is going to be a very real possibility and issue for him to contend with. Nice headshot though on the Flit, making this a costly round for Forze, but they're going to be just fine with the outcome. They still get the round, albeit a little bit closer than they're anticipating at the start of the round.
Man, that was... I was a little bit worried for Jerry there, because if he gets caught, that's a couple of AKs over to Cr4zy, and they would have had full intel on where the rest of Forze was positioned, essentially. And they actually could have made a go of that round, but Jerry was able to get a couple of kills and kind of stave that off and get the 13th that Forze deserved, I guess you could say. And now we will see a pause come in. Apparently there's a TeamSpeak issue that needs to be sorted out, so this isn't tactical, this is technical. Cr4zy does have full economy to buy up here, including an AWP for Sensei, who is... Overall, KD for the map is not that great, I guess you could say, but he's definitely had his moments where he's looked brilliant with the op. Even had a couple of head-to-head moments against D-Power where he was victorious. DimQQ's really been the one that's caught my eye. Him and Toxic, like, those two have just been consistently wreaking havoc with the rifles. But... This is down to the wire now. Forze have a great chance to tie this thing up. They've been playing a fantastic offense. And so it all comes down to these final rounds, once again, like many of the maps have so far today here on the mainstream. A lot of close games here for us.
Maybe this shows how jaded and cynical I am, having been on the planet for as long as I have been. But you know these TeamSpeak restart things and lags when you get the tactical or technical issues. Is there any way of us knowing 100% that it's actually happening and not just using that as an excuse to take a tactical timeout without using one of their tactical timeouts? Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm on the same page as you. I think that definitely probably happens sometimes. Just like the faulty mouse.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of times it is legitimate, but I'm sure every now and then someone's pulled one over. Sure.
I want to make it clear, I'm not accusing any team of doing this. I'm just curious, like, if there are safeguards implemented to stop it from happening online.
It's just really hard to ever know. Unless you had an admin also in their TeamSpeak or something. Which maybe some tournaments do, I'm not sure. It'd be hard to know for sure. Yeah, sure. It seems like we are now good to go. Everyone says they're ready, so we should be getting this next round kicking.
moves asking to unpause the game, so we should, as Dust just highlighted, be starting very shortly to get the conclusion of our first map in our second best of 3 between Cr4zy and Forze. Has been a very odd game, honestly, where you feel as if Cr4zy, had they been a little bit stronger in the early stage of the CT side, this would already be done. Like, this would have been a done deal. We'd be moving to the second map, but as it stands, Forze has really perched up a very respectable T-half, and it's incredibly close and very difficult to select who's going to end up being the victor come the end of this map.
Definitely too close to call. Luckily, we don't have to. We just get to watch it unfold and call it as it happens. So both teams are fully decked out when it comes to utility and firepower, so they each can put their best foot forward in what is a very critical round to determine how things are going to go, and they are wasting no time getting in these inner halls. Toxic, though, able to get the incendiary down and fade back towards Pop Dog, but they kind of beat his fire and didn't take much damage, though now Almazer is taking a lot, and that grenade is going to maybe do even more. Indeed it is. Everyone is softened up now, and Toxic's lining him up and knocking him down.
Such a good position to play off as well, because you're pretty much safe from the catwalk push, using the train as a sanctuary, and he may have just single-handedly got his team across the finish line to a 15-13 lead, which could very well turn into a victory here on train. Flip, though, with the long con flank, is going to get fouled by Psycho, who is up to the task, and now FaceCrack is stuck on the wrong side of the site as far as he's concerned, just getting sprayed at from multiple angles. It's Sergis that gets the last bullet into him. Forze now have to try and save 2 map points on their choice of train, and their economy is in shambles.
Yeah, it's pretty grim, isn't it? They will have the AWP for Z-Power. And the rest, though, I mean, it's slim pickings. We're going to see a Galil come out from Almazer and FaceCrack. Tech 9 for Jerry. Very limited utility. Again, mostly Galils. Gonna be tough.
Gonna be even more difficult when Almazer drops into Pop Dog, gift wrapping a freebie across to DemQQ. Does not miss that opportunity. 4v5. DemQQ does eat 2/3 HP in damage. Z-Power misses out on the chance with his ult, but doesn't miss the second one. Doesn't need to throw the smoke down. That's not gonna spread to him. Cr4zy somewhat on the back foot, Dust, but I mean, when you look at how a lot of these rounds have come down, you can't write them off from just taking this map right here, right now.
No, not at all. They're doing a great job putting utility out there to slow Forze down, who are looking to try to capitalize off that opening pick that Z-Power got with the AWP. So they're kind of managing situations well. And as Forze are definitely not giving up on this outer bomb side. They do have Toxic still kind of keeping attention towards Iterative just to make sure they're not getting punished in that area while they keep the rest of their defense in place towards outer. You kind of have to gamble in a situation like this if you're Cr4zy. Unfortunately, they just decided to send a second player towards inner, so they're a little bit out of position, but Psycho able to recover it.
That spray control from FaceCrack was ominous to say the least. Gets his life pretty much ended right there. Psycho now denies the bomb plant. 20 seconds to go, and it's a 1v2. Z-Power's been here before. Didn't win the last one. Unlikely to win this one. Still has the pressure of planting the bomb on his shoulders, and there's Psycho around the corner. Cr4zy have actually gone and done it. The choice of Forze has been lost, and Cr4zy moved through 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's quite the shocker to see Cr4zy come out and do that again. Essentially a brand new team, have not been playing together very long. Lots of names with very little experience that they've pulled one over on one of the bigger names in the CIS region, particularly in this first stage. So that is a job well done. Got to tip your hat to the people over at Cr4zy for a brilliant effort there on train.
So I'm new here.
Here we go.
Tombiz is already laughing because so far he's been all wrong. I'm trying to learn. I'm new to the game, and I trust my analyst to guide me. He says it's an easy win for Forza. Cr4zy end up pulling it out, even though you saw their Psycho ends up fragging 10 and 20.
He's IGL. He's IGL, you know? He can be forgiven.
All I'm saying is you got to step up your game right now. because I'm starting to believe that you might be just as wrong in Counter-Strike as I am in Dota. So please explain to me how this group of new kids could take down what you said were the easy favorites in this close
do
qualifier.
I quote you here?
Please do.
This is going to be dangerous. But, obviously Forze going into this, they know that they're the better team. They're facing complete unknowns, underdogs, what you've mentioned already. I think they were surprised. Like, especially going onto the CT side, the favored side of the map. They started off really, really slow. Like, I think they got themselves the early pistol, managed to lose rounds after that, and then it just swung back. And then you get that awkward moment now, especially on the CT side where you have those weaker purchases. Like, the first buy you get normally has like FAMASs instead of the AWP, which they desire. And they got off to such a good start over on that T side that no matter what the comeback was, they were still going to be down. And the fact that the comeback wasn't anywhere near enough. The other thing as well is I've been pleasantly surprised by how good some of the players were. Now, obviously, the ones that were actually highlighted previously by Jonta were actually the ones that played relatively well. You've got Dem QQ sat right near the top of the scoreboard. Not someone I think there's going to be many people out there going, oh yeah, I know a lot about him, but ultimately he was fragging. We saw some big individual plays, we saw some clutch moments, and also I think we saw some sloppier Counter-Strike coming out from the side of Forza. Like, I think they were a bit disappointed. There were rounds where the one that sticks in my mind was Jerry getting a 4K at the very beginning, and then I think it was a 1v3 that comes down to a 1v1 with the CZ, and it almost goes the way of the T side after such a dominant start to the round, and you sort of look at that and go, how's that even been close? And then because of that, economy never really builds. You're playing a few rounds where your star AWPer, who definitely didn't have his best performance ever, let's be real. Power was not at his best, but like, he's not playing particularly well. Maybe Flit's mind was elsewhere, still thinking about all the stuff going through his mind from the exam.
Did they get tilted? Because they were down 9-2 to start this off. They did battle back quite well, but
I don't know.
At what you lose 6-7 rounds in a row. At what part, how many of those rounds are just due to frustration? And perhaps just given away versus being beaten.
I will say that in terms of squads where I think like in-game leader is pretty good, I would give Jerry the benefit of the doubt that he should have been able to keep the majority of his players quite calm. He's someone who is a joy to have when it comes to like interviews and stuff like that, because he really does think through a lot of the strategies that they play. Honestly, in these sort of scenarios, if you see a T-sided half a train, as we have now a couple of times today,
3 times in a row, yes,
it's one of those situations where you kind of go, okay, what has gone wrong for you? Now, the economy start, I think, was definitely a big issue that put them far enough down, and maybe if they had a slightly better CT side, well, they almost definitely would have taken themselves the map, considering how close it ended up being. But I think we just saw the youngsters come out and show, okay, at least in terms of individual skill, that you're not going to be enough to just destroy us like we all expected they would be.
Yeah, but that's what's so interesting, because again, as an amateur, I feel like what you don't understand about pro Counter-Strike is the back end, the work that goes into it, how the players flash for each other, the way smokes and mollies shut off timings. I felt like I didn't really see that edge for Forza in this series. There wasn't a round where I was like, oh wow, okay, this is where that experience pays off. They just made this a 5-on-4 with a couple of nades. Now it's a 5-on-3 because they double peek an angle. It just felt like they were taking duels. And that's what I saw in the first series too. So is that because we're online? Is it, as you say, it's a new team, it's hard to prepare, there's no real demos for them to be watching? What's going wrong?
Teams don't prepare for teams that are at this sort of level. Not necessarily because they're taking it for granted, but you have to consider that at the moment, especially in the current climate, teams like Forze are playing multiple tournaments. Like, they're still competing in the Pro League qualifiers. Now, for obviously RMR points should be their priority. Like, they want to be getting to the major, but Pro League's a pretty big deal. Like, that gives you opportunities to get into lots of different tournaments, because obviously ESL have their own point system, so you gain points from playing their league, and that gets you into their big events. So you've got to focus on some of those as well. So they might have just been, okay, we got Cr4zy as our first match, whereas we've just had to play Heroic. Who are you going to plan for? You're going to plan for Heroic, and then you're going to go, we got this one in the bag, and they didn't.
And speaking of having it in the bag, I thought you might have enough analysis for me to get through this first day, but it appears that we're actually going to be joined virtually by a third member. Thank the Lord. Hello, it's Pimp. How you doing, sir?
Hey, boys. Am I going through?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, perfect. Loud and clear. It's good to be here, boys. Good to be here. Unfortunately, I couldn't come down to the studio with you guys for now, but I'll join you from the virtual side.
All right, cool. Well, we appreciate that. We wouldn't want you on the panel. You'd make us look bad. But I got to say, I don't think I've ever spoken to you before, Pimp. Good to see you. I've watched your stream. I'm curious whether you'll be quite as salty on desk versus when you drop 30 bombs and still lose, which I've seen a couple of times now.
It happens all the time, you know. You can ask Tom, you know, you can get some feedback from him. But I guess I'm even more salty when I'm on the desk, so you better watch out for what you're saying throughout this entire week.
Well, I would consider it an insult if I weren't able to insult you at least a few times. Did you watch that first game? Do you have anything to add to Tom Biz, whatever he said?
Yeah, I did see some of it, right? I find it, whatever he said, yeah, that's usually how I feel when he opens his mouth. But it's one of those games where you feel that Force is like, they're supposed to win. They're supposed to win big time. The fact that they lost this one is just not good enough. There's no doubt that they're the favorites coming into it. There was one player who surprised me a lot from the side of Cr4zy, and I think he's called DemQQ. Not a player that I'm too familiar with, but he was involved in a lot of aggressive plays. I think overall he was involved in 10 opening duels, won 7 of those, so a very high success rate in that terms of the game. Put on a lot of damage and constantly moved around the map, made it hard for Force to get inside the game, I guess. And it's like a two-side of a story right now, where sure thing, when you're playing against a Cr4zy that is maybe playing some good Counter-Strike, that is playing some of the best Counter-Strike ever, but Force, they are a team to be reckoned with. They were a team that was placed within the top 10, maybe in the entire world at a certain time. So for them to lose a map like this and potentially lose this series, simply not good enough.
Yeah, and this was their map pick as well, which I don't know how much this matters, but I'm told, my sources say, losing your own pick as the heavy favorites is really bad. In addition, I will say, similar to a real sports player picking number 1, a World of Warcraft player naming himself something that ends in LOL, any Valve game player who ends his name with QQ, this is a statement. This is a man saying, I am good at the game. I'm telling you, look back through the history. Anyone that his name ends in QQ is somebody to watch out for. Do we expect anything different on Mirage, which was the Cr4zy map pick? So you've got to be thinking, you come into this as a new squad, you've taken down the favorites, now it's your map, you're feeling good. How much of a role will momentum play in map 2?
Not a lot, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, sorry, Tom, you can go ahead as well, but momentum doesn't really carry over the map, right?
Keep going, but after me. Please continue, Pimp.
Oh.
No, I'll just say, you know, momentum is not something that usually carries over from map to map in Counter-Strike. I think Force, they get off to a fresh start. Obviously, it's not their own map pick, but you must assume for a tournament of this size and this importance, they have prepared for this one. So I wouldn't necessarily count them out just yet. It could be Force having a bad first showing here in train, but someone can definitely elaborate on that as well. Force is a team that has a lot of firepower. Power is a guy that has a lot of room of movement. Dare say, you know, so on a map like Mirage, if he gets enabled, if he's allowed to move around, he can be the one vital point, I guess, for Force to fight their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think you have to also look at the maps that are actually coming up in the series. Like, statistically, although they didn't choose into Mirage and they didn't necessarily expect Inferno to be the last one in, Mirage and Inferno have always been very, very good maps for Forza. So I think you kind of have to look at it in the sense of, I think they played this veto very well. They almost picked one of their, like, later picks that they do go for quite often and play a lot. But if you look at statistics, the maps they actually win more often are actually going to be Mirage and Inferno. So if anything, this still screams it's going to be a 2-1, but I've got everything wrong so far, so who even knows at this point?
I think the safest thing to guarantee is that we will be here all day and night.
For sure.
So if it doesn't go to 3 games, I would be shocked. We've played already in, it's been like 8 hours. We've gotten through 4 maps, but I think over 100 rounds of Counter-Strike.
It's not, definitely over 100 rounds.
Definitely over 100.
One of the maps was 52 rounds on its own, so we've definitely hit over 100 rounds.
Whew, yeah.
You guys are enjoying it though, right?
It's a blast.
For sure.
There we go. That's the spirit, Kyle.
No. I mean, I just don't really know what to make of it, because I'm listening to my expert, but then everything he tells me, he's like, I don't even know what's happening. This is not supposed to happen. So it's tough for me to learn, separate what's fact from fiction. You say a lot of firepower. What do you guys mean by that term? Do you just mean they're good at the game?
I mean, the individual players have firepower. You know, you look at a guy like Power.
What is that? What is firepower?
Firepower is basically individual skill. You know, it's a player showing up on the server being able to win out duels. Counter-Strike is a game that is, you know, built up in the way that you have you have 3 different elements there. Say you have the individuals showing up, you have the team plays, and then you have the individuals showing up within the team. Where you combine those two. You can win a map like Mirage. Sort of, yeah. You can like a map like Mirage is it's very open. It allows for a lot of those individual duels to be taken. For an example, Train is a little bit more closed down. You see a lot of grenades being used at the beginning. It's hard for a guy like Exipower, especially on the T side, to find an opening pick. Whereas Mirage, he can go towards A, he can go towards middle, he can go towards B, and there's always an opportunity for him to try to find a pick. So him, as a player, will have an easier time on a map like Mirage to enable that, so-called firepower, to enable that individual skill where he can open up the rounds for his team. And that's basically what we mean by firepower, when these individual players are stepping it up a notch and single-handedly, I guess, opening up rounds or at least winning rounds for the teams.
That's a really good explanation.
We need
listen to
that
this guy, Tom.
Like a dictionary somewhere,
Yeah.
just like defined by pimp. Can you do an esports dictionary? I think you should bring that one out with your face on it as well.
That could work.
Yeah, I think that's a horrible idea. We could use your face, Tom. It's much prettier than mine.
It's true. Can you tell me what OP stands for?
Go ahead, Tom.
I've already been asked this question. I don't know the answer.
I don't know. It's just a fancy way of saying AWP, I guess.
No, but what does that mean?
What do the letters stand for? I don't know the answer.
I have no idea. It's not like I'm born in England or UK or wherever you make that language up. It's just an op. Sometimes it's easier to say that an AWP, at least for a Danish guy.
I'm pretty sure we could Google it. I'm pretty sure it stands for something to do with the gun, like the actual name of the gun.
Yeah, auto weapon pulverizer.
I doubt it's pulverizer, but
it could be.
Yeah,
and it could.
Isn't it a bolt gun as well? So I don't know how it would be.
I have an idea. Maybe it stands for Arctic Warfare Police, something like that.
I don't know if I'm going to make it. Thank God I'm only doing this for 3 days.
Google.
Jesus.
That was a beast.
Who was that?
That was producer at IA, I think.
I hope it wasn't throw it to the game because I
think
didn't
it's
do
we
that.
can have a Google.
Oh, that's true. I am literally holding
holding a
the
tablet.
sum of all human knowledge is in my hands.
Mine's about to die again, just with how much we've actually had to wait for a lot of these games. I think it's been so unexpected how a lot of the teams that should have basically been winning a lot of their choices have not been performing.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it's a bit worrying going into the latter stages of the tournament because if, for example, Forza choose a map and they are playing against Na'Vi, if they don't win their choice, there's a very high chance that Na'Vi should be winning their choice.
What is is there a huge edge on your own map, would you say? Because in theory, right, what are there, 7 maps in the pool? You're relatively versed on all of them, I would assume.
For lower tier teams especially, they should have specific maps that they are better at. Obviously, once you get higher up, like you go towards an Astralis or something like that, you are going to be looking at teams that can play maybe 5, maybe even 6 of the maps, and they have 1 that they don't play. Whereas when you're in the lower tiers, there should be teams going, okay, we can't really play, say, Vertigo or Overpass, but then we can play Inferno, Dust 2. Like, they have a few that they are good at. So to see you lose your own choice, you're then handing quite a big advantage over to your opponent. Luckily for Forza, as said, they are one of the better teams, or probably the best, they should be at least, within this qualifier. They have a slightly deeper map pool, so as said, the choices that have been made by their opponent actually play quite well into their own map pool.
Yeah, and also it very much depends on what kind of map is your own map pick, right? Because we often discuss within the top tier Counter-Strike scene that if your main map, for example, if Dust 2, it's not really a great pick to have as your own map pick. It's a map that is super, super open. It's a map that is usually having that snowball effect, carries on a lot of momentum. If you get off to a good start, you're often finishing out stronger than your opponent. So you don't really want to pick into Dust 2 in the case that you get off to a bad start. So it very much depends, whether your sort of main map is a map like Nuke, that if you specialize on a map like Nuke, you should be able to beat a lot of good teams on it, but also, the second tier opponents you're playing against. Whereas if you pick Dust 2 or Mirage for that matter, which we're going into now, it's a bit more open and everyone can get off, to a good start. A map that always allows for comeback, a map that is just by nature a bit more open than the likes of Train, Nuke, and Overwatch for that.
Yeah, I really liked your explanation actually, because again, I've played a decent amount of CS, but I've never really understood the big differences in how an individual and their raw skill can be determined by the map pick. But comparing Train and how closed it is, to your point, how nades can play a role in disrupting your timings. Mirage, if you're an AWPer, you can find a different place to take a hard angle and push effectively anywhere. Yeah, there's like 6 different spots. Probably more if you're not a moron like me. So it makes sense. I like it.
Well, I think the scariest thing
I
in
guess
CIS...
the best example. Sorry, Tom. I think the best example you can give on a map like Train, if you want to compare it to Mirage, is that you saw how hard it is to get out of T main and get out on the yard area, and that's basically what you call middle on Mirage. Whereas if you're playing the T side on Mirage, you're supposed to take mid control every single round, and it's relatively easy to take that mid control if you want to. So a map like Train doesn't really offer that. You don't get any control by default, whereas on Mirage, it's sort of like the T side that dictates the pace of the game. If they take mid control, they decide whether they want to stand in the middle for a minute and just wait for a mistake to be happen, or they decide whether they want to make a play or make a move straight off the bat.
All right. I appreciate it, Pimp. I think we're about ready to hop into the second game. Any predictions real fast? Will we see a 2-1? Will it be a quick 2-0?
I think Forze are going to come back. I don't think they'll allow for that to happen again.
Pimp?
I agree, Tom. Forze needs to win this one. It's a qualifier. They're supposed to not only win this game, but win this group. So it'd be a huge disappointment if they don't fight back here.
Got it. Well, I think you're both wrong. And I'm going to say the Crazy's going to 2-0, and we're going to get out of here real quick. And I hope I'm right. We'll see. Get into the game. Vincent Dust, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Indeed, we are actually straight into the matchup. We've already got a bit of bloodshed on the server. Cr4zy and Forze duking it out on Inferno. Cr4zy on the CT side. Forze already with a post plant. 3v3 with Cr4zy rushing up Banana. Z-Power here with a Glock though, gonna silence and suppress Toxic and Sensei, and that should be the round to follow, especially as DemQQ has taken a stray headshot down to 6 HP, so he's getting out of there. And Forze hot off the back of the Train loss, as the desk was talking about, looking to try and make amends here on Inferno Dust.
No, that's exactly the case, and they're on the map that they're statistically the best on. I'm actually surprised that Cr4zy picked into this map, considering their own record on it. At least that's the HLTV info that I saw, was that this was Cr4zy's pick, so definitely a little bit surprised to see that. And, I expect Forze to kind of have their way with Cr4zy on this map. They had the crazy upset loss on Train, but you have to think about sample size, and you can't let that get in your head too much. You have to think about what's happened over the longer period of time, and over time, Forze is definitely shown to be one of the best teams in the CIS region, and I fully expect them to recover, as they were kind of talking about in the desk.
I would certainly agree, but if today has told me anything, it's like, just put all your expectations at the door and just allow yourself to enjoy the Counter-Strike, allow it to wash over you here, Dust, because honestly, Forze on paper should be taking this one pretty convincingly, but paper means nothing in terms of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. So we are going to see Forze with the 3 MAC-10s. Looking to pressure Banana, which is no surprise. They're a very B-heavy team, especially when we get the rifle round, which we'll talk about a little bit later. As right now they're playing just kind of more default, just getting top banana control, getting control of apartments. That's just kind of getting your foundation on your T side, right? You want all your options open. You want to push CTs back. You want to deny them information on vision, top, middle, or understanding what's going on banana. You want to make them scramble their rotations a bit, or make them have to gamble their rotations. And so Forze is really just kind of, laying that groundwork, and eventually they'll make a decision on where they want to take this bomb, which it seems like it's going to be B. And unfortunately for them, a little bit, it is going to be a 3-man B bomb site that they're coming into, but they still are going to have the superior firepower at the end of the day, so they might be able to just bust through it anyway.
Now moving into a scout, which can, I was about to say, soften them up, but Almaze has just absolutely crushed the head of Sensei instantly. Psycho line up for him with the CZ, but there was a jumping play that bypassed most of his bullets, and Almaze tanked that on the head. But his life has been sacrificed to the CS gods, and in return, they have been blessed with a second round. So they're okay with that trade-off, and Forze will be steamrolling ahead to a 2-0 lead. Looks like Cr4zy will try and save on to the FAMAS and the Deagle. Wouldn't be too bad, but Forze, this is more like what we're expecting to see from.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit more of the reality that we were expecting, so almost like normalcy is being established, I guess you could say, in a way, as the Deagle and FAMAS will be saved here by Toxic and DemQQ. So they'll be able to try to put them to use in the next round. They won't be able to buy really anything around it, obviously. Maybe a P250 or something like that here and there. And, well, wait, what the... Huh? Unfortunately, I think Z-Power kind of got in the way there of another interaction that was taking place and had his head clean ripped off by his own teammate, but still able to, get the buyback. And they still are up against now, essentially, a fully saved Cr4zy because none of their guns carried over. Just some pistols.
Eagle with a bit of Kevlar behind it on Toxic. But pretty easy banana control as a result of the complete lack of nades or weapons or really anything. So they've gone for a stack on towards Archers. They've got a third player over in the form of Toxic with his Deagle on second mid, but it's only Cr4zy that's watching B by himself with the USP. To be fair to him, he's actually doing a pretty solid job of holding off the onslaught with his USP. He's tagged Almeza down to 28, but this is where the flood of T's should be more than enough to sweep away Cr4zy. They saw that boost up. They know there's a second player there, and there's another team kill. Far from ideal players coming in from Forze, but it shouldn't stop them from taking the round at least.
No, you wouldn't expect so. Should be able to clean this one up here, as they are indeed sniffing out all the CTs that are on this B-bomb site and dealing with them efficiently. They lost 2 players, but they can keep the AKs carried over at the very least and should be able to buy around it. And that 1-4B opening, by the way, that you saw Forze just use is something that they're going to use a very high percentage of the time. I know a lot of other teams like to do like 2 or 3B while they have like a couple of players getting apartments control and stuff like that as a default, but Forze's default very much is the 1-4B, either like Flit or Face Crack, kind of lurking alt, and then the rest, you know, those 4 players really trying to get top banana control as quickly as possible. So you're going to see that opening quite a lot, I would imagine. As they are going to get slowed down a little bit this time around due to CT utility. And so they do kind of have to just sit back at T-ramp for now. But I'm sure eventually they're going to see them start flexing their way up B once again. And indeed, there comes the pop flash, and then the 4 Ts will be making their way up B.
Yeah, I wonder how much homework Cr4zy have, pardon me, how much homework Cr4zy have done in the lead up to this matchup, if they know this propensity for Forze to go for these stacks, and if they do, what do they do to try and deal with it, you know, to bypass this issue?
Yep. Again, you're going to see this 1-4B, I would say, like a good 60-75% of the time from Forze. It's not to say that they won't at times get aggressive up middle, because they certainly will. They kind of use this as like a conditioning tool where they force you to respect B quite a lot, and it allows them to have a little bit easier access to mid later on when you start feeling like you have to 3-stack B. As we do see them setting up their utility for the B execute here, or perhaps a fake, as that bomb is tucked into bottom middle. So it seems like they are, once again, just looking to put the pressure on at B. They have indeed forced Sensei into CT spawn, but they're going to hit this A side now.
Flip going to be wrapping outside a balcony. The timing is good for 2, and that cracks open here nicely. 2 players very low from them, but at least they have gained the ground, and Jerry side sweeping, pincering out. Sensei's life has been deemed forfeit, and now Cr4zy in for another save. I think they're lining up as though they're going to go for a save at least. I don't know that these players are necessarily low HP. That's looking like a 4-0, a very brisk start for Forze. And this is more like what we were expecting to see. Jerry will be getting plucked off from the bridge, but it doesn't stop how the round is going to be ending up.
Yeah, and then one thing that's important is, like, just because Forze open up 1-4B a lot doesn't mean they're going to always be ending B quite a lot. They use it to set up a lot of different stuff. It's just more about denying information while also keeping tabs at what's going on at A with either Flit or Face Crack kind of lurking the apartments, or playing towards top middle alone and just kind of making sure CTs aren't getting too frisky and getting too aggressive on that side of the map. So while you can do your homework and understand that they have that opening, I mean, for one, you can't count on the fact that they're going to do it every single time, and there's not necessarily a direct counter against it that they can just pull off consistently either. So it's a little bit like easier said than done as far as, okay, I've watched their demos, I know that they do this, I need to stop it. It's a little bit harder to actually put it into work.
I may have to come up with something on the fly then, and far from ideal start for Cr4zy. Forze find the opening pick with Jerry's AK-47 through the smoke on Banana, and it's just still Psycho with his AK and a couple of Kevlars behind him. Actually, everyone has Kev. But I mean, really, on train, if we rewind a little bit, it was really Cr4zy 11-4 half lead on the T side that really established their potential and prowess on train, and they had a very rough CT side. It was really the CT side that looked very vulnerable and very, very human at the end. and Forze were able to capitalize on most of that. So starting on the CT side, you wonder if this is going to turn into a bit of a nightmare fuel for Cr4zy. They're going to have a good crossfire with a flashbang in as well, and that flash actually tossed in from Forze. They've completely and utterly wrecked themselves on this endeavor, and the bomb's now dropped out with Jerry in the meanwhile just moving up banana. What a strange turn of events that is.
Yeah, they just ran right into the setup there at our side, leaving Jerry all by his lonesome on the opposite side of the map without bomb possession. So this should be Cr4zy's first round on the board. It should be a clean one. I wouldn't see Jerry really being able to do too much about bringing any more weapons down. So good response from Cr4zy to get around on the board pretty early and to do so very efficiently. Keep those guns rolled over. Big triple kill from Psycho.
Huge players, honestly, and that was one of the worst buys, one of the worst rounds in terms of an arsenal that Cr4zy have possessed, and they've made it work. And not just that, they've kept 4 players alive, 3 AKs and an AWP trade hands. Pretty much the best case scenario for Cr4zy going into that round. And now Forze on the back foot have to go through their funds, and they're by and large going to be depleted come the end of this buy time. Dust, like they're going for an AWP. Everyone's going to be very low here.
Yeah, I think it was about trying to just figure out how to squeeze out every last cent, get every last piece of utility and firepower that they could possibly hope for. Again, they're getting slowed down at getting control of Banana, but again, they always have that late pop flash set up to be able to reclaim it kind of more towards the mid-round. And indeed, that's what we're going to be seeing here, as you do see Z-Power lining up that flash left his team to work off of. It's caused CTs to draw back, putting a lot of trust on Sergey to play the site by himself. They do have Dim Cube actually watching brackets, so they're going to have information on top mid. They're going to be able to continuously re-smoke it. Psycho's joined back over here at B.
That grenade doing very little, honestly.
Yeah.
Just chipping 3 players, but does put them into range of the M4 insta headshots. It's mainly AKs though across the board, so I feel like that grenade could have been held onto a bit longer. Just really nitpicking though. 40 seconds. Forze now looking to strike, looking to pounce as a unified, cohesive force. The flashbang neutralizing 2 players. 30 seconds. They need these entries right here, right now. And Z-Power comes out with 1, trying to sprawl the CTs into action. Beautifully placed Molotov though denies a little bit longer on the aggression. The CT's quickly wrapping and pincering through the CT side. Now Sergey is still alive, push at the backside on the new boxes, and it is going to be a very solid hold come the end of this round for Cr4zy. They may very well kill him after time, but Toxic decides against that. And so Cr4zy pick up their second round consecutively. Their money is now spiking.
Just a brilliant flash came in right there. I mean, it looked like Forze had them dead to rights. They were approaching the site so well. They had both CTs actually in the site. They had CT blocked off. They had already cleared coffins. It looked brilliant. They even had the guy's second oranges basically dead to rights. I mean, the Galil spray was right on him, but then that flash came in and kind of knocked the spray accuracy off, and then they just got torn apart from that point forward. So really well done from Cr4zy to counter. And now they're going to get aggressive in alt mid with the pop flash set up here, and they're lining up some nice frags. Toxic being the one doing the bulk of it. A knife frag does come in, almost a second one, but MQQ says no, I'm not going to be having any of that. They're going to have a laugh about it as well, as Cr4zy are going to finish that one off on obviously a bit of an eco from Forze. Didn't expect much from the round anyway, but now we get back to playing some real Counter-Strike after all of whatever you would call that.
After a bit of DM, it felt like at times. But yeah, I mean, we're getting back into the real rounds with rifles and AWPs and all that good stuff. But you got to still say that Forze already with 4 rounds to kick the map off. And this is already a great start, regardless of what happens from here on out. Obviously, they want to add quite a few rounds to that. They have every chance to do so. Lots of grenades already used, including flashbangs, here, cheese, Molotovs, everything tossed into Banana. But still, Forze have moved up to the top of Banana, and no player below half HP. That is a bit of a win from Forze in terms of map control early on.
Again, it's that same 1-4 opening that we've been seeing time and time again, but this time there is going to be some mid-aggression taking place from DimQQ, but it may not matter as the site's being cleared out in the meantime, and Flit is going to be right in the right place to catch this mid-aggression. He spotted both other players as well, so FaceCrack and Almazer know exactly where the CTs are going to be coming from. As I say that, though, both elect to double back all the way through CT spawn to try to be a little bit fancy, but I think they're going to be found out.
Definitely seems the case, but they may be found out. That grenade is huge. The AWP shot from Sensei doesn't come through. He does have a Molotov. This can force away the player. Does it spread to Almazer? It does, but he still misses. Sensei misses the shot, and now Almazer can stay alive in Newbox and just whittle away that time a little bit longer, tickling the bomb, drawing Sensei out into the open, and he knows he's going to be so gutted. If he landed the AWP shot, he would have won the round.
I mean, forget the AWP shot. How does he survive the fire? He was in it for so long. I can't believe he actually escaped. Sure, the missed AWP shot is something to be upset about, but the fact that he survived all the fire as well is mind-blowing. It was a good thought from Cr4zy. I mean, knowing that they had me spotted to double back and go through CT. They even got the clinch smoke and nade kill on Ruins as well to get to 2-on-1. I mean, it always hurts to see a team play out something so effectively but still wind up losing. When your only mistake is a missed shot, it's hard to really critique them too much, you know?
That's one of those moments where Sensei needs to put that firmly in the back of his mind and try and forget that. And they capitalize on it. Toxic's position is so solid, and none of those flashbangs affected him at all. He was completely and utterly unscathed by that. And Sensei comes through. Was that a 2-for-1 shot? Meanwhile, it's a cleanup. Yes. Cr4zy back in. Rough buying the cards here as well now. Not really looking fantastic. On the side of Force, with their Deagles and P250s, they have no nades to play with and no Kevlar to supplement any weapons they can maybe pry out of those cold dead hands of Cr4zy, but may not get those opportunities anyway. Sensei kicks off the round with an AWP frag, and banana control is being taken one more time. It's not like Force can really afford to stand and fight in banana anyway. No flashbangs to proceed a push. Try and catch the CTs off guard. They're just hoping and begging for some scraps right now. Psycho not going to be bothered at range against the Deagle and P250s. And even if he does go down, then Cr4zy is here to clean up the rest. Play the janitorial duties. Bomb down and smoked off from T-Spawn. Remaining two terrorists, FaceCrack and Jerry, have their work cut out for them. So it's looking like we are going to be tied up at 5-5. Cr4zy, pretty much a flawless round. Didn't have too much to contend with, but can only beat what's ahead of you, and they've done that and then some. Jerry has 40 seconds to decide if he wants to try and peek out and get some 1-deeks. And he's not going to be given the chance. There is the peek from DemQQ. And with 30 seconds on the clock, Cr4zy have struck a 5th round. As a result, though, of the fairly... I don't want to say that nothing really happened in the last round. It's just nothing really happened from Forze's perspective. They are now going to have the AKs and an AWP after their full save. Z-Power doesn't have that many grenades at his disposal, but the rest of the team does have more than enough. Just throw the Molotov. Oh, damage into Apps. Not too far off either. Not for the first time that Cr4zy have gone for an aggressive Apps play. So maybe Forze have read this situation perfectly, but they don't really get the rewards from it. Now, do they realize that Toxic is here? Now they do. The shoulder peek is good. Tries to spray through the wall, runs out of ammunition. But it's all a ruse, it's all a bait. They're trying to get DemQQ into position to strike with his M4. But it's only the 1-for-1 trade. That's probably not going to be good enough overall. But Sensei, look at the audacity of this play. He's actually pushed outside of Apps into second mid. He has the bomb under control. You never expect someone to be pushed out here. And so when Forze go back to try and pick up this bomb, Sensei is going to be in prime position to strike with this Tech 9. He may get peeked from the side, he gets legged, but doesn't die, and comes out with a kill of his own, and now he can reposition again. He is playing so much havoc here with Forze, but the rest of his teammates are going down without too much of a fight. Repositioning one more time on the bridge. This is really a masterclass on flanking, on lurking from Sensei on the CT side. And he's still alive, still with the AWP, still could feasibly pull off this round. That flick is sick onto Almeza, and now a 1v1. Jerry up against Sensei. He knew he had the AWP, he knew there was no room for error, hence the jumping shot. And such a nice try from Sensei, but it's not going to be enough to yield the round. I think Dust needs to pop off for a few moments, so I'll just continue casting until he is back. So Forze with a big round there, nearly capsizing across the rocks of Sensei, and that 4K was pretty spectacular. 12 kills to his name now with 103 ADR. Couldn't really ask for too much more from Cr4zy's AWP as the incendiary towards middle. I think Dust is back. Welcome back,
I've returned. Yeah, I had the delivery driver delivered something and my dog went absolutely berserk. So rather than you hear my dog bark for a solid 90 seconds, I decided to mute the microphone for a bit.
You nearly missed a really ridiculous... Well, you did miss a ridiculous play from Sensei, but he nearly pulled off a crazy clutch. It would have been something special.
So we are going to see Forze kind of changing things up a little bit, Vince. No early banana opening as they do the vast majority of the time. They're looking to really control top mid this time around. They have Flit keeping eyes on apartments where Toxic is playing a forward angle. No doubt about that. It's just, you know, who's going to strike first is the real question. In the meantime, Sensei's drawn blood at middle with the AWP.
He's having a stormer here, Dust. Especially after the last 4K he just picked up. I think that's going to do the world of good. And the AWP is very much a confidence-based weapon. So if he is feeling it, watch out Forze. Especially already 1-0 down. Still, already 6 rounds on the board on the T half. Is whichever way this ends, a really solid half. And of course, they could add a good 2 or 3 rounds to that mark. So Cr4zy have got to be very careful. Their economy is starting to build nicely. Fizz crack through the smoke does spot the shoulder of Sergej at the back of the new box. He knows he's here, but still comes out worse for wear. 7 seconds to play with. They need this entry. They need this bomb down right now. And just in time, they're going to get that planted down. Now, if a stray bullet went through the smoke onto the bomb planted, that would have been the round done. But instead, Z-Power is putting his AWP to use. And he's nullifying every single player that he sees in his crosshair. And the site has been locked down from Forze on the post plant, 7-5.
So Forze, having now won the last couple of rounds in a row, finally fighting back against Cr4zy, who are having quite the comeback here on their CT side. I mean, they were at one point looking like they were going to, you know, tie up the game and maybe even progress into the lead. In fact, they did have the game tied up for a brief moment in time, but now we're seeing Forze get back on the gas pedal a bit, which is really what they need, because they cannot be losing the opening series. Not whenever they are really the key favorite of the stage.
Forze just shimmering their way up middle. Through the smoke goes Almeza, and he's easy pickings for Psycho. There's no counteractive kill possible either. So a good start to the round for Cr4zy. Flashbang out, not really yielding anything as a result of no one pushing up quad. Forze actually have the bomb back on T-spawn, so they're going to have to go back and pick that up. It's going to waste some valuable time.
And it is true. We're just once again kind of going for that late B play, but it's going to be Jerry alone. Just trying to nade that opper off the corner, which he has done successfully. So he's starting to deny some of that banana information to Cr4zy. The thing is, Cr4zy can kind of just continue to play their normal CT setup. They don't really have to adjust too much. So it's still going to have to come down to Forze finding some key kills. And Jerry finding that frag is very important, but no one from the A side has shifted, and they know that this is a sham.
Molly down. Toxic burns alive to a crisp. And Forze, not for the first time, are playing with fire with a time. It's the same position that we've seen him struggle with a couple of times already on New Box. Sergey's this time, Molotov and AK Spray will deal with him. Enough time for the bomb plant, but you just feel, Dust, when they push on the site with 10 seconds left, all it takes is for one duel to go the wrong way, and the round is done. Like, they're really walking on eggshells here.
That wasn't obviously their original plan either. I mean, I think what they were really trying to do was have Jerry cut off rotations or keep the B players in place while they just went for the A attack, but once Jerry gets the kill and gets deeper in, and they also are able to control Archway, they just decide to go for the mid-B split. I mean, it's possible that it was their plan all along, but it just seemed like that was more of a mid-round read, and it certainly worked out either way. They're going to get the 8th round on the board, and Cr4zy's economy is going to be quite grim now, so there's a great chance for Forze to really continue to build together a big T side.
Conditions were planted after that 4-0 start, after winning the pistol, and they're now building on top of that, and Cr4zy tries their may to sabotage the construction. So far, it's been looking pretty grim for Forze. Now dealing with a half buy on Cr4zy. Looking good to maybe even hit double digits come the end of this half. Three-player stack on B. Just the one flashbang from Dem QQ. If he tosses this correctly, it could be a little bit sketchy for Forze, but they've now seen that smoke come out and plume in their face, and so they're going to decide better of pushing that. They're just going to hold fire. They don't mind playing this patiently. Not too much time has elapsed anyway in round 14.
Yeah, Triple B opening here for Cr4zy, just kind of gambling. Obviously, they have to come up with something crafty whenever they have limited resources like this. Just these pistols and a couple of smokes, which they can kind of use to keep refreshing top banana, which has been the favorite target of Forze, to try to just, burn clock and give themselves a chance to get Forze to push into a 3-man stack with little time left so that they can maybe just get that slight disruption they need to stop them from having time to plant the bomb. As we say that, though, Forze are not really sure exactly where they want to take this just yet. They're being a little bit indecisive, waiting for pushes instead, which they're going to be gifted here at top banana, so that's going to give them a couple of kills. So now they have the 5-on-3.
I think it's just a very solid cerebral kind of call from Jerry, realizing that the economy for Cr4zy is probably bad, and it would push them into these desperation peaks and information gathering attempts. So eventually, if you sit back and you're patient enough, they'll basically walk into you, and that's pretty much what happened in that round. But obviously, that was the appetizer. The main course now is the last round of the half, which will have Cr4zy on a very solid, healthy buy, including an AWP and 4 M4s, everything they could really ask for. Just missing a couple nades here and there. But Forze, can they navigate their way into a 5th consecutive round and hit their 10-5 halftime score?
That would be pretty massive, considering the recovery that Cr4zy was building up in the middle of the half, to be able to come back yourself, win 5 in a row, and get double digits on your T side. It's exactly the type of half, though, that Forze really need after what happened on Train. You have to feel, just to get that confidence and swagger back about them, kind of put things back to normal, so to speak. Getting shut down at banana a little bit, but they are looking to take top middle instead. Face Crack and Z Power being the ones kind of taking the charge of that.
Very brisk into the Archer's control. Smoke put down, going to force the attention towards Library. Psycho is watching that smoke, and you can see Face Crack was not anticipating that. I think he heard the player running towards Library and assumed the Archer's side would be pretty much vacant of any CT control. That was the wrong assumption to make, and flick across from Z Power. Flip's also getting entries through on the app side, through the smoke onto Toxic. Post plant coming up, and Cr4zy isolated from one another. Need to maybe play off one another, but Psycho has at least extended the odds a little bit in favor of his team, and now he's taking it away. But there is Jerry from Graveyard. Maybe a bit overzealous on his re-engage. If he waited a little bit longer, maybe the counteractive kill, I should say, or counter kill, and frag would have come hit the way of Sergey's, but instead it's 10-5. And Forze into a very commanding position going through into our second map.
Yeah, kind of the expected result, considering Forze's track record on Inferno and considering Cr4zy being the new team. I mean, I guess it's a similar story to what we were preaching on Train, and it didn't turn out that way, but I think Inferno's even more firmly in Forze's map pool than Train was. And while there was some fight from Cr4zy in the middle of that half, the rest of it kind of went the way that you would expect. So we'll see if Forze can finish it off and get to the third map, or whether or not Cr4zy can show their own solid T side, show that they still have something left in them.
Still feel, Dust, maybe it's the person in me that saw the previous best of 3 and everything just kind of go the opposite way to as I was anticipating. I still feel like this match isn't quite over just yet. I think Cr4zy have a few more tricks up their sleeve. Could be a few more twists and turns come the end of this map. And they're going to be moving into the solo stack, or the solo player, I should say, of Jerry, who's over on the CT side. Let's have full grenades at his disposal. He can throw down that smoke instantly, and there's the Hitchy after it. Oh my god, that damage from the nade is so juicy. It's so deadly. And now the T is going to force their way and try and impose it onto Jerry. They do take him down, but he's done so much damage on his way out that it's going to be, I'm not saying easy for Forze, but definitely a doable endeavor to get themselves back into this round. And Flit's just going to flick across to the head of DemQQ on Coffins, puts him down permanently. Toxic now, perched at the back of the new boxes, doing a lot of damage. Sensei on the cross with his Glock is going to be able to side sweep face crack and clothesline him out of this. And even with Jerry's huge grenade, they still can't get it done.
No, not at all. Cr4zy just really good on the trades there, being able to get a lot of space, just get out into the open and get the duels. Something that they were very successful on Train on that T side as well. Really well done by Cr4zy. That gets them right back into the game, especially if they can capitalize and get the 3-0 start all the way through. Then they'd really be back onto the game. Really could keep the 2-0 dream a possibility. It's not the expectation, but they definitely could still maybe pull out yet another upset. Never know.
Headshot with the CZ to kick the round off, and Forze quickly going to be more fluid in their defense, shimming across 4 players over onto the ace. Jerry with his 5-7 going to think about peering into the abyss of middle. Nothing staring back at him. These are the kind of rounds, though, we feel Dust like, honestly, Cr4zy need to use this utility. They need to try and systematically and slowly just get a grasp of how this map is currently shaping up. That's a good Molotov. That's going to be a freebie of a kill. Now, normally when somebody plants themselves aggressively on Banana, that would suggest it's going to be a 1-4 stack. So I think that does give Cr4zy a lot of information early.
Yeah, as you said, they're using their utility great to be able to kind of get information, get a kill, but they're still not 100% out of the woods just yet. They do have a 4-on-2, though, on the safe side. There is a quick flank coming through Banana, so if they get stalled for a little bit too long, they could get shot in the back, but it looks like they will be able to get out into the site effectively without having to worry about that too much, and now it's going to just force the remaining 2 Forze members to save their weapons. So well done by Cr4zy, well handled. For such a young team, the way that they approach the map and how they work together is already, like, you know, a positive trajectory, I think you can say. Like, they definitely have their wits about them, despite the lack of experience.
Absolutely. And a lot of the questions and question marks that I had going into the first map about, you know, if you're the underdog, a young, plucky kind of team, and you start to get the lead against a team that some of these players may very well look up to, a team that was challenging for those top 10 spots, as Adesk and yourself have talked about, when you get close to winning, do you choke it? Do you start to overthink things? Do you get anxious? Well, the answer was no. I mean, their CT side was rough, don't get me wrong on Train, but they're able to bypass a lot of the issues and eventually get across the finish line. So we know they have it within them. And I think a team like this on T side fighting from behind, well, the pressure's kind of off. I think that's only going to spell out good things for Cr4zy here going forward. Now, they are going to run into Forze with a decent-ish buy, maybe going for more of a half buy here, but they at least have some weapons to play with, so they can't take their eyes off this.
Cr4zy are working themselves into dangerous territory for Forze. Not quite done it just yet, though, but that's a nice little opening pick there. Aggression's going to come towards Banana here from both sides. Who's going to be the victor of the duel is going to be A really important piece of the puzzle. It looks like so far Cr4zy are continuing to chip away at Forze in this round. All that's left, there's some upgraded pistols, and to be fair, Almazer's made use of one. Quickly traded back though by Sensei, so at least limiting the bleeding out.
I managed to apply a bit of pressure to the wound, but eventually Forze will be bleeding out regardless. Smoke's now being tossed on towards the wraparound of Library. Face crack with a USP, not much to really save from this. 5-7's a slight upgrade.
Yeah, so the round goes as you'd expect, really. It's the next round where things get interesting. It's where we get a little bit of a better read on how the half's going to go when the first rifles come out from Forze and Cr4zy has to meet real resistance. How are they able to adapt their T-side to those challenges? Again, they've already somewhat made believers out of us by how they played Train. We at least have to respect them as a worthy opponent. But, you know, how far can they really take it is the question. Again, fortunately, I should say, we don't have to speculate for too long. We get to kind of just watch and figure it out together as a community, but at least they've put themselves on a path to where it's possible to pull off the upset on Forze by winning these first few rounds.
No doubt at all, and if anything, that just adds the pressure. It just kind of mounts the task even further for Forze now in their first proper rifle round, including an AWP for Z-Power. So, I mean, if they do end up conceding this round, then the pressure is really and truly on. Forze will be in a lot of bother, and Cr4zy, at that point, will be looking pretty good for potentially tying us up or even taking the lead. So, Forze, how are they going to counteract this? 3 players on B early on, looking to try and establish a bit of banana control at least. Molotov tossed back to try and stop the initial push, and it is going to be successful.
And they're shutting things down on all fronts for us so far, but now the nades are going to actually get Cr4zy to get forced through the smoke at middle, as Z-Power with that able to get the opening kill, but DimQQ is able to start driving up through lane, but look at the reaction from FaceCrack and Z-Power. They're absolutely shutting down this attack. It's all on DimQQ now.
I like that he's playing for the clutch rather than just the guaranteed plan. I really like that. It shows confidence in his own ability. And getting the kill onto Almazer does make this a more likely opportunity. Smoke has been put down, but there's a gap in there. And DimQQ could be walking into it. What? He just perforates the smoke and takes Z-Power off the server. And with it now, there's an open gap towards the B site. Is he really about to pull off this clutch plus ace? He has time for the plant as well. 30 seconds to play with. Jerry was positioning to keep both options alive, A and B. And now DimQQ in a position for a clutch and ace. One of the best plays, I'm sure, of his career. Is not going to miss. The clutch goes the way of Cr4zy. The economy broken for Forze. And this upset is now on.
Not even the clutch, but also the ace fence. All DimQQ. The entries up lane. The 1v3, I believe it was. It may have even been 1v4. Either way, a brilliant effort. That shot he hit through the smoke on Moto, though, is just so insane. I can't believe he's done that. I don't think anybody can. God, we got a game on our hands again, Vince.
Imagine from Z-Power's perspective. I'm thinking,
oh, yeah, of course.
The gap in that smoke is possibly just gets the frag with the open, it's done. And he just, I'm going to just double tap you through a smoke, then no problems. Like,
that's 100% the moment where if that's in matchmaking, you're calling cheats immediately. Like, you've already right-clicked the scoreboard and reported that guy 100% of the time. For sure.
We kind of built up the scenario before the round took shape that if Forze lose it, they're in real trouble, economically speaking. They have reached that point, but one of the FAMASs, one of the only weapons they have, has struck gold early on. Going to be tossing away that rifle, make sure the CTs can't get their hands on it. And Sensei is still watching, does land the shot, but FaceCrack somehow survives on 19 HP, so just wings him.
It's actually still kind of scary for Cr4zy right now because they're down a man. Sergey's been taken down halfway. They've gotten no real map control. I mean, they have top B, sure, but they have no presence in apartments. or top middle, so they don't really know what's going on. They don't really understand how the CTs are positioned just yet. Now they've lost another to Flit, who's now gonna, once he knows that things are safe, be able to grab that AK. This is looking really grim for Cr4zy now, Vince. This is a really rough 3-on-5 they have to do. Oh no.
But did Sensei not see him?
He did, but he knew he couldn't do anything and had to run away. I mean, look at the clock.
His teammates didn't seem to really back him up that well, but as you say, the clock was pretty grim, so maybe that's more the case. And now Z Power takes him down. That's an AWP. It's not just Forze winning a full kind of half-buy scenario, but they also take so many guns away. And man, if you panned over to DemQQ, he is literally the Harold meme right now. He's hiding the pain. It's like, what? I just aced, and we instantly lose to a half-buy. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, how do you go from an ace clutch victory to that? That is leaps and bounds from each other on the success scale. I can't believe that's happened. That's got to be gut-wrenching if you're Cr4zy. You've really got to feel the pain of that one. Hopefully they can kind of keep the composure, because they've been playing some really good Counter-Strike throughout this series, all in all. And now we do have a tactical timeout, so a little bit of extra talking going to be taking place here. Now we're going to get right back into the thick of it. Let's see if Cr4zy can bounce back from that. That certainly was a tough pill to swallow, I'm sure, but again, hopefully they can stay focused, because they've shown us a lot here, and I feel like they still have more to show. So are going to see them put all their focus really on getting apartments control. They don't have any presence towards Banana, so they're definitely going to be going heavy-handed towards A.
Looking for the aggression towards middle, and App simultaneously flashbang out onto quad. Now DemQQ is going to push behind that. The Mac-10 leading the charge. The Mac-10, the first player to fall, the expendable player, but they need to get some trades behind that. Otherwise, the round will just slip away from them. Almace is doing such a good job alongside Flit. This hold is looking impenetrable. The fortress has been placed down on the A site, and Cr4zy have no real way of dealing with this. Psycho spins around, gets at least one, but now two more players to come up with. He does have control over the bomb. He does have time at his disposal. This round isn't completely done, but only 6 bullets to play with from his perspective. And for all he knows, the CT's already stuck their way through onto the arches to cordon off any kind of retreat that he has planned. It's Z-Power there again. No smoke this time to be spammed up through. And it's looking like Psycho is going to end up conceding this round. It's so hard to see him clutch from this point.
Yeah, very true. He's out of time. He has no idea on CT positioning. Can't even collect the kill. Does find the one in apartments, but look at what it cost him. Down to 19 HP. He's trying to make the full sprint to B. I don't know if he can actually make it there in time. He might just make it to plant. The thing is, will he beat Z-Power, who will be able to watch the cross? Oh, he does actually have a smoke as well, but he's running with an AK out, and he does just get the bomb planted, but Z-Power knows he has to go for the plant and decides to push through the smoke and gets the dig. And there you have it. It was a nice attempt, but Forze are still going to come out victorious nonetheless. And that's going to put it at 12-9 with money low for Cr4zy. So pistols will come out. Forze look to push the 13 in this one, you'd imagine. Not much that Cr4zy can say about it either with just these pistols.
Nice try from Psycho, though. Honestly, I didn't give him too much of a hope, and yet he put it down to 1v1. Nearly had. Cr4zy really impressing me. Flashbang through. That's a perfect flashbang, yielding the kill onto Sensei, and Flit's alive to tell the tale at 100% HP. Just what they were looking to start off with. Flashbang into middle peak. No one is home on the Archer's side, but Flit hungry for the opportunity to show that M4. Bomb down first, picked back up again from Cr4zy, and it could be a ton more kills where that came from. Flit looking for the ace, switches to the USP, gets it just about. It is an ace against an eco, so you can't really go too crazy, but still, 5 kills, more than welcome for Flit.
Puts him into the red vents. So we are going to have it Or is it back in the black? That's what it meant. That's what I meant. So, out of the red. Into the black.
Cr4zy pushes through the Molotov and decapitates Jerry, who is trying to push down Banana behind that. Beautiful opening pick, and I mean, Cr4zy, sure they've still got some life left in them yet.
Man, they've never really just laid down, have they? They've always been looking to put up a fight. That's what continues to make them look impressive to me. That mental composure does seem to be there. Like, even if they don't wind up winning, they've always, you know, changed things up, made adjustments, fought hard, never really backed down from their game plan of playing assertive Counter-Strike.
The economy for Forze, though, will allow them to potentially concede around here or there and still be okay. And Almeza now tossing in the grenade over towards Banana. There is going to be a potential fight, a war zone kicking off over on the B side momentarily. Almeza is going to have his work cut out for him and may have some support coming through with Z-Power. FaceCrack pushes through the smoke. The two players actually bypass one another, and DemQQ's gone down. There's no more players there. They know this is a wraparound. They know that's the look. And therefore, B site likely to be hit, but it's going to be a ruse. It's going to be the double fake, the double rotate here. They're going to try and send Cr4zy out onto B to make some noise, and meanwhile push the rest of their players onto A. And it has been successful, but there's a big kill from FaceCrack, his second of the round, keeping this round just about alive, trying to deny the bomb plant. He just charges straight into it, gets the kill, but will be fragged down from Toxic. I think he was thinking about maybe trying to get the defuse in amongst the smoke and get some of these T's out into the open, but now Almeza has to push through into second mid. How does he get the kill into Cr4zy? Had him dead to right. Toxic is still trying to stand his ground, still trying to keep this round somewhat in the scales towards the T's as Almeza pushes in. Last player up is Z-Power. Both players are still very low. The bomb is ticking down in the meanwhile, but Z-Power takes him out of the equation and has time for the defuse on 4 HP. Forze get it done.
Oh my goodness, what a wild ride that round was. Cr4zy, like you said, going back and forth on where that bomb was going to get planted. They were causing Forze to really scramble, and it looked like they had found an opening, but FaceCrack makes a brilliant play. Those two kills from FaceCrack had so much impact. I know he hasn't had the best KD ratio overall for the map, but in that particular round, he was really just kind of a savior for Forze. Gave them a window of opportunity to be able to pull the round back in, and they take full advantage of it, and they put themselves to now 1 round away from map point, a couple away from forcing a map 3. Cr4zy putting together the buy that they can. They did get the bomb plant, so that gives them some options, though as you can see, it's still not ideal. It's going to cause for some Galils to have to come out in order to be able to get utility and armor, and if this doesn't work, they've got nothing really, and that's probably Forze taking the map. So this is really all the eggs in this basket.
A huge amount rests on this round for Cr4zy, and even if they do win it, there's still plenty more distance they need to cover, plenty more fights they're going to have to really try and emerge victorious in. Flashbang grenades being exchanged across Banana. Jerry waiting at the top of sandbags. Molotov out onto the top of the wall area. They have been forced back. This is solid Banana control from Forze. Not giving anything up.
That is absolutely true. They're running a little bit low on utility, so there might be something there for Cr4zy if they play their cards right. They themselves still don't have that much to work with, obviously. They're trying to push Z-Power off this position, but Z-Power's still able to find the shot. It's like the Molotov wasn't exactly placed right. Z-Power found a way around it to keep vision on top middle and find a frag. That's brilliant stuff.
Z-Power continues to shine brightly in this match. 17 kills, but it feels like all of them have been very impactful frags, most of which with the AWP. Sensei throwing over the flashbang, Galil in hand, 30 seconds. They're going to have to push behind this. Molotov deployed onto short. This is putting Z-Power and Flit as the safeguards, the bastion on the site. Psycho going to go for a quick peek. And Fist Crack is sent reeling. 15 seconds. Hills coming out. Is there enough time for Cr4zy? Z-Power just has to stay alive. They can see the barrel of the gun. He's going to get sprayed down. Enough time on the board for the plant. And now it's all about the post plant. Both players stuck on the site. They're not sure where these two CTs are coming from. This is going to keep them dangerous up close, but if there's any flashes, any grenades from their perspective, it could be a little bit scary, but Forze don't have them allocated. They're going to have to come through one by one. It's going to be a 1-4 trade early doors. Both players very low. Next bullet pretty much seals this up, but it's Cr4zy with the AK 1 versus 2 clutch, and Cr4zy do march forward.
They needed that round desperately. Again, they invested all their money into it. If they lose it, Forze goes to map point, and they have nothing to work with when Forze goes for the W to force the third map. So getting that round means so much. They do have to rebuy all these players, though, so it still puts them in kind of a tough spot. But at least they've paved their way forward a bit more. At least they keep themselves in the hunt. And also, if they can win this round, they would force Forze to save, and that would get them to 12, and then they would be right in striking distance of Forze's lead. So, some really big rounds here, and they've already done so much early damage. Look at this, Almazer and Z-Power down so very low as Cr4zy prepares for a very quick B attack, but Almazer on the edge of the smoke, able to find the frag, and Jerry has a very tough angle to deal with, and indeed it won't be. Psycho goes down. At least Sensei responds.
Now pushing through onto the B side. Jerry holding the line, dropping the bomb down, buying up time for Z-Power and the rest of the troops to start to rally together. Here, the beckoning call of the IGL. Flip. 1-for-1 trade goes in his favor against MQQ, and the T's have pretty much given this one up with Sensei trying to hold on to the AWP. He's moving back. It's looking like Forze going to have 5 map points. And they're going to have a bit of time to mull this one over as well. 40 seconds left for Sensei to try and save the gun. And it's not as if Forze's economy is great either. I think they'll be okay actually just giving him this AWP. Saying, like, fair enough, you can keep that, hold on to it. We're confident enough in our ability to close this out.
Especially knowing that there's not going to be a lot of money for Cr4zy to buy around it without a bomb plant. And how much they've drained their economy. I mean, even when they won that last round, they had to rebuy 4 players. So I think Forze kind of realized that, yeah, you'll have the op, but that's about all you're going to have. And they want to make sure that they have everything that they can possibly get out of this with their own money being very low. As I say that, though, Flit actually does eventually push through and find Sensei's AWP, making things even worse on Cr4zy and better for Forze, who retain their double op setup and the 2 rifles and can easily get something for their other teammate and get all the utility that they could want. And they're going to get 5 chances to force a third map here. Meanwhile, if you're Cr4zy, I mean, yeah, use your timeouts. I mean, you might as well, but it's just like, what can you put together with this type of money? Sergey and Sensei, they can afford to be able to, you know, get AK armor, or you get Galil armor utility. The rest, it's tough. Like, do you go SMG armor utility? Do you get the Tech 9 to get even more utility? Obviously, the Tech 9 can be very powerful with its movement accuracy. And then it's just like, what play do you want to throw? Do you just want to go for some type of aggressive push? You know, do you want to try to play it slow and play it safe, which can be really hard to do when you don't have the firepower or utility to kind of play out a map control style? There's a lot of questions that they have to be asking themselves right now. I'm not really sure there's any great answers. It seems like this is just set up for Forze to finish. But Cr4zy have been impressive time and time again throughout the series, so I don't want to count them out just yet, but it does look pretty grim.
They can always re-go again on Mirage, which will be our final battleground if Forze do claim this round, or indeed one of the next 5, and take us to that all-important deciding third map.
Yeah. The thing is, though, like, that's going to be such a mountainous task because that's probably the number 2 map after Inferno for Forze, when you look at their LAN results, at least. So, it's not going to be really any easier for Cr4zy on that map, in my opinion.
Well, Cr4zy deciding to elect to just back away, keep it around the spawn. Try and hold on to as much positioning as possible early on. It's only really DemQQ that's made moves, and he's in apps with a Mac 10. Stifling and stopping any aggressive Apps take from Forze. They haven't really gone in for it too many times, though, to be honest. Cascade of flashbangs connecting on middle. Another one tossed in the banana, try and take some control for themselves. And now moving in, Almeza watching the cross with the orb. Two of them in play. First peek, yields the kill. That's a Molotov down as well. And the bomb follows suit. It's a double molly put in. So much damage on the cross, and it's looking like it's over. It's looking like the third map is going to be coming up sooner rather than later. And indeed, it will be. Forze hold on. 16-10 in the end. Normal service has resumed. Will they be able to finish off the best of three, though? Mirage will tell the tale.
Yeah, nice effort there from Cr4zy, but not going to be enough. It is going to be Forze taking us to a map 3, as we sort of expected, if we're honest. And I think that the desk will probably have a lot of the same to say.
Indeed we do, indeed we do. No surprise from the analyst perspective as Forza do take it 16-10. They will extend our series to 3 games. Thank you, Vince and Dust, for an excellent cast. Please make sure you drink some tea, rest those voices. You'll be here for a while longer. Third map upcoming, but let's first talk about Inferno. What did you see from Forza that impressed?
Well, Forza especially, like, some of the clutches they were able to win. Like, it was more so that Cr4zy were bringing back, like, massive, like, deficits. But then there'd be someone like XE to take them over the line. Like, there was a real start in that second half where you sort of look at it and go, okay, this could actually be real potential now for the guys at Cr4zy to actually bring things back. You then have that 1v4, I think it was from DemQQ.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Which was absolutely ridiculous. Then I think it was Toxic had a really close attempt where it was either a 1v3, 1v4 where he loses out to XE. And then I think it was Cr4zy as well in another round had another 1v4 and he gets deeked through the smoke by XE. So I guess the person I have to give credit to is XE for basically denying them pretty much every single time that they had the chance to what would have been set themselves up in that second half. Because although, sure, it was a fairly big landslide in terms of the actual scoreline, when you look at the individual rounds, there was another 1v1 that they won where if maybe they win that a little bit cleaner, they come out with some more weaponry, their economy's not so bad. And I think that was one of the big brunt positions that they ended up in, is because there were so many streak rounds, even though there were 1 or 2 that were close, the anti-ecos that came up for the side with XE playing well, and I think Flit gets an anti-eco ace as well. It meant Forza still built up enough money to continuously buy, whereas there had to be like eco breaks every single time for Cr4zy without really having the finances to continue.
Got it. Thank you for that. Virtual Pimp rather, is also with us once again, calling in from wherever the hell he is in the world. Do you agree with my man Tom here? Because it sounds like he's saying Cr4zy is higher skilled individually, but just got beaten as a team.
I don't know.
More or less, I think. Yeah, I don't know about that either. I think Forze is a better team. You know, they have better individuals as well. And I think we saw the in-game leader Jerry having a great game here. He had 8 rounds where he got a multi-kill, which basically means for the new guys out there that's a round where you get more than 1 kill. And having 8 of those in a game that finishes 16-10, I'm just trying to narrow it down for you, Carl. I know you knew, but that's pretty impressive. You know, that's pretty impressive by Jerry. Flit as well, 6 opening kills as well. He was doing a good job. I think overall, Forze, they can be proud of the showing right now. And I think Tom is spot on when he's saying that it's a game that was, somewhat close. The opening duels going, I believe it was 14-12 in the way of Forze as well. So that was relatively even. So Cr4zy had their opportunities, they had their chances, and just didn't capitalize this time around.
Yeah, and I want to also clarify, I think I misspoke at the start of the series, because it was Cr4zy that chose Train.
Makes it a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. Suddenly we're not so blind anymore. And it was Forza that picked Mirage, or rather Inferno. Mirage is the decider. Okay, so we'll come into it even, both teams winning their own map pick, which does make a lot more sense, again, with you considering Forza that have the favorites here. Do we have any expectations for this final map? Anything to close the second off? Like, what was it that separated Forza's performance on this map in comparison to the first? Was it just perhaps not tilting, coming up from first half down 9-2? They were down 9-2 in the first half.
It was Jerry, more or less. Jerry really having a great game. I think with those 8 multi-kills, he was being was being well playing. I think he was proactive, also involved in 4 opening duels, winning 2 of those. It's always great when you're in-game leader, when the guy controlling the team is having a good game. It gives, not only confidence in his own calls as well, but also in the way that he's playing the game. And Jerry is a guy that likes to be leading by example. He goes in first, he tries to create the space for the rest of the guys to follow up, and I think he had a great game. So if I were to pinpoint one thing, that was the big difference maker on this one, I'd put it on Jerry. Then Flit as well. I think Tom said it, having an anti-eco ace and also 6 multi-kill rounds. It was a great showing, and more of the stuff we need to see from Force. Moving on when we go into
real fast before we get on to the third map. Where are you finding these really cool statistics? Because these are easy way. If I were to say these things, I'd sound really smart. How do you find these multi-kills, entry frags, etc.? Do you count them?
Well, you can count yourself if you want to, but you can also head into to HLTV. They have a fine little scoreboard in there with an advanced setting, so you can look it up for yourself. And you just gotta put it into context, and all of a sudden you sound like a smart guy.
Is that free?
Fairly easy.
It is.
It's free, yeah. Even Tom gets to do it sometimes, So, yeah.
Occasionally.
We get something like that in the Dota client, but it costs us $4 a month, and we pay Valve. We don't even we don't get any of that stuff. We just get some skins.
I guess we're lucky. I guess that's what you can say.
That's why Counter-Strike is better than Dota, but yeah.
I mean, your dev team can fit in a closet, and ours occupies 3 floors. But
and our
if you
game's
say
still
so.
better. That's the most impressive thing.
You say that now, but Valorant will be here soon to kill off Counter-Strike forever. At least that's what my sources inside the game say. Moving on to the third map upcoming, we've got Inferno. Mirage. Jeez. I can see the map in front of me, but then it's, whatever. This one, can we discuss what does it mean when we come into a deciding match, especially when you're a newer squad like Cr4zy? Do we expect them to be able to keep it competitive, or do you think Forze is just going to run with the momentum they acquired in that second game?
Honestly, I think this should be a pretty damn good match. Obviously, in terms of individual skill, I still think it leans the way of Forza. There were a lot of clutch situations that were close, but when you consider the fact that those were 1v3s, 1v4s, you only get there by losing half of your squad very early on in the round, and that was something that was very good, especially when it's Mirage. Pick play is quite important. The only thing is, in terms of maps we've actually seen Cr4zy pick recently, in terms of their online performances, the qualifiers, Mirage is actually the highest map that they've picked. So it's a good map to end on. They've ended in a place where I think they'll be happy with where it's going. The only problem is, in terms of that individual skill, they're going to have to really hit their stride if they're going to stand a chance.
Gotcha. And curious, this is for you, Pimp. How much of a role do you think this move to online-only Counter-Strike affects the favorites in a spot like this? Because you consider a squad like Cr4zy, they haven't really played on LANs ever, whereas Forze is probably quite used to it. Do you think that gives them an edge here?
Nah, not at this point. I think it was a discussion we could have had 2 months ago when it all broke out, and when there was certain teams who never played online. Na'Vi is a great example from the CS region as well. They didn't play an online game for almost 2 years, I think. So they all of a sudden have to readjust, I guess, and figure out how to play online Counter-Strike again. It's not that it's an entirely new game, but of course there's some small differences. I'd say now, 2 months into this period, 2.5 months into it, there's no excuses anymore. People who, or teams for that matter, who use it as an excuse are lazy teams, lazy players, people who don't adapt and people who don't adjust. Simple as it is. So if you're not performing in these circumstances, you're just not good enough, and that's just the way it is.
Pimp plays online Counter-Strike every single day. If he can do it, why can't they?
That's a good
point. I'm so good, yeah.
Damn, that's blunt. I like it. I don't usually get that sort of truth from new friends.
Get used to it, buddy. We're gonna hang out for the next 2 weeks, I think, right? You better catch up now.
That's assuming you can get through the border, which fingers crossed.
I got it.
Would you say no to him after he's spoken to you like that?
Maybe not now, but if he undoes a couple more buttons, I think he's definitely getting inside. If you know what I mean.
Jesus.
Tom. Pretend I asked you a really good question.
What am I meant to do with that? That is the least
improv, baby.
Thing
think on your feet.
I guess we could talk. Going into that third map, I am looking forward to seeing a little bit more from Sensei. I think the fact that so far Xe Power has had a run for his money. We saw some good T-side opening from Sensei as well, which I think is going to be a pretty big deal when it comes to Mirage, like getting those opening picks. Pimp mentioned earlier, you're going to want to challenge for mid control. Well, if you can't clear out the window, if you can't pressure onto short, it really does close out a lot of what you can do on a map like Mirage. Like the executes so standard at this point. They can only get you so far. So I'm looking at him as an individual to see if he can step up.
Good. Do we expect? I know from my research, there is a lot of noise out there from the community about B rush, just keep B rush. Is
Maybe
this
in
an
this
effective
region,
strategy? You think for this third map?
Can be. I mean, it's not a bad map to do. Mirage is known for being, a map where you can rush A side, you can rush B side. You normally see it happen in an anti-eco. For example, if you're on the T side, are fully aware that the TTs are only playing pistols, then it can be super effective. You can jump out of the window, jump out of the balcony with a Mac-10 in your hands, and it's in general a little bit tough, to deem it down. That being said, though, it comes with a risk. It's a relatively small area, close area. So if you have a few grenades, you place well, that whole strategy can go to hell pretty quick. But I'd be surprised if we don't see one of these teams pull off a proper B rush at some point.
Got it. I look forward to that. That's my favorite role to play when I'm pubbing with my friends. I just say, guys, I'm an entry fragger, and I typically just buy armor and run forwards. And even if I die, I'm like, I got information. I feel like I did my part.
Do you actually give them the information, though, or do you just say to them, guys, I've got information?
No, typically I'm just, shit. Which I've learned actually hurts my team, because then they can't hear where they're coming from. And then more
Surely
people
you should
die.
have learned this from, your professional career in Dota.
To an extent. I think it's just different. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but I feel like you cannot play the game you've done professionally or worked in and actually play it for fun anymore. Like, I cannot play Dota for fun. I see it. I've just played so much at this point. Whereas Counter-Strike,
you're talking to the wrong guy. Like, I'm pretty sure that's all Pimp
I
does.
mean, Kyle, you've been watching my stream. Why do you think I'm so salty every single day, dude?
Yeah, but is it fun for you to be this salty 24/7?
Nah, you know what? Counter-Strike is a lovely game, and I do disagree with you. Actually, you can play the game at a high level and still have fun with it afterwards. But it's not as fun as it was back in the days when you're playing with your friends. You're just playing to have fun. You're playing to make everyone else miserable. That's not how you do it anymore. At least that's my tactic coming into it. But Counter-Strike is a game that will stand forever. And even though Valorant, as you so fine mentioned before, is coming out, and won't do anything to Counter-Strike. It's a forever game.
Dude.
Put it that way.
I've realized it's not Valorant that's going to kill esport. It's actually going to be the Star Wars 5-on-5 dogfighting game that just launched, or the trailer at least. Fun. That looks badass. Like, imagine Counter-Strike, but you're in an X-Wing. But we'll leave that where it is for now. We do have a map approaching. I guess when it comes to playing Counter-Strike for fun, do you find yourself becoming irrationally angry when you play, Pimp? Because that's my big concern. It's not a lack of fun. It's that I just get so emotionally invested, I turn into a 17-year-old kid again, and I'm slamming my desk in rage.
Yeah, it very much depends on what kind of game it is, right? I mean, sometimes if you're playing against someone who's annoying, you really want to beat, or you're playing against some ex-teammates, or I don't know, it could be a lot of different scenarios. Then sure, you turn into this little raging 16-year-old idiot, who just want to smash the desk and do whatever he wants to do when he's losing. But I guess it's a mentality thing, right, Carl? You will eventually grow up at some point as well, become a man, and you'll learn to control it. So don't worry about it.
Gotcha. So for now, I'm mentally weak, but one day I'll get there. Thank you very much, Pimp.
Yeah,
Speaking of people who are mentally weak, Tom.
Whoa, that's a transition.
I can't do that. I feel like I'm beating up on you, but you're the only one here. So there's no one else to make fun of.
Plenty of people around.
No, there isn't. It's just us. Do you want your hat back?
Well, there's skulls, that's for sure. There's a few too many skulls in here. I feel like they maybe ordered a few too many and have just placed them around the room. I keep noticing them now. I wonder how many people have been here before. And our chances of survival seem pretty damn slim at the moment.
It is. We play Clutch Island. These are the people that were not clutch. This skull is actually irrationally angry. I'm not even going to touch him. Hope there's no disease.
Have you looked under the hat?
Huh?
Have you looked under the hat?
I have not. It'd be a pretty WePlay thing to do, though, just to hide live spiders, like, around the set. I'm terrified of spiders, especially, like, big fuzzy ones.
It's always a good thing to say stuff like that on the air as well. I'm sure nothing bad will come of the fact that you've just said that.
They're the sort of people that would do it just because I said something about it. I'm actually not afraid of them at all. The thing I'm most afraid of is having uneventful BO3 series that end in 2 games. That's terrifying.
That's you're clutching at straws here, aren't you?
Oh yes, I've started the day clutching at straws. I'm effectively out of material from my notes of like filler questions. We have a slight delay just because it's been 2 maps. We want to give the time to talk and just go over their own strategy. This is a good one. What if Counter-Strike was 12 rounds, or sorry, what if Counter-Strike had 24 round maps?
You gotta give this to Pimp. I think this is a Pimp
I
question.
think that Counter-Strike rounds, personally, it's only been about 6 hours, but it takes way too goddamn long to play this game, all right? There are people that are going to start the day watching the stream, they're going to watch for some hours, go to sleep, and wake up, and it'll still be me and Tom in the sand. 12 versus, like, have overtime at 12-12. Thoughts?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I posted the question, a few months ago, I think, on my Twitter, and it gained a lot of traction. I think Counter-Strike right now, it's a game where you watch it too much, right? It's just too long. It's a game that is fun, when you have an exciting game, it goes all 15 rounds on both sides. It's cool, but there's too many games that just gets too close without even being entertaining. So I think 12 rounds is enough to determine the better team. I think we still keep the competitive integrity of the game, and I think that's the most important thing to have an eye out for. And if that helps us, producing some better quality tournaments, makes it easier for the WePlay guys to produce a great tournament that is not going to last for 24 hours every day, then I think it's a win-win for everyone. But it's when you've been used to something like this for the past 10 years now that we played MR15, we actually had MR12 back in the old days, but it's going to be very tough to make people believe that MR12 is enough. There's also some stuff about the pistol rounds and yada yada yada.
I want to continue this conversation specifically when it comes to, do you think Counter-Strike should also involve different spells and abilities, perhaps ultimates that you could cast? I think that'd be a really interesting innovation. But we can't get into that. Sorry, Vince and Dust are going to take it away. We've got map 3 of the second series between Forza and Cr4zy. The decider will come up right now. Enjoy.
Indeed. Thank you so much for passing it back to us here on Mirage, as we are well underway in the pistol round at the moment. The bomb is going to be planted inside the B site here by Cr4zy. They will be on a 4-on-2 situation. And make that just Jerry now left for Forze, as he doesn't really have any hope in the world of winning this round now, Vince. Who I think is here. I hope is here.
Looking pretty bleak, isn't it, Dust? It's looking pretty grim. Jerry...
Almost as grim as us trying to talk for 5 seconds with our mics muted in Discord, because we're both dumb.
We are
both unintelligent human beings that did not unmute our mics. We were going. We were talking. We promise.
Is Jerry, who's just picked up the clutch on Forze? Or perhaps not actually, the bomb's ticked down way too far. Oh, it was so close.
It's kind of empty.
Oh... You hate to see it.
Oh man, that was while he got all the kills though. That is gonna make things a little bit more costly, which doesn't matter as much in the very beginning of the game, but it's still nice for him to get those extra kills, give him some extra money. And yeah, I mean, when you come to Mirage, again, I feel like this is Forze's number 2 map after Inferno as far as LAN goes. When it comes to online play, it's also usually a pretty good map for them, but they actually did lose it the last 3 out of 4 times they've played it. And some of their losses were to teams that you wouldn't expect them to lose to. So I'm not sure if their Mirage is softening up a little bit, or if it was just kind of fluky stuff that happened to them in some of these online cups lately. But certainly you would expect Forze to, be the heavy favorite once again, as they have been all series long coming into this map.
Just take it away, Dust. My game just crashed, which is great. Cool. So I'm reloading.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Cr4zy Cr4zy again getting a plant into that B bomb site. Again, they are mopping things up, as Forze did invest very little into that, to be honest. They were very conservative with their money, and they're going to be able to now, because of that, full buy in round number 3. They're going to have an AWP for Z-Power. They're going to have M4s across the board for pretty much everybody else. And they are going to have okay utility, and they do have at least 1 kit in play on Z-Power. And so this is going to be them putting up a big defense right away. And it seems like we're seeing Cr4zy going for a maybe faster A play. It looked like they were setting up a lot of members inside Rampant Palace early on. They have 1 player drifting at middle. Bomb is now also coming towards A ramp, so it's definitely going to be an A set piece of sorts, Vince. Not sure if you're back just yet, but smoke is going to be down towards jungle, and we are going to see the T starting to press into the A site.
Pushing on to A, indeed. The first kill, though, will be Face Crack, dealing the finalizing shot with the M4A when Esserg is from the backside of Connector, though. Is going to put his AK to use, and now the bomb getting planted down from Toxic. We'll be trying to rummage together a potential retake for us, but I don't really see it coming up here, to be honest with you. There's a smoke down in connector. They're pretty much isolated and stagnated away from the site. They're going to need to get a move on if they're going to pull this one off. And judging by the fact that Flit's now gone to top of middle, I don't think it's coming in. I think they're saving. Cr4zy going to take another 3-0 lead.
Yeah, their entries are just too good there. And with Forze having, taken the save in the second round and fully bought in the third, they definitely want to roll over all these guns to the next round. Not going to be able to really support them too much, upgraded pistols at best, but definitely still a lot of firepower to carry over. Not really wanting to go for the retake when you don't have that much utility to go for it, and you're down a man. Definitely understandable that they would fall back and take the save here. So it is going to put it, like you said, to, again, Cr4zy having a 3-0 start. So definitely a great way to kick things off if you're Cr4zy here on Mirage. Again, especially as the underdog team. They actually are able to get a couple of M4s out in play for Forze. They still do have a full buy. And they have more kits than even the previous round.
It's waiting at the bottom of middle side. Jerry's already pushed up pretty aggressively with his smokes now firing across towards the B side. And Cr4zy making moves outside and middle. 1-for-1 trade, not too bad for Cr4zy. They can pull back now off the back of that one. Oh, it's like up in the smoke. I thought Toxic was going to pierce through it, but instead Z-Power stands his ground with the AWP, switches positions, and nullifies Dem QQ, giving Forze the two-player advantage. And you'd assume from here they can capitalize, especially as the shoulder is peeking around the corner from Psycho, who's going to try and push behind that. There's one kill. Shimming his position across now to jungle, but the aggression from Flip's going to yield the one frag and a second and deny the bomb plant. So Cr4zy can't build the economy.
Really good job there from Forze to recover after the 0-3 start. Just great work from Z-Power with the op, like you said, being able to deal with that somewhat of a one-way smoke that was going on in B apartments and also catching that first jungle player as well. So he's getting the op out and early and making it effective. Still able to buy, though, is Cr4zy thanks to the 3-0 start, though it is a little bit limited. Dem QQ only on the Deagle. Also do not have that much utility to put to use either. So we're going to have to really be more reliant on just aim duels. There's aggression at middle as well from Forze, particularly Jerry, hiding in the smoke.
Flip peeks out onto short. Not going to get the kill, but Z-Power is laying down the pain and the havoc with the AWP. I know Dem QQ 1 versus 5 stuck back in the palace area. Bomb not really dropped for him either. He's going to have to rummage together a masterful play if he's going to put this one off. And it looks like, again, not for the first time. Cr4zy get the pistol, they get the subsequent 2 rounds, and then Forze stabilize their economy, stabilize their players and their positions, and things start to get a little bit dicey for Cr4zy. A lot of people would have wrote them off in this best of 3, and yet here we are on the 3rd map. People have wrote them off on Mirage. Maybe they can prove the naysayers wrong one more time.
Pretty dominant round from Forze all in all there. Really just off the back of aggression, right? Jerry did a great job hiding inside that smoke. There's always a chance he could have gotten spam while inside of it, and that could have been a problem, but he was able to kind of weather that storm out. And then once the smoke was fading, he got a perfect pop flash from a teammate to allow him to push top middle and grab a kill. And he had the op for cover as well from window to be able to assist him in that mid aggression. So just one of the very many setups Forze can run on the CT side of Mirage. I mean, whether that be Z-Power being very mobile with AWP, kind of changing his starting locations up, like if he wants to go for an aggressive B apartments or Palace Peak, or, again, these different rifle setups at middle that you'll see them use at times. It's going to keep Cr4zy guessing. And while Cr4zy have had some decent online results as far as, like, numbers go on Mirage, I think they have, like, a 3-1 record, the quality of opponent has not been nearly as strong as what they're facing now. And so this is really going to test them on how up to snuff they really are on this map.
Quite the step up indeed. I have to see if they can pass it with flying colours, or if they are just going to go out with a bit of a whimper here. The Molotov tossed in for Almeza. Grenade behind it. Dem QQ's taken so much damage. That grenade could finish him off. Somehow survives. Just takes 5 extra health from him. And he's in a fairly forward position with his AWP, so if they're not careful, he could maybe get a pick from this. I suppose in these kind of rounds, you have to take the gambles, you have to take the risks, but it hasn't paid off. Nothing forthcoming for Cr4zy. They're just going to turn tail and back out of there, relocate together towards the top of middle instead, and try and use them QQ's AWP in the emerging fights. I'm a bit curious why he wouldn't drop it to Sensei now. I mean, I know he has the Kevlar, but he's down to 14, so whatever happens, he's going to die if he gets hit.
Yeah. I am a little bit curious about that now as well. It seems like they should pass it to him at this point because of the low health. Balton's Law I don't think really applies in a situation like this, but whatever. As they got completely stuffed by utility at B apartment, so they decided to just skate doodle over to the A side of the map where FaceCrack is watching Palace, and he's got his teammate Z-Power with the op over towards Ticket. They have no way to block him off either, so he might have free reign to repeak, but instead he actually kind of fades off. Meanwhile, FaceCrack's hearing all of this right now. He's just going to be able to tear them apart from above. Drops down the ladder for another as well. That's 3 in total. Should be finding a fourth any moment. Indeed, he does, and he can also grab an op if they so choose to have a double op setup into the next round, which indeed they do elect to do. It's going to be tied up now, 3 apiece, so kind of a similar story to what we've seen a couple of different times where, yeah, maybe Cr4zy get the hot start, but once Forze get their money back about them, they're able to establish themselves. And especially with this being another really strong map for Forze, I expect to see a lot more rounds coming out of them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that assessment. I think it's looking a little bit bleak for Cr4zy until they prove otherwise. It's going to be a fast hit. Almaze has seen that before the flashes, took his vision away, still flicks across the Toxic's head and puts him down and neutralizes the initial push. All the sting of that aggression has been well and truly taken away. And now the bomb dropped alongside it. Cr4zy's trying to rummage over it together, but it's all over the corpses of his teammates, and he can't really hope to do too much from this. So after a 3-0 start, now looking at 4 rounds back-to-back, and Cr4zy will finish off the weakened Almeza. They are going to retain both AWPs, of course, no problems. So now FaceCrack is going to be flanking from the back. And Cr4zy's living on borrowed time is a goner. At least FaceCrack had the decency of not pulling the knife out, but Forze still will be leading in our 3rd decisive map.
And Cr4zy not going to have a whole lot to say about it in this next round either. It's just going to be basically a deco. That's going to be about it, Vince. So it does just feel like the Forze train's going to continue to roll on.
Aggression again up middle. FaceCrack leading the charge, has Z-Power to watch over him, provide Overwatch from middle. Easy pickings for Z-Power now that he's traded off positions to peer down ramp, and Flit is still watching mid. It's systematic, it's clean, it's clinical, and it will be Forze 5-3 in the lead, barring some Deagle shenanigans from Toxic and Psycho, and Psycho picks up the Deeg, makes it work, does get tagged, but still alive and still landing those 1 Deegs. So maybe there's a few more obstacles that Forze have to navigate their way through. Maybe they're anticipating a comfortable round, and now they've been kept a little bit more honest. This is going to hurt their economy long term if they lose another player as well.
Absolutely, and now Mazer has to worry about middle, and he has to worry about B apartments. A lot to be responsible for, not really knowing where they're going to be coming from. Toxic will be smoking out over towards A and bringing the bomb with him in that direction. They're going to try to just split up and try to have Cycle maybe throw a bit of a fake towards B and then let the bomb come out late A. It's a good idea in theory, but I think unfortunately for them in practice, this round's not really going to work out so well. Unless Psycho can somehow get this kill, and then he does. Now all of a sudden things change a bit as this Toxic's going to catch Z-Power in the back. It's all on Jerry now. And he doesn't even know which direction the bomb is.
Now he knows. Now he's seen it. 9 seconds. That's the round done. Such a nice try from Cr4zy. To come through in that round with basically Deagles and come out of it with 4 kills and saving an M4, an incendiary, actually an AWP, pardon me, so an even better turn of events for Cr4zy. Yeah, they're still trailing. They're still 5-3 behind, but that is going to put Forze on the back.
It's definitely a nice try, no doubt about it. Great deagle work there from Psycho, some good individual effort. That's the thing, we've seen good individual skill from several different players from Cr4zy throughout this series. Since Op at times has been fantastic. You know, Psycho and Toxic and DimQQ, I feel like at different moments in time, each shown mechanical ability. It's just about, you know, fine-tuning the strategy and the decision-making and dealing with the pressure of comebacks and, you know, all that goes with it. So we do see them again setting up for the base set piece, Vince.
Plays coming to fruition. Face crack perched up on the stairs. There's two. Nearly transitions into a third, but Z-Power has his back covered, albeit he is still going to lose his life, but Force keeping the player advantage. A flick from Sensei deals with the imminent threat of Flit, who is perched up on the boxes. So one of the two AWPs has been suppressed momentarily. Almeza may pick it back up again. We know he can use the AWP if needed. But it's all about where the T's have now made moves into. The timing, not in favor for Sergiz, just as Z-Power changes his avenue of aggression. His angle is good enough to flick across. And our Sensei, with 45 seconds to spare, is moving on and just checking all of his angles, being diligent with each of these possible threats. There's always going to be one that probably goes uncontested or unchecked, and he decides that maybe the best way of dealing with this is to divide and conquer, to push right through the heart of the map, get round the back of Kitchen, and try and make it work for him. And so far, that would be the consistent and the very well time play. I mean, he's actually got through with this so far. Maybe he's going to get caught in transition, but the upshot goes awry, and now he can maybe force this bomb down. If the bomb gets planted, Sensei has every opportunity to actually pull this round off. Molotov into the Kitchen. They're both going to be coming from the same angle. Flashbang is good, but Sensei can still hold his angle. Hasn't heard anything. Comes back out again. Lands the shot. And now it's all down to the 1v1, and Sensei connects the headshot. Cr4zy clutch the round. Such a sick play.
Oh my goodness, man. I thought there was going to be a timing where he was going to get spotted when he went into market. I think he might have. I think the ticket booth player who was coming through CT spawn actually did see that he was headed towards the B bomb site. And so I thought with him kind of being pinched, he would be in some trouble. But then they wound up both coming from market instead of splitting up on him. And he just lines up the 1v1s. I mean, brilliant work from Sensei in a round that they definitely should not be winning. He's able to pull it off. And that's going to get this game into a close margin. Jerry and company looking to fight back early here with some aggression. They do get control of Palace, and they do get the pick, but there's also a mid-kill from Cr4zy in response, and they know that there's a flanking potential here through T-spawn, but Jerry, as we know, has actually backed off into the A site again. And so after kind of a quick skirmish on mid and A, we kind of stabilize in a 4-on-4, and things kind of wind down just a bit, at least for now, but we do see Cr4zy gearing up for what seems to be a very heavy A hit, with a lot of them coming from Palace, which is very interesting. You don't see that a lot on full gun rounds.
Still in awe that Sensei was able to actually clutch that. He's been flirting and definitely threatening these plays in bygone rounds. I'm thinking of the Inferno round in particular, but now he's finally on and pulled the trigger. Z-Power, though, very much the same, living by the AWP and suppressing the oncoming T's. Damage being inflicted. The flick across from Psycho is good. Dealing with Jerry. Should afford a bomb plant. They're not too sure about CT control coming through, but Face Crack gets caught in that on the open of jungle. And now the player advantage going in favor of Cr4zy. They're going to be going for the plant off the back of this. That smoking connector affords Psycho the luxury of getting that plant down safely. Almeza perched up on the CT boxes. It's looking like it could be Cr4zy for one more round. And Z-Power, last man standing with a measly 3 HP to his name, can't really afford to stand and fight. He has to back away. He has to save. And whereas one point, when Forze win 5 rounds in a row, their economy was booming. Now it's in the dumps.
Yeah, between the Sensei clutch in this round, the money has really gone by the wayside. Great entry work there from Psycho. Again, you don't really see those heavy Palace pushes on gun rounds too often. It's usually more of an eco strat. But they were able to kind of catch Forze off guard with it. And again, you got to tip your hat to Psycho, who has been an absolute terror in this map. The 9 rounds that have been played, he's at 12 kills, or 10 rounds played, 12 kills, excuse me. So he's definitely been putting in the kills. Also has 131 ADR. So he's been far and away the best player on his team. And if anyone else can get going alongside him, they can definitely pose a real threat to Forze on this map now, it feels. Especially with the economy the way that it is.
Let's see if Cr4zy can continue to apply throat of Forze, or if they're going to relent. Because Forze the kind of team that can punish you if you take your eyes off the ball. Z-Power still with the AWP, really their only hope of any firepower in this. He's gone aggressively into ramp, and he may get the rewards, but the timing's off. And DemQQ deals with him. A good flick from Jerry into the head of DemQQ while under heavy duress. And now Psycho goes through. The timing's good. He did catch Jerry. It's a freebie and a 2v4. Now it's the 2 USPs remaining, and surely Cr4zy are about to take the lead for the first time since they were 3-0 after the pistol.
Yeah, they caught such a crazy timing there. There was actually going to be a player up close on the door of Palace that could have maybe been a real problem, but just as it could have been, he stepped away, and that allowed Cr4zy passage onto the A-bomb site. And now Almazer and Forze's Flit is just looking to save these 2 weapons over here towards the B-bomb site, which they should be able to do. There is some chase being given, though, by Cr4zy, despite the fact they don't have that much money.
Molly's being tossed into the B-apps. It's a sweep coming through the CT side. And they're trying to lock down these weapons if possible. Almazer holding onto his AK, and Flit very nearly gets his life taken out, but does survive just about. Cr4zy. Dude, 6-5 lead though.
Yep, that's the last 3 in a row going the way of Cr4zy, and they've done so in a diverse way. You know, the different ways that they've won rounds. They've had, Cr4zy individual plays. They've had, standard stuff. They've had like kind of a wacky Palace push on a gun round. It's kind of been all over the place really from Cr4zy. So definitely showing that they're dynamic. And now it's going to be a fast B play. So they've shown us really every single card that you could have in your hand. And they just have full control of the site the bomb goes down.
Not really a round that Forze can justifiably go for either, or really stand and fight. They have to just back out. And Cr4zy already 7 rounds here on Mirage on their T side. This is getting a little bit scary now for Forze. I mean, this is a map statistically, as you highlighted, that Forze typically in terms of lands, and obviously it's been a while since we've had active lands really kicking off, but this is one of their go-to maps.
No, absolutely. And even online, it's usually been a pretty good map for them. When you look at like the CIS Cup from the Blast Premier qualifiers or some of these Home Sweet Home Cup matches, they've usually been able to do well here. Like I said, they have lost a couple of times here recently, though, including like an upset loss to Smash and Endpoint. Although the Endpoint match was very, very close. So they've had a couple of, I guess, dropping of the ball, I guess you could say, of Mirage online here in recent times. But still, overall, a map that they're usually very comfortable on. And again, they're just such a heavy favorite compared to Cr4zy on no matter what the map is, you'd have to imagine. So for us to see Cr4zy not only upset them in map 1, but now also be looking at great control of map 3 is pretty crazy stuff. No pun intended.
Really nice smoke there on the outsides of the B app, suggesting that they could be trying to take some B control. Actually forces away some Molotovs early on, and now Almazer is going to push behind. So B app's control established. Another Molotov, or smoke, pardon me, going to be used. It's a one-way at that. Jumps up. This is some really cheeky plays, and Almazer's going to get the better of Toxic. You had no idea.
Yeah, that is not a one-way that you see too often. I can't even remember seeing it another time. It's such a niche one way that you would rarely get the opportunity to use. Certainly does work out for him, though. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't last so long. A Cycle will get the trade back and get it into a 4-on-4. There is still 2 players towards B, though, as there was a push from Jerry into Palace, which gave them a little bit more flexibility to rotate towards this B side of the map. Definitely seems like it's going to be a B hit. I'm not sure if there's going to be a fake thrown by DemQQ, though, at the A site to try to hold people in place to make it a little bit more powerful. Indeed, he is mauling out Sandwich and flashing jungle, so definitely trying to do his best to create pressure here on the A side. But again, we can see it's going to be that B hit, and it's caused a rotation. It's done its job.
Z-Power, though, is perched in kitchen and still able to be deadly from that angle. Psycho through. There is a barrel of the gun sticking through. He knows that Z-Power is still in close proximity. There's only 8 seconds left. He's going to tickle the bomb, try and draw the CTs out into the open. He misses his chance. The bomb's got down. That's going to be the round going with it. DemQQ completely out of position. Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be seen. And Forze will take it, but very, very close.
Indeed it was. It was a good fake by DemQQ, but like you said, Z-Power was able to react and turn around and get the op kills he needed. Not only that, but he was able to, even with a T in the site, be able to hold the pillar and get another frag on the B Apartments player, which is, like, just kind of, you know, salt in the wound, so to speak. And then, again, he knew that DemQQ was out of position, so he knew he couldn't force the plant if he was going to get chased down, so he tried to go for the frags instead. And it just didn't happen. And so that round kind of slips through Cr4zy's fingers when it seemed like there were chances for them to win. Double op now going to be in play for Forze as well.
Flit's position could be pretty huge, though. It not only has the benefit of being able to watch short, but also connect a lot of information that he gathers from his teammates. This allows Jerry to sit behind this smoke a little bit longer. There's another smoke behind. So as long as Flit is in there and there's no smokes or flashes to greet him, he's in a great position to take a shot and fall back, to gain information and then fall back for the rest of his teammates. And with 40 seconds to play with, he's found the info, but more importantly, he's found the headshot. That is huge.
Indeed it is, and Jerry gets to hold the window. They also still have a player watching for the Palace push. That's going to be Face Crack in great position on the balcony. He's going to be fruitful, maybe even finds another. As DemQQ is still sitting inside Palace as we speak. No, he'll just back off in sight instead. But they've done their damage, and the clock has ticked too far, and Cr4zy will have to just sit back here and save these weapons for the final round of the half. So, brilliant teamwork from Forze there across the board. Going to be a flawless victory at that.
I'll talk quick. Fire or bullets? He decides for the bullets. And Forze will move to 7-7. Last round is going to be able to be a decent-ish buy, actually, because of the 2 save guns. But Forze still probably the favourites to take this, considering there are 2 ops against 0.
Yeah, it's slim pickings for Cr4zy here. Mac10 and Galil being included in the bunch, and not much utility. Looks like they want to go for some type of quick mid-A split here with the bomb positioned already at A ramp, and they're trying to put that pressure down from top middle, but we can see that Forze are looking to contest it. Z-Power able to find op shots around that smoke, and Face Crackle assists with the connector push. It's looking very, very grim, Vince. It's only Toxic now at Tetris, and he's been dealt with. Forze finished off the half 3 in a row to have quite the recovery and to take the lead back.
Mate, I mean, Psycho at this point must be like, why nobody helped me? I've got 16 kills. The rest of his teammates have 20 combined. Yeah. Like, he's just balling out of control, and no one's there to lend him a helping hand. Nearest player, he's double.
Yeah, he's definitely that one character off of, was it Friday? In that movie? Like Chris Tucker?
I can't remember.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like Debo walking around. Never mind. I don't know. Do you never watch this movie?
Nope.
Never mind. That's where the line comes from. The why ain't no one help me line. Anyway.
Well, those grenades are too deep. Doesn't really affect them, but the bullets definitely will. Cr4zy have Toxic, who's there, but he's going to go down. Psycho does at least take a kill alongside it, so it's a 3v3 at range. Sensei is spraying wildly with the USP, and everything was off. So that's a kill that now goes across the Face Crack, and it's looking like they're going to be able to clean this one up. It's labored. Sergey's tagged down to 54, and now Jerry just has to peek wide. Headshot forthcoming, and Forze 9-7 lead.
That's a way to kick off a half. When you're wanting to hold off your opponent. Again, having a great end to the first half. Now you come out with the pistol here. It's exactly what they needed. Exactly what the doctor ordered, so to speak. Deco's going to come out from Cr4zy in response.
all the digs, all the investment as well.
But yeah, man, you gotta learn about that. You gotta watch it. The movie.
I'll write that down.
That's where the line came from. Chris Tucker and Ice Cube.
Almeza straight out. Intentions very clear. He wants to get up close with this SMG, as do the two MAC-10s. Bomb plant already. And Cr4zy may just want to rinse and repeat. This may be a case of trying to get all 10 players to come out of this round alive. Forze don't want to allow that to come to fruition. They have 3 expendable players with these SMGs, one of which is Almeza, and he does find himself toxic out on the CT spawn. So at least one player that's going to have to rebuy or just sit the next round out investment-wise.
By the way, just to give everyone kind of an update on what's going on here on the main stream, the winner of this game is actually supposed to play the very next game that's going to be on the main stream, which is, I believe, against Gambit Youngsters. That is the team that has moved on from the other side. So with that said, there will be a bit of an extended break to give the winning team a bit of a rest before they go on to play against Gambit Youngsters. So I did just want to kind of prepare people for that, which, I mean, it's understandable to give the teams a bit of a break before having to play another best of 3. And hey, we'll take a little bit of a break too as casters, man. You know, get a little food, chill out.
Rest the old vocal cords. I need some warm drinks, dude, because my voice is struggling. I'm not gonna lie. We still have 2 more best of 3, but I'm loving it. Face Crack is loving it. He is going straight in your brain. I hear that. Z Power through the smoke, hopping up and down, bunnies his way to another kill. It is the MAC-10s that are doing all the work and keeping 4 SMGs alive. If they choose to pick these up in the next round, well, Sensei is not going to allow at least Z-Power to do that, so it's going to be 1 replenished gun, but they can go for a really aggressive play if they can keep the bulk of these SMGs going through into round 19. You can just get up close and personal, just get really aggro. And as Flip goes in with his Glock running out of ammunition, Toxic may have Almeza once this smoke clears. Will have Almeza, but instead of it being the AK, it's just the MP5. And again, Forze are fine with this. As long as they keep the AK alive and as long as they can clean up the rest of the players here with the MAC-10s, this is completely fine.
Oh, yeah. Farming all that money is split with the MAC-10. Not going to go for the bonus round. How much will they get out of it, though, is going to be the real question. Forze have collectively won the last 6 rounds in a row between the end of the second half and kicking this one off with a 3-0 start. Looking to try to keep the good times rolling. They'd love to go ahead and get this thing over with and be able to get some rest before having to play Gambit Youngsters for the first seed.
We'll place Molotov from DemQQ, funnels all of the T's out into the open, and actually Jerry burns to his own molly. Do we count that as a 1?
I didn't see it, but usually if you've died to your own Molotov, it's a 1G, yes.
Chat, you have my permission. You can actually spam 1G this time. It is actually an apt description of what just happened. It's a 3v3 though. This round's not done just yet. Keep in mind, effectively a bonus round with 2 MAC-10s and now Forze starting to shift through the gears. They're going to take the player advantage. Sensei and Psycho. 2 players remaining. Economy in the toilet. Cr4zy, have to say. Forze will have a 12-7 lead.
Although I still don't know if it's fair to call it a 1G. I feel like you have to run through your own fire and it causes you to lose the round. That's a 1G.
True.
But I guess you wouldn't see that happen so often, so I guess you have to be a little bit more liberal with how you define it in order to have it actually get used. I don't know. It's not like we ever have any control over what chat does anyway, so to each their own.
They can buy behind this. It won't be great, though. But they are running out of time. So they may feel compelled to go. Hence the timeout, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that's an understandable thought process. Like, you know, you're not quite running out of rounds yet, but you got to think it through. You know, if you don't buy here, Forze goes to 13, you really only get, like, maybe one more good buy. So going for the buy here makes total sense. Obviously, if Forze win, they basically get a free 14th round, but then if you're crazy, you're still able to at least buy a contestant when they go for a map and series point. So I definitely like the buying schedule here that Cr4zy have selected, and it's actually still a pretty good buy, as you said. They have plenty of utility. The only thing that stinks is that Sergey has to use a FAMAS, but I mean, it's at least a better weapon than it used to be. It was buffed, several months ago, I believe now. So it still definitely can have some potency to it. Definitely can still split some wigs with the FAMAS.
Yeah, I think FAMAS and Galil both got buffed into a pretty nice place, actually. I think they're situational guns. Before, I think, honestly, one point you'd probably pick up an SMG instead. At one stage, you'd actually just pick up a 5.7 or a CZ instead. Yeah. It was just as good. And now the FAMAS has found like a nice little niche position, I would say, for situations just like this.
It's situations where you just want to get utility but still have a rifle, and still have a viable rifle that can actually do you something instead of just being absolutely worthless like the FAMAS seemed like it was before. So, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
So I think we may have some tech issues on top of that tactical timeout, unfortunately.
No.
I've had to go and drop that because this pause is lasting a bit too long to be a tactical. Don't know what the reason is.
Ping and then pause because he just likes to hear his own voice, I've heard. So he pauses the game so he can continue to talk.
You guys should know that the casters always control how a tournament runs, right? So if there's delays, it's the caster's fault, always, 100%.
It's actually always Kyle's fault. That's what I heard. It's all Kyle. He was yelling about something about Dota 2 or something, and in his fit of rage, tripped over a cable.
He's just enjoying his stay so much. He wanted to make the day last as long as possible.
Yeah. He was like, oh, we got this pair of casters that has to cast 4 best-of-3s. Why don't we make sure we play every single map? Oh, okay. Done.
So you heard it here first, guys. Kyle writes the script for all of these games. No
yes,
capo.
Absolutely.
100%. If that were true, I hope he writes in a supporting cast for Psycho because he's still fragging out of his mind and nobody else is lending him a helping hand. He's on 102 ADR. To put it in perspective, the nearest player on his team ADR-wise is Sensei with 50. You have 53, 50, 36, and 32. So everybody is really struggling here on the CT side, and that is reflected in the overall scoreline.
Very true. Which is kind of sad because when you look at the series as a whole, I mean, we've seen great performances out of several different players from Cr4zy at different points in time. Like when you look at Train, where they actually pulled off the upset, DimQQ and Toxic were just absolutely popping off. They were brilliant. On Inferno, which they lost, but was a very close game, you had Sensei, come back alive and play really, really well. And now this map, it's like Psycho's turn to turn it on. But, some of the other guys who were playing well earlier in the series have gone really quiet, which is really unfortunate because I feel like that is kind of the difference maker right now because you're basically getting everyone on 4s popping off with the exception of Almazer, who hasn't really been called upon. Definitely a tough time to start to go quiet. Definitely need to see some of these guys step up.
Sure, it's always an interesting phenomenon with CS where you have a team that's individually very skilled players. And again, coming into this, I didn't know much about Cr4zy. I'll hold my hands up. Obviously, I knew about their last rosters, but not this one. And I've been very impressed with a lot of the players that we've seen, a lot of the kind of ability they've had. We've had some crazy clutches from likes of Sensei. Psycho's obviously had his moments. Toxic has landed some really important kills, and so has DimQQ. But it just is one of those situations where it feels like maybe it's a lack of teamwork or cohesion or being on the same page, or maybe there's sort of mental issues that they're going through with anxiety and nerves, but it never seems like every player fires at the same time. As you said, it's always one player firing off, the rest of the players being quite quiet. Maybe that's just the way that they play their CT and T sides here on Mirage, that doesn't really allow their entire team to flourish together. Whereas for Forze, you see it reflected in the kill line, and I'm not necessarily one that believes that stats like kills and deaths paints a full picture of how the game's gone. Absolutely not. But it's just also the way in which they're playing rounds. It feels like they always have have a counter fragger. They always have 2 or 3 people backing one another up. It's never a case of one player just left out to dry by themselves. Whereas Cr4zy, they don't seem to be on the same page all the time.
Yeah, and I think that really just comes down to being inexperienced, right? I mean, most of these players are like 18 or 19 years old. I think one's 21. Psycho's the oldest at 23. Neither one of them really had much experience outside of this team. Particularly, like, some of their younger players had never really played much Counter-Strike before this team. Maybe have only have official match results on TV only dating back maybe just a few months or a year or so. So it really comes down to just having experience. And obviously a lot of the tournaments they played in have been against smaller name teams. Forze is a whole new class of opponent, basically. So I think that's really what you're seeing here.
Just a little update for you guys as well watching that are curious as to what's going on. Apparently, Sensei is having issues with his ping, currently a bit high. And to be fair, having a look at the scoreboard, he does have nearly 90 ping, whereas everyone else is around 30. So fair enough. Like, his ping is fluctuating quite a bit between sort of 90 and 110. Not too sure what the reasons for that are, so hopefully that'll be remedied shortly. We can get back underway again. Yeah, like you don't want to be playing like a professional game when a lot's on the line, potential qualifier spot for the major down the line, and you have 110 ping. Like that is just rough time.
Indeed. Again, just a heads up over here on the main stream, the winner of this will be playing Gambit Youngsters for top seed of the group here in stage 1 of the WePlay Clutch Island, the RMR event for CIS for the summer. Of course, we have plenty of more to go for the Clutch Island, as this is just stage 1. And we still have plenty more to go today. We have 2 more best of 3s. But again, I just want to tell you that whoever does win this, when they do go on to play Gambit Youngsters in the next game here on the main stream, we will have an extended break before that game starts, just to give the winning team a bit of a break. So just wanted to give you that heads up once again.
It's been a bit of a wild one, Dust, honestly. I think we've already had a bunch of upsets and a bunch of turmoil in the games that we've casted. You've had the Mega dropping a map against Moscow 5 Academy. We've had, obviously, Forze here dropping a map and potentially losing this match, though it's looking like things have somewhat stabilized for them. Our first best of 3 of the day, there were a lot of twists and turns there. It's been one hell of a day for Counter-Strike, there's no doubt in it.
Yep. We've seen everything, Vince. We've seen overtimes. We've seen, all 30 rounds. We've seen Zeus kills. We've seen knife kills. We've seen dying in your own fire. We've seen cratering, I think. Yeah, I think someone.
Yeah, we did on train. Yep.
We've seen every type of tech issue possible. TeamSpeak, ping, mouse.
What we haven't seen is the 2-0, or we haven't seen the 16-0 either. That's about it. Really.
I'd love to see some of those. Help us out. We are your casters. We are here. We still have 2 more best of 3s to cast. We love Counter-Strike, but we also love to live. we don't want to burn out in the first day. We still have 2 more days to go, man. I've been up since 2 a.m.
Yeah, this was a proper early start for you, because you're what?
Dude, I got
5 or 6 hours behind me, right?
Yeah. So the first game started at 2 a.m. for me.
Absolutely wrecked.
I've absolutely done myself in on that one. But to be fair, like, it's not to gripe. It is just the fact that we have in a marathon, right? But it has been fun. That I will say that. Like, the games we had in the first series, while at times it wasn't like the most tactical CS, and sometimes it was kind of a bit sloppy and scrappy, it was fun. You had a lot of cool moments, a lot of big individual plays, a lot of tense rounds. The fact that it went the distance so often added that extra drama to it, so it definitely made it interesting and fun. And the same could be said for this, right? The fact that Cr4zy pulled the upset off on Train, the fact that we were seeing some new, like, young Ukrainian players here over at Cr4zy actually turn out to have, like, really cool mechanical skill and be able to play an effective aggressive style at times, but also at times I've seen them be able to play defaults out properly. It just goes to show that there's just, like, so much talent in the CIS region. Like, there's so many individually skilled players. Like, you look at a team like Forze, where you have guys like Z-Power, Flit, who have really built up a reputation as being individually talented. Same with Almazer. You got, like, guys like Idis Bounce and some Dayong over at Spirit. You got, you know, some of the guys spread out across some of the other teams as well, like Shiro at Gambit Youngsters, Axile also on that team. And now you're seeing some of these guys on Cr4zy, you know, at different points throughout the series have looked really impressive. Some of them are having a little bit of a struggle now here on Mirage. That's true. But they've also had their bright moments throughout the series. And so, yeah, it's just there's a lot of individual talent swelling in the CIS region right now. No doubt about it. Not to mention all the guys that are still playing over at Virtus Pro. Definitely some talented players over on that team. And the list goes on and on, really.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I've done a lot of CIS kind of minor qualifiers and the minors as well a few times in the past, and invariably the CIS region always surprises me for how deep the pool is. It's not always the most strategical gameplay. I don't think it's necessarily a stereotype. Like a lot of the lower end sort of CIS games do devolve into basically aim duels and aim battles and a bit of a mix mash of strats. We have seen some strats kind of thrown in here as well in these games. Obviously, Forze are expecting it, but the same on Cr4zy as well. But what's really impressed me the most about Cr4zy is just how good these guys are when it comes to their aim duels. Like, I've been absolutely blown away by some of the shots I've seen from Sensei in particular. Like, his AWPing at times has just been absolutely ridiculous. I do have good news as well, though, guys. We're ready to get underway again. Now, I will say that Sensei also still has the high ping. I think they've just realized that there's no fix for it. Like, it's either his routing or his internet is just gone down the drain. So he's just going to play through this. So keep that in mind if he doesn't perform.
Indeed, we are underway here in round number 20. As Cr4zy are trying to hold all fours as best they can, and indeed they've been able to crack off a couple of kills to try to get themselves back in striking distance of this game. Flit, though, has responded with one of his own and kept it still somewhat winnable. It's a 3-on-4, though. It's going to be tough, especially because they have no map presence anywhere else other than Cat and B Apartments. And again, their numbers are limited now. It's going to take in this stake from Cr4zy to give Forze away back in the round, or just some type of brilliant individual effort. Flit having ladder control does give them some options, though. They could still even try to split the A bomb site. That is also an option. I think the big problem with that is, though, is Sergey's positioning, which could really catch Almazer off guard.
Yeah, it could, especially as Almazer is actually pretty low. So a headshot from the FAMAS at this range will just straight up neutralize him. So he's going to go for that peek, and the spray is a bit rough on both members, but Almazer is lower, and he has been found and killed. And with no second player forthcoming, that is going to give the CTs an idea of what to expect. To make matters worse, MQQ has neutralized Flit's aggressive play through ladder, which has left it all on Z Power. We saw Sergey pull off a lovely clutch in a 1v2 from this very position, but this is going to be going 2 players further. He does have the bomb. He's waiting for that first player to show his hand through those CT boxes. If he can take down Sensei, then maybe he'll just try and rummage together a play on B. But additionally, I think he's thinking of just saving on the CT side as well. It's not typically going to be an area that you check from the CTs. You're probably going to run more towards the T-spawn if you want to try and take this weapon away. But there, he misses the shot. He misses a sitter by his own high standards, and he is going to get punished.
Unfortunate. Still plenty of money, though, for Forze to fully buy, so it is unfortunate in one way, but another way it doesn't matter as much because they can replenish just fine. Z-Power will easily be dropped in AWP here if they so choose to have one, unless they just want him to have an AK, but nope, there's the op.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of it would have been more rough for Sensei, because the economy on Cr4zy's side may not have been able to justify buying a second AWP to replenish that one. So it could have had a bit of an impact that way, but either way you spin it, he hasn't lost the AWP. They go into round 21 with both teams in a solid position, financially speaking, with their arsenal of weaponry. And it's a really mix-mash approach from Forze. They're taking systematic control across the map, but there's no necessary sort of pincered-in movements coming into play. They're not looking to force their way into either side for the time being. That's definitely going to help, though. Flit jumping up in the window and neutralizing Psycho.
It's the first time that's been used all game long, which is kind of wild because Window's definitely a very useful location to have control of on the T side, and we haven't really seen it put to use, which I think has just caught Cr4zy way off guard. And now it's going to cause Forze to start collapsing in on this A bomb site. There is one player towards the back of the site. There is some reinforcements with Sensei's AWP as well, but it's just not going to strike. Sensei only good for 1 kill. Sergey goes out for free, and now it is going to be a 4-on-2 post-plant scenario in favor of Forze. DimQQ does find Flit finally over towards Windows side, but still a really tough ass to retake here. They know that one's in CT spawn. It's going to be Toxic, and he gets the frag, and all of a sudden it gets winnable, Vince.
Certainly winnable. Whether it's likely, another question entirely, because now Forze can turtle their way in and try and tunnel into this 2v2 post plant. They don't need to be charging out anymore. They don't need to be into very dodgy positions. Instead, just focus on the objective at hand. Z-Power is going to dry peek the first time, lands the shot, but there's not going to be enough time on the clock. And Forze have successfully got it done. It's at the cost of all 5 players, though. So in terms of their finances, won't be great after this round, but they can afford a buy.
Yeah, they can still get the op on Z-Power, still get the AKs and armor and utility, so they're still okay. The thing is, if Cr4zy can come back and win this round, that's whenever Forze could be in some trouble economically, and that could allow Cr4zy to maybe close the gap a little bit. Problem is, Cr4zy's economy is also now low after this full buy, and Sergey had to get an MP9, so if you lose this, Forze are basically either going to get map point almost for free, or if you're Cr4zy, you're forced buying the rest of the game. And that's a really grim position to be in, especially on the CT side, so... this round is really important swing rounds to determine whether or not Cr4zy's comeback effort has really any real kind of momentum behind it, or whether or not Forze just goes ahead and closes us out. Again, Gambit Youngsters waiting for the victor of this in the next series here on this stream after an extended break that we'll have. Timeout is over, and we will now roll into round number 22.
Mai coming in for Cr4zy. Not ideal, really, all things considered, but enough to make work, enough to make sing potentially. But if they do lose this round, then Forze on the brink, on the precipice of taking this 2-1 and moving toward that next matchup against Gambit Youngsters. Flashbangs out, Facecrack taking the initiative, going aggressively. Will murder Sensei through the boxes, and there's a second kill behind it. Slight gap in the smoke may afford Psycho the luxury of spraying up through there. Does a lot of damage to Almeza, but doesn't finish him off outright. Somehow survives through the myriad of bullets traversing through the smoke. Alive? I have no idea, Dust, to be honest. I was sure he would die. Somehow alive on 2 HP.
That is unbelievable, man. He should have died like 6 different times that round. But he's still standing. And that's going to be a 14th round for Forze, and Cr4zy realizing that they need to sit back with these weapons to make sure they have something to work with in the next round. But Facecrack is going on the hunt. He's already found one. That's all he'll get, though. Still some time, though, for the rest of Forze to collapse in and perhaps find another one of these CTs. But it seems like they will be just fine to carry over these 2 rifles, and they can buy around it. Again, they're kind of in that force buy or die situation, and they will take some extra time to talk about it. I think there's no question they're going to buy around these 2 rifles. I think it's just about figuring out exactly what they want to buy around them, and if they want to make some type of set play. Like, do they want to go for a palace push? Do they want to go for an underpass push? Do they want to do anything aggressive at all, for that matter? Playing standard, they've been kind of just caught a few times that way, so I'm not sure if maybe they have some type of idea, something they want to go for. Sensei, unfortunately, only able to get a scout. Doesn't really have a spawn for anything either. So, I'm not really sure what they're going to put together.
That Mac 10 is an interesting pickup for Forze. That would suggest that we are going to see some aggression here. The Facecrack's going to lead the charge, and they're going to just be pushing aggro out onto A, which could be a very good counter to after a timeout. Expecting a set player, expecting something aggressive. So take the initiative.
Why you wouldn't buy Galil? Does he misread the economy and think that there's not head armor out there? I mean, I don't know.
Some aggression, maybe, just so he can hold W and just get into the face of the CTs. And so far, that's exactly what he's doing. And it's paid out in spades. First kill goes his way. Will Facecrack push the second smoke? No. He's perched up into an aggressive position. He may get finished off from that grenade. Not quite. Only tags him for 1. I thought he would be a goner. And now he's going to push back in again. It's Sensei misses his shot, comes back out with the Mac 10. Significant damage has been inflicted, and they've taken CT side completely by storm. Toxic lines them up, and he spirals Facecrack out in midair, but Flick comes comes back with 2. That's why they picked up the Mac 10 for that hyper-aggressive play, and it's worked so well for Forze.
Able to just kind of explode through the smoke at Palace and really close distance of the site. And even get into CT spawn. So, definitely did his job. So it's going to be map and series point for Forze. M4 saved by Psycho. There is still some money to buy around it. Again, they've been at max loss bonus, or pretty close to it, so they'll get what they can. It won't include an op still for Sensei though.
Seven chances, 7 cracks at getting this done. Are there going to be any vulnerabilities, any extremities that can be dealt with from Forze on their aggression?
Yeah, Forze is just known for that, being that team that likes to do those aggressive splits on this map, and they've been really laying into the A-bomb site here lately, and it looks like they're going to be doing it yet again, and there's really no one defending except for Sergey stuck under the balcony. He's getting some support though. Psycho pushes in the sandwich.
Psycho, good position to get maybe more than one. There's mollies all around him, plus flashbangs on top of it. 3 play 4 as the T's have the advantage, but can they drive this advantage home? They're looking to plunder, to pillage the site and raise it to the ground for one final time on Mirage, for one final time in this best of 3. And Z-Power at range, completely destroying them QQ. Sensei, in the meanwhile, though, does counteract, does bounce back, but now Toxic's been spotted, he's been flicked on, and Forze pull off the comeback. They were leading for the majority of Mirage, but they were losing after the first map of this best of 3, but they've got it done, Dust.
Indeed, they did. It was a little bit more laborious than maybe they expected, especially after losing that first map, but hey, that was a pretty convincing one on Mirage, and now they will play Gambit Youngsters, but that'll be after an extended break. And also, not before we let our beautiful analysts break down the map that we just saw.
Thank you very much once again to Vincent Dust. A great cast, great comeback from Forza. They do take the series 2-1. I'm once again joined by Tom Biz. I believe Virtual Pimp will be here with us shortly.
You said I was never right, but I said that it would come back and be 2-1. So
that's true. You did say that.
And didn't you say that you were almost certain that Cr4zy were going to take it 2-0?
I was indeed. However, you're not up to date on the latest memes because my brand, my talent, is it being wrong. Thus, technically, I do win. Why did Forze win? Did they perform up to expectations? Did they finally get it going?
Yeah. I think we saw them get into their groove, like especially in the early rounds. Like Xe Power was hitting pretty much every single shot with his AWP, getting aggressive, getting in the faces of the Cr4zy guys, and it was actually only their IGL Psycho that actually sort of performed on that T side. I think without him, they may not have even got a round or two. They had so many like clutch performances, so many moments that brought them through on the T side, and without him, it probably would have been a whitewash game, and it still kind of was when they went into CT side.
Yeah, and we can hear Pimp's keyboard, thus I'm certain he's here. Do you have any opinions to add to your clacking?
Yes, I have plenty of opinions. I think Tom is spot on when he's saying that this was just Force Clan stepping up, Force Clan looking like the team we expected them to be coming into this one. I think they'll still look back at this game thinking to themselves, why on earth did we have to delay the entire tournament an hour more just to lose train? Because there's no really doubt, that they're going to win Mirage like this. They won the opening duels, was that it's got to be 16-5 or something like that. Surreal numbers. They won pretty much